What's up? Welcome to today's live stream. I'm him. Today is Tuesday, June 10th. It's already halfway through June, seems like. It's Riot season. Seems like, we do it all the time here. It's become a tradition. I do want to preface this by saying that the riots that are happening in California are happening in California. I live in Texas. I really don't care as much so long as it doesn't start happening here in the city that I'm in and affecting me. Yes, it's a selfish position, but I don't care. I'm selfish. Let's see here. I'm just going to watch some of the crap that's coming out. So I saw something on Channel 5 the other day. And just watch that, I suppose. Hanging out and chatting. Make sure I close these other things.
I want to suggest that.
Oops, did not mean to do that. Okay, all right. I think I'm ready. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you all know what's going on in the world and technically in America, more specifically in California. It's been interesting, to say the least. I have a few thoughts. For one, I don't think that these protests are as big as they are made to seem. And what I mean by that is that we're seeing media coverage over it, but it's only in specific locations of LA, in and around different areas. I haven't necessarily seen tens of thousands of people, organized consistently. It seems like it's, spotty. In addition to that, it also seems as if a lot of the people who are there aren't actually protesters. And this is something that it kind of made me start feeling a certain kind of way. I was like, wow, this is very strange. I've never seen anything like it, where it seems like there are more people there to spectate and to capture footage, possibly for social media, than there are people who are there because they actually care, because they actually care. I also think that most of the people who are at the protests are not the people who are most affected. It's people who aren't affected at all by what's going on. And what I mean by that is it's unlikely to be the illegal immigrants or aliens in the country at those protests. Instead, it's most likely American citizens who may not consider themselves American. And that's something that we may get into a little bit later, just depending on how things pan out. This is meant to be a more conversational style live stream, so participation is requested and appreciated. I'm going to say some things. Maybe you'll disagree with it. That's fine. Tell me why you disagree. But let's go ahead and start off with this video from Channel 5 News, and it's one of the guys who's just out there right now. It was pretty funny to me. I've already watched half of it, so we're going to watch the first half. I'm going to watch the first half, and then I'll get to see the second half for the first time. So let's go ahead and jump into that. Okay, so here we are.
Some Halo troopers.
Make this full screen.
Some Halo troopers.
I'm going to turn down my music.
Anybody with undocumented family? Do you plan on shooting people today? How lethal or non-lethal are these rounds? Would you rather shoot somebody or hit them with your stick? Oh yeah, how did you end up becoming ICE? Like a legacy career. Are you happy that Young Thug is free? What's the probability that we're gonna get tear gas tonight?
All right, so just this interaction right here is a little bit of is evidence to my point to where I don't think that these protests are all that serious. There's no way in hell that if these things were very serious, anyone would feel comfortable going up to them like he's doing and, you know, like having some fun. You know, it seems like, you know, they're kind of just, they're looking at them, they're kind of ignoring them. I don't really see a lot of people around doing anything. To me, this seems fairly under control. Now, let's see what ends up happening. You know, there's more stuff.
Favorite thing to do, shoot people with non-lethals or hit them with the baton? They don't really want to talk. Cats got their tongue. Are you in the JROTC? Oh, yeah, that nigga gonna shoot me later for sure.
Oh, man.
Well, we got a man there with a dress coat, tennis shoes, tie, and a black hood over his head, right in front of the federal officers here on Temple.
All right, so yeah, we right here. We're in front of the federal building downtown LA. You know, this is a building where a lot of people get held when apprehended by ICE, federal criminals.
Oh, wait. I hope y'all saw that right there. This guy, look at all these people. They're just here filming. I wonder how many people are here just to film for content to put on their TikTok and for their Instagram and whatever other social media people are using these days, versus how many people are here because they actually give a shit. Now, looking at the cops, I guess technically these are DHS. So, I mean, they're police, but they're federal. They have not actual guns. Those look like paintball guns to me. So already there's a limit to the amount of violence that they can enact on people. They have their sticks, you know, their nylon sticks for beating people. You know, they love those, the batons. They love that shit. But they don't have actual guns. They have paintball guns. As far as I know, you know, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe you all have different experiences from me, but being shot by a paintball isn't lethal. And honestly, it doesn't even hurt that bad. I used to go paintballing often. It's like people do it for fun, right? Maybe not. Maybe that's just me.
Where a lot of people get held when apprehended by ICE, federal criminals. So far, like the whole city has kind of just been swarmed by ICE. So we have ICE coming to Compton, Paramount, Linwood, the fashion district here.
Photographer.
The head of ICE just deployed
all of these
the
other
National
people
Guard.
just
so
recording.
Tomorrow, we should see around 2,000 active duty fucking military niggas pulling up. The main reason why people are here is to protest these ICE raids by coming to.
I'm not even gonna lie. This right here is
the reason why people
wait,
are here.
Let me pause it. That right there is disrespectful. That right there is disrespectful. There is no way you're gonna win over people like me to your cause by doing that. I've noticed that there have been a lot of folks, maybe not a lot of folks, but I've seen a lot of content coming out that are trying to equivocate, or not equivocate, they're trying to compare in my history. We weren't waving foreign flags, as far as I know. I mean, my ancestors weren't out here blocking traffic. In fact, we were told not to do that. Just saying. But yeah, here we are. We got this person kneeling with a Mexican flag, and you know, this is in Mexico. We fought a war. We actually conquered Mexico 3 times, believe it or not. Believe it or not. And we, like, literally, the United States flag flew over Mexico City. That's how conquered they've been. And we signed a treaty with them, and we gave them back most of their land, and we kept California. Just something to keep in mind. So when I see this, what this represents to me is people who aren't necessarily American, they are Mexican. And if you want to be Mexican, that's fine. You know, I have nothing against you wanting to be Mexican. You all have a great history. You know, you have a lot of things going for you. But there's a country for you. It's called Mexico. Here, we're Americans. You know, we have a great history too, and we have a lot of things going for us too. And I think it's okay that America is for Americans. And if you want to be Mexican, you could go to Mexico. If you want to be Guatemalan, you can go to Guatemala. And if you want to be Ecuadorian, you could go to Ecuador. If you want to be Venezuelan, you go to Venezuela, right? I like this idea that we have a world with countries where if you want to be X, Y, and Z, you can go to X, Y, and Z. What I don't agree with is if you want to be Mexican but live in America and you expect us to, I don't know, like support. I'm good with that. Hard pass.
To protest these ICE raids by coming to where all the people are being held at. The cops are lying.
Cruz, the EBT class has time for it.
They're pointing their guns at me. They're flashing lights at me. I think they're getting ready to disperse to the crowd. Maybe I can ask them something. I don't know. Let's see what some of these is.
It's not exactly swamp fest out here, huh?
Yeah, no, but I would still say it's pretty lit out here, but you good?
It stayed pretty peaceful until the sun went down, which is just kind of how LA rolls.
They are detaining people illegally, deporting people illegally without their due process.
Can you tell me like what's been going on all day?
A lot of tear gas.
Did you get tear gas?
I did. They're terrorizing U.S. citizens. What they're doing is not okay, and they didn't like that we were gathering, so they started trying to push us back.
Additionally,
So here's a fun fact. We do have the right to assemble, peacefully assemble. We have that right. We have the right to protest. We have a lot of rights in this country, but what it seems to me is the case is a lot of people, and I guess it's because of our education system, they're unaware that you have to get a permit. Now, you could argue that, if you had to get a permit, then maybe you're not free. And I would be like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But here's the thing. Generally, and when I say generally, I mean like 99.999% of the time, you're given that permit. You go to the city, you say, we're going to protest, we're going to do this, this, and this, we're going to be here, here, here. Okay. Now the city knows they're going to make sure that there are police there to make sure nothing gets out of hand for your safety and the safety of others. It's not just, about you. So, you live in society. But it seems like these people don't seem to understand that fact that you can't just go out and just assemble and it's not authorized. Because think about it. There are more people who live in LA than just these people. And you may not realize this, but a lot of people don't give a shit about what they're going through right now. Some people just want to get to work. Some people's rent is high and they just want to be able to pay their rent on time so that they're not homeless. Some people want to be able to eat every day and they are forced to go to work so that they can earn money so they can eat. Some people have issues that they can't really control. It's not what, for instance, let's say you have an accident and you're injured and you need to go to the hospital, but the roads are blocked. Just saying, right? Like these are the things that it seems like people like this. And I don't want to cast judgment, but I'm already doing this. Just like you have to be mid-level IQ. To think that it's okay to just assemble without any type of authorization, without letting the city know so that they can make plans so that they can make sure that the city can still function mostly normally. I say mostly because obviously, if you're going to say we're going to be on the street or whatever, they may have to close off a cordon off the street for you so that you don't get ran over. That's a very real possibility. It seems like these people are unaware that not everyone agrees with them. And that's a problem because if you just happen to be out there unauthorized, maybe there's some other people who disagree with you who are in a vehicle and you're in the middle of the street and they look at that as an opportunity to do something bad to you. Do I think it's right? No, but we live here in America and obviously people are going to do whatever they feel like they want to do emotionally because that's just how many people here act. They think emotionally, they don't really think logically, and they seem to forget that we live in a society. I haven't forgotten that yet.
they seem to be doing, I don't like to use this term lightly, but like Gestapo-like tactics to disband people, essentially, and it's wrong.
They are.
So I've actually, I'm in the middle of an argument, and my arguments are not, oh shit, what the hell? Fly came in, I had the door open. My arguments are not emotional. Like, it's actually just, an argument is an exchange of ideas to me. So I'm having an argument with someone on this. that no, in fact, we are not like Gestapo. And I'm happy to share some of my responses. I won't talk about what they're saying for reasons. This is actually a friend of mine, right? So, so it's like, no, I'm not about to put them out like that. But I'm happy to go over the differences that it seems like a lot of people don't know. In fact, the fact that Gestapo is now being said and nobody knew what the fuck that was for most of my life, because I've known about it, but I've never heard anyone talk about Gestapo. Other than when I was in college, when I was in my history courses, when I was in high school in my history courses, when I was in middle school in my history courses, as well as when I was in elementary talking to people who came from Germany and had to deal with that shit. It was very few people who knew what Gestapo was. Very few, and I mean that. And anytime that I hear a word that normal people have never used and all of a sudden it's the most popular word in their vocabulary, that is a giveaway to me that these people are being mind controlled, essentially. It's propaganda, it's agenda, it's, oh yeah, we're going to say this thing. Do we know what Gestapo is? No. Did we do well in our history? No. Did we study World War II history? No. How much about Germany do you know? Nothing? You don't know anything about Germany? Other than Hitler, Nazis? That's generally the limit to most people's knowledge of Germany. Very few people realize how much technology came out of Germany. Like my camera. I love my camera. A lot of that came from Germany. Automobiles, physics, like the atomic bomb, like all these things, jet propulsion. But the only thing people know is Nazi and Hitler. And I guess now they know Gestapo. So I suppose this is a good thing. Maybe in 100 years, Americans will know 5 things about what went on in Nazi Germany. Let's keep going.
Citing people with green lasers and shooting rubber bullets at them, so a couple people got popped.
There's snipers on the roof over there, and there's snipers in the second floor over there. I don't know if they're snipers. What kind of guns are these?
Oh, yeah, that's a sniper for sure.
Lots of people getting tear gassed, but it's LA, baby. We're strong as fuck.
We don't have guns. We're unarmed, and we're unafraid.
We're the violent ones, but look, all I got in my hands is water bottles when they got fucking guns.
These ICE agents are completely different from the LAPD. I've been protesting for over 10 years. It's a whole other fucking level of threat. It's a whole other level of crazy. I feel really sorry for the people who think they're the good guys. They have been brainwashed and indoctrinated and are now acting out, working at the highest level of hypocrisy you can as an American citizen.
I love how she frames this. Law enforcement is acting out. They are the ones who are mind controlled. It's very interesting to me how that framing works. As far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you work for a company, you do what the boss says. So by her logic, is she going to argue that if you work for a company, you are mind controlled if you do something that you're told to do? That's how law enforcement works. That's how our military works. It's you give up what the hell you think. It doesn't matter what you think. You submit to a higher order, a higher purpose, which is the state. Do I agree with it? No, but I'm also not a cop. I'm also not in the military because I just don't have the mindset. I can't submit who I am and what I want for the greater good of the state. I'm too selfish, as I said earlier. But to say that these people are mind controlled because they decide to take a job, I don't know. Some people, that was their dream to work in law enforcement. And if it's putting food on the table for their families, who am I to judge them?
We're civilians. You're supposed to protect us. Protect and serve. Get another job. Why don't you quit your piece of shit job? You are a terrorist.
Let's get another job.
Terrorist. Put down your guns. Put down your guns. Put down your guns.
Are you going to be out here tomorrow?
I am not sure yet. Tomorrow is also LA Pride, and I am of the queer community, so I might have to split my time or go with the biggest cause, which would be this.
It's fucked up. Why are they raiding people during Pride Month?
What's that?
Why are they raiding people during Pride Month?
Oh, who the fuck knows, man?
Fuck all your homophobia. Fuck all your racism. Fuck all your transphobia. Fuck all your xenophobia. Everyone go fuck yourself. Charlotte, if you're watching this, I love you.
Hell yeah, that's your girlfriend?
Yeah, my trans girlfriend. You're fucking up my Pride Month.
They're killing our fucking Pride Month. What the fuck? Fuck guys, bitch. Fuck.
It's also Men's Mental Health Month. as a man, I don't give a fuck about your Pride Month. I'm just being real. I'm just being honest. You can call me what you want. That's cool. I don't have to care. And neither do they. What the hell does a month have to do with, oh, we can't do something? So by their logic, if a black man murders anyone, what do you call it? The law can be enforced on this black man who just killed someone because it's Black History Month? Is that the line of thinking that we're going down? That if it's a certain month, you are immune from consequences, you know? Like, just saying, it makes no sense to me. So are we supposed to wait until July? By the way, this is a technique where you pull up something and you're like, oh, okay, we can't do this right now. But in reality, it's never a good time. There's always going to be someone who just points out that, oh, this is this time, we can't do it now. It's never a good time. Why these people are conflating the two, I don't know. I don't think there's any relation or any correlation between what these law enforcement officers are doing and the fact that it's Pride Month. In fact, I don't think they give a shit that it's Pride Month. They probably don't even know. Just like these people probably don't know it's Men's Mental Health Month.
Ice, bitch, fuck ice!
I got melted ice. I got melted ice. Melted ice.
Oh, that's the that right there is that just shows American education system right there. He's proud of himself that he understands that ice is just water. Man, if only I can be as smart as this man.
You guys want some melted ice? I'm on TikTok live, streaming to about 4,000 people. I've been out here since about like 3, I think.
Plan on being here tomorrow?
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, I'm going Pride tomorrow, and then I'm going to be over here.
We're out here protesting, man. We're out here protesting against these ICE raids. It's about human dignity and human rights. I don't know why the LAPD is out here when we're a sanctuary city.
It's a sanctuary city. I was part of the movement in Pomona.
I can answer why the police are out there, even though it's a sanctuary city. It's because all of the peaceful protests they've been doing, you know, the peaceful bricks that they've been throwing, the peaceful fires that they've been lighting, the peaceful graffiti that they've been spraying all over the place defacing public property, the peaceful destruction of shit. That's why they're a little bit too peaceful.
California to become one of the first sanctuary cities of the United States. But all it means is that we're not supposed to enforce immigration and the police are not supposed to cooperate with ICE. We're supposed to make sure that our community and our hard workers and our children and our families are safe.
Makes me feel like shit. I don't know why we're living in a police state in my city. Everybody's affected by this. They could come for you next.
I wish they would find missing kids the same amount they will go after immigrants and everything. The fact that there are still missing kids being sex trafficked, human trafficking, but yet they don't give the same energy to these immigrants.
And you go after the criminals, man, the real criminals, not the innocent, hardworking people, man. No criminals at Home Depot. Yeah, just hardworking people out there.
I'm scared for my family. I'm scared for other people's families. This shit isn't fair. You guys were our brothers and our sisters.
He's scared for his family. I wonder if his family is here illegally. If they are, well then, okay. Life is not fair. There is no obligation of nature to be fair. In fact, if you look at nature, it's the opposite of fair. It's literally a competition. It's survival of the fittest. There's no fairness in that. So to try to appeal and say something's not fair, like miss me with it, I don't give a shit. I don't care. You think that the situations, some of the things that have happened in my life are fair? Do you think anyone gives a shit? And if they did, then, I mean, they do it. They have a horrible way of showing that they give a shit, because all I get is nothing. I get silence from people. I don't get anything from others. So this emotional appeal is just like, it's deaf ears. Miss me.
What the fuck happened?
No one's a criminal on stolen land. What's
Look at what they're saying. No one's a criminal on stolen land. This tells me that they are very unfamiliar with the wars that happened in which they lost, in which a treaty was signed. And we then gave Mexico money. Literally, we paid them for California. I can't think of any other empire that has not only just completely obliterated, and I mean it, and several times, in fact, not just once. It's been 3 times in their history that have been completely obliterated. And the state that obliterates the other state, the empire, you know, they don't just say, you know what, this is all ours and fuck what you think. That didn't happen. We say, you know what, you keep all of this. We're going to go back up here and we're keeping this up here. And oh, by the way, here's some money for it. I can't think of another empire that's done that. Maybe that was a mistake. To say that this is stolen land, I'm sorry, Miss. She probably didn't do too well in school, but you can argue that all land is stolen land because, again, it's a competition. You know, tribes warred amongst each other here in America. Even before the British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the French, even before all of they showed up, the folks who migrated here from Central and then East and then, Central and East Asia, the folks who migrated across the Bering Strait through Alaska, down south of Canada and Washington, all of America, essentially, and down into South America. I wonder if there were people who were living there when they came down. I wonder if they too stole land. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. Who am I to say? But I think it's important to say that I think all land is technically stolen if you want to frame it that way. So if we're going to go with that route or with that mindset, then that means that Mexico is on stolen land. And if we want to take what they're saying to its logical conclusion, that means that the Mexican government has no claim over Mexico. And we could just go down there and take it and say, hey, like, this is stolen land, right?
So what did their parents have to do to sacrifice for them to do with that?
What happened to being a fucking kid, growing up, thinking it would be fucking good, and then you fucking grow up and you fucking represent the opposition, fucking represent the people that hate us? You're my fucking neighbor. You're my friend. Why? Why do you do this? Leave the fucking uniform and work for people, for human beings. You know this is wrong, Miranda. You know this is wrong. Get another job. Please, I implore you.
Mayor Karen Bass, we need you here.
Wait, this right there is low IQ right there. You're going to insult someone, yell at someone, curse at someone, and then beg them to not do something that you don't want them to do, and then say, please. I don't know how many negotiations you all have been a part of, but I can guarantee you, if you start off a negotiation like that, you're never getting what you want. Ever. It's just human nature. You can't get what you want or expect a person to give you what you want if you start off by attacking them. The first thing that they're going to do is try to defend themselves, whether that be physically or rhetorically. They're going to try to defend themselves. They're going to dig in. That's human nature. You can't start off a request in that way. But this right here shows me that these folks who are here, they are emotional. They don't really have the faculties to get what they want without resorting to what they're doing. And as far as I know, this is now classified as violence now, because apparently words are violence. That's what I've heard coming from certain people in our country. So if we're going to go with that, then that's violence. Although I disagree. I actually don't look at this as violence. But if we accept the new world definition of what violence is, this is it. Oops, muted it on accident.
We are your people. I'm a native Angelino, and they are threatening us. They are terrorizing our community. Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor? Where is our mayor?
You go to cover, nigga. I'm fake, nigga. I know you do, dog. I'll spit on your plate. I'll put my dick on your plate, nigga. Fuck your family. Fuck your kids.
So we have a Mexican using a word that, well, let's be real. Negro, it means black. The white people who, the British, essentially, they decided to take that word and tried to give it a they tried to give it more of a negative twist. It was slang essentially. So Negro became nigger. It was used to basically talk down to people like me. And then my folks, because they got, they've heard themselves called nigger so long, and we tend to not pronounce the ERs in most of our words just due to history. We have nigga, which is the same thing as nigger, which is the same thing as Nero. And now we have this Mexican man calling a black man that racially derogatory term. Now, I don't know if he realizes this, but that's not a great way to get anyone here on your side. Because right now I'm like, man, fuck him and his family. I don't give a shit. That's kind of how I'm feeling. And it's hard to get me not to feel that way, especially because I happen to know that in Mexico, black people are seen as some of the lowest there. And I don't know, it's not lost on me that those same Mexicans who come up here to America, they see that the black people here, we're doing a little bit better than them. And I mean, maybe they don't like that. But to be called this dude, it's like, okay, sure, do you.
Nigga, that's how it is. I can't sleep comfortably because of you.
He be fucking getting a whole fucking plate. He be fucking expecting us to give us a whole fucking shit. That nigga right there.
Do you go to Kava?
Yeah, you do, nigga. Stop playing. Yeah, you do. Nigga, act like I don't know your fucking face. Stop fucking playing. Fucking talking about, can I get a fucking discount? Can I get a fucking this? Can I get a fucking that? That nigga right there. Point that shit at him right there. Point that shit at there right there.
He doesn't look like he go to Kava though.
You're going to no shit. Hell nah. Hell nah.
He ain't going to that Kava.
What's your favorite thing to order at Kava?
Everything.
I don't even know what Kava is, but if they get deported, I'm happy. Honestly, I might be at a point now where I'm like, you know what? Sign me up. I will help out. Go back to Mexico or wherever you're from. I don't know where you're from. I don't care where you're from, but just get out. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. Now, do I think that all of the illegal immigrants are like that? No, not really. But here's the thing. And it happens in my community too. If you allow the bad actors within your community to have the loudest voices, they're going to be the ones who represent your community to the outside world. Just like in my community. The rest of the world thinks very lowly of black people. Is it because all black people are bad? No, not really. But it has a lot to do with a lot of the things that gets presented, that gets put out there are the most bad parts of our culture. And people, for whatever reason, they're intellectually lazy. So they're just going to say, you know what? Every black person I see, they are doing this. Therefore, all black people are that way. For what is worse, there's this thing called reciprocity. What can happen to me can happen to you. So if you're going to act this way, just understand that you are making it worse for the people who don't act this way. The ones who are actually here illegally, and maybe they don't want to leave. Maybe they aren't breaking any laws. Well, it's people like this that put them in danger. We seem to be getting over racism for a while, and now it's here back. So I don't really care, because it's going to be them facing the consequences. And sometimes you get back out what you put in.
Galar, we went to high school together. Remember? Algebra? We had algebra together. Oh shit, he gonna beat my ass. We had algebra together, and that nigga failed twice. Why is that guy on his phone?
Wait. I could tell he's just talking shit. Because if you were in algebra together and you know that he failed twice, that implies that you also failed twice. Because how would you know he failed twice? You would only know he failed once. Oh man, it's funny.
Shame on you, pigs! Shame on you, pigs! Shame on you, pigs! Looks like they're cooking something up back there. Oh, now they behind us. All right, we getting surrounded. Kick rocks. Kick rocks. Get out of here, bitch ass cops. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. The Halo-looking dudes are moving to the back, and the LAPD has moved to the front, safeguarding ICE. So LAPD has positioned themselves in front of ICE. LA is a sanctuary city, so LAPD shouldn't be here enforcing these policies. I think they're getting scared. I'm a little skittish, man. Look, these niggas want to smack somebody so bad, man. I'm just a reporter. I'm just a reporter. Do you have any opinions on this? Are you guys allowed to have opinions? Is this like a hive mind type deal?
You gotta find a new job, dog, because you really know LA's about to go to flames, dog. You gotta find a new fucking...
Wait, did he just threaten that LA is about to go to flames? It's interesting. I don't think he's lying. You know, I think he's right. But that's not going to be good for anyone, especially them. Because believe it or not, most people don't give a shit. But they will give a shit if you start to affect their day-to-day lives, and it's not going to be the kind of shit you want them to give. It's not going to be for your cause. It's going to be the exact opposite. And this is another way that you can tell that it's a minority. There are not that many people here. They've been on one street corner. And on this one street corner, it looks like it's fewer than 1,000 people. It's probably, what, a hundred or so people, maybe a couple hundred people. It's not that many people. That should be a very clear indicator that maybe, just maybe, not that many people are as concerned about your cause as you think. To put it in perspective, there was this march called the Million Man March. 1 million is a little bit more than 100 or even 1,000. Just saying. I don't see 1 million people out here in the streets protesting along these people. So that tells me something. That tells me that maybe, just maybe, they don't have the support that they need. Let's keep going.
Oh, shit, hold on.
Oh, look at her. She's so cute. Look at her.
I don't know.
Man, why did... No, that's dangerous. Why would you put that woman in that position? That's dangerous. It's very dangerous. Especially when you have these people who are emotional. Let's keep on.
Oh, shit, what the fuck, nigga? Did someone just... That nigga just smacked me. What happened?
Goofy ass laugh.
What's going on? What's going on? Oh, those zip ties. Those zip ties.
So these people at what... Here's... This is why, my gosh... the way these people are laughing, and him laughing too, it seems like they're laughing and kikiing and kahaing, and like they seem to be enjoying themselves. If these people were like the Gestapo, which they claim, they assert, they wouldn't be in their face like that. They also wouldn't be kikiing and hahaing, like they wouldn't be doing any of that. It wouldn't be a game to them because the Gestapo, they executed people. Literally, like they tortured and executed people. If these people thought for an instant that was a remote possibility, they would not be out there doing what they're doing. But the fact that they are is just further evidence that, well, no, this is just a rhetorical talking point that has no roots in reality. He's going to live stream the riots later. Send me the link. And you gotta send it in Discord. You can't send links in YouTube.
Oh, we surrounded back.
Man, this is probably the most exercise this man has gotten in years. I like him, but at the same time, I just gotta point that out. He's a big dude. He's a big dude.
Who got bolt cutters? All right, hold on.
Hold on, babe. Go, babe, go.
Why are they... Wait, where are they going? Where are they going? Why are they running away? It's interesting. They got all the shit to say, but when it's a potential that they might get arrested, they roach out. Interesting.
I don't want to... Hold on, you got this? Oh, man. All right. I don't want to be...
Man, you could tell that big one up there ain't never done what she doing in her life. Look, getting stuck.
You got it. Uh-oh.
Man, this is embarrassing for America, real talk. We have people who can't even hop a fence. It's not that hard. Don't ask me how I know, but it's not that hard. You have to be a pretty unathletic slob to not be able to hop a fence.
This is unfortunate, man.
Look at him. I don't need no man. Oh man, they ain't got to do that fence like that.
All right. Yo.
Just say they're surrounding us. We gotta jump the fence.
Oh yeah. So right now we got it surrounded. Everyone's jumping the fence so that we don't get fucking trapped and arrested, and we can come to fight tomorrow. You feel me? For our undocumented brothers.
I love how they consider this a fight. It's not a fight until you're willing to risk your life. That's how you defend your ideas. Whether you agree with it or not is irrelevant. That's just the law of the land. Big eats small. The only way that big doesn't eat small is if small stands up and is willing to risk life so that the big can't do it. I don't think this is going to go in the direction that they want it to go in. For one, they're going about it the wrong way.
Sisters. I'm fucking tired. That was a fucking bitch. It's very loose at the top. Barely got away. Yeah, the shit's not over. Fight's not over. Some niggas is going to jail tonight. Not us though.
He didn't have to run though. He's media. I don't think they would have arrested him. But even if they did, they would have let him go. They let everyone go there. Right? Don't they just let people go in California? I thought that was the case. All right. I don't really have any other videos, so now I'm just going to watch random shit. Oh, look at these peaceful fireworks that are being set off. Look at all that peace. And this is what I mean. Look at this, right? There are not that many people here. There are not that many people here. This is what I'm saying. I don't think these protests are as big of a deal as the media is trying to make them out to be. In fact, what I think is what they're trying to do is make it seem like a big deal and try to drum up support around the country, and maybe there'll be other protests. But I don't really see that happening. And for one is like, look at what they're not even using American flags. If they were all, draped in American flags, somehow America, we love America, it would be a vastly different reception. I'm sure. I'm very sure of it. But the way they've been going about it, I don't know. I don't see it. This seems like Black Lives Matter bullshit. Yeah, look at here. All of the people with cameras just filming. A lot of these people are just spectators. Look at this. Not a single American flag in sight. Just Mexican flags. I am starting to look at this as an invasion. These are people who are Mexican first. They're not Americans. Now, you can say, well, they were born here. They have citizens. No. What I'm saying is this is a cultural thing. They have refused to assimilate and accept American values and disregard whatever values they have from Mexico. Wherever they come from. And it's not just Mexico. I want to stop saying this, but I only see Mexican flags here. I'm pretty decent with flags. I only see Mexican flags here. That's why I'm saying Mexico right now. If you're proud of your country, you should be proud in your country. You don't get to come here and say, oh, this is stolen land, we're going to take it back. No. I mean, you can do that, but at that point, this is where I would say, you know what? Maybe you should find out with our military. Let's compete for this land. Since you think it's yours, we can do what civilizations do when there's a group of people who stake a claim on a piece of land and there's another group of people who say that this is our land. We have a solution for that. It's called war. Let's do that. And whoever wins gets to say this is who it belongs to. And I mean, if that were to happen, Mexico would be conquered a fourth time. Just saying. Like, let's just be real. Like the descendants of Mexico, they were people who were conquered. Let's just be real about it. Let's just be 100%. They were conquered by the Spanish, the natives who lived in Mexico. Just saying.
I feel the
Oh, he's crying now. I wonder if he had that same facial expression when he was talking all the shit in their faces. But now that he's caught, now he's crying and trying to get out of it using emotion. It's like, nah, it's too late for that, buddy. Too late.
You got me? Hey, I'm gonna hold on to you. Hey, I'm holding on to you. I feel dizzy, bro.
I feel dizzy, bro. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa. All right, hold on. No, I think I have a problem with this now. I have a problem. This man, he has a shirt that says press. If he's actually the press, I have a problem with this. But again, I don't really know what he's done. Maybe he was doing some, shit, doing more than just being press. Shooting. And when I say shooting, I'm talking about the camera. Maybe he was doing more than just having the camera and recording. Like maybe he was doing other stuff. I don't know. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he probably was just doing what press people do, which is just being there and documenting what's happening. If they're arresting this man, I do take that I take that differently. Now, even if they say, you know what, you can't be here, this is an unauthorized area, I still have a problem with it because it's a public street. Unless he's in the middle of the street, if he's on the sidewalk, he has a right to be there. Our government can't stop that. So I would want to know, I want to learn more about how he got in this situation. And yes, just the fact that he's wearing a press shirt, that changes how I feel. If he was just random ass person, back to how I was feeling earlier, where it's like, yeah, you can get these cuffs, you can go to jail.
Come on, bro. Let's listen. I am listening. Come on, bro. You got he's mad that my arms are tight. Like literally. No reason to do that. Hey, you kicked me in the face.
Oh, he's kicking now?
Let's be fucking smart. All right, help me up. I'm not throwing missiles. Just help me up, please. Help me up. The shit hurts. You wanna walk?
I don't think that he's press now. I would like to believe that people in press get training on how to handle encounters with the authorities. Let's say that I were there. 'Cause I've actually thought about it. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll go there. If I were there and I'm recording and they tell me to get out of the street, I'll get out the street. If they tell me get away from the sidewalk, I would probably stay there. If they arrested me, I would take my cuffs and I'll just walk normally to the thing because I already know that I'm getting out of it, but I wouldn't do what he's doing. I wouldn't do what he's doing.
You want me to do the interview? That's why you're doing this.
See, this right here is illegal. Right here, this is illegal. If they had went to the city and got a permit to do this march, the city would have ensured that they were safe to do it by cartoning off this street and closing the street. They'll carton off an area around, but they'll close the street so that these people can have full access to the street without any danger to their safety. Because I don't know if y'all know this, but cars have a tendency of driving down streets. I know it's a big brain moment. The city has to protect their First Amendment right, freedom of speech, to assemble and all that kind of stuff. So they're going to ensure their safety. If this were an authorized march, the street would be closed. That car would not have been able to get through. And if that car did get through, whoever's driving is probably going to go to jail. Because let's be real, like if you're going through the barricades and the police are telling you to stop, you have some type of intent that's probably not good. This is the issue with not having authorized protest. When I say authorized, that just means you get the permit. That's it. It's not hard. you are going to get the permit. It's not like they can't say no, really. But you need to let the city know. It's crazy how even I know this. Yeah, these people down here, they're probably just trying to get to work. Probably have nothing to do with this. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe they're a part of it. Yeah, look at that, taking the whole street. Also, they cut out before it showed a full picture of what's happening. I don't think that this isn't that many people. This is a couple hundred people at most. It's not that many people. That's what I'm getting at. I don't think these protests are as big as the media is trying to make them out to be. Mainstream media specifically. You see how it starts to thin out? This isn't that many people. I went to a protest here in Houston just to kind of just be there. I was documenting. There were close to 70,000 people in the streets. Big difference. That wasn't nationally televised, by the way. The one that happened here. All right, looks like we got some, detention buses? Yeah. Look at this. It's just a small ass corner. Not that many people. They're talking about torch fascism. I wonder if any of them could give me a complete definition of the word fascism. And I'm asking because I've seen a lot of videos of Americans not even knowing what countries exist in what continents. They don't even know the difference between a continent and a country. So I have a hard time believing that most Americans can tell me the difference between different forms of political structures. Politically, I don't think that they could do that. Fascism actually means something. We can't just pick out words that we think, match what we think and then just go along with it. We got to use words that are accurate. We haven't gotten to fascism. Not even close. Oh, this is in New York. Disrupt, disobey. Yeah, nah. I'd rather live in a country with law and order. That's just me. I've been to countries where there is no disruption and there is no disobedience. And you want to know something strange? I prefer my time in those countries. I kind of like the fact that I can go somewhere and not have to worry about certain shit. I don't have to worry about getting mugged. I don't have to worry about someone stealing my shit. I don't have to worry about someone coming and stabbing me or shooting me or any of that kind of shit. I don't have to worry about it. I love the fact that I'm able to go out at night, in the middle of the night, and walk around and feel completely safe. I love that. I don't want to live in a society where we are okay with people disrupting and disobeying. Fuck that. I'm good. If you want to live like that, go to another country where they live like that. I don't want that for America. I value my safety. I value what I have here. Why would I want it to change? And if I did want it to change, which, there are certain things that are changing here in this country that I don't like, my solution is, okay, I will go somewhere where the value system is more aligned with my value system. And I think that's okay. If America isn't for me, then I can easily go somewhere else. And I think that's true for most people. Actually, it's not actually. Here's the little monkey wrench. You can't go to any other country illegally. It seems like it's only Western countries where you can just go in illegally and then deal with it after the fact. In other countries, it don't work that way. And they're saying no KKK. And again, I don't like this. They're trying to make an equivalence between, it's a false equivalence between the African American led civil rights movement, in which if you look at history and you look at, we have pictures and videos, weren't that many Mexicans involved. Weren't many Asians involved either. There were white people and Jewish people involved. I remember that. It was mostly black people. And as far as I also understand, KKK never really attacked people who weren't black in the South. It also wasn't a political movement, by the state. It was a grassroots movement. So them saying no KKK, it's like, well, this is not even the same thing. ICE, which what does ICE stand for again? Something customs and border patrol enforcement. What does the I stand for? Immigration. Yeah, immigration and customs enforcement. ICE was established by law. I know that there has been some talk about, a lot of black people, we don't know shit. I happen to be a smart black person. I know how our government works. The legislative branch is responsible for drafting laws. That means that ICE was a product of our Congress and our Senate, or our House of Representatives and our Senate, Congress. They proposed a law. They ratified the law. And by law, the executive branch has to enforce it. That's how it works. And, if people feel, and when I say if people, or if the president or whatever, there are only two other branches other than the legislative. But if they disagree with it, they can file suit. And then the Supreme Court, the judiciary, not the Supreme Court, but the judges, they will determine whether or not it's constitutional. So the fact that ICE exists is through our democratic process. And I'm going to put air quotes in our democratic process. Let's be real. We have a representative, we have a republic, but it's kind of democratic. It has some democratic tendencies, right? So the states, our Congress, they voted on it. That's what they wanted. I can't say that's KKK-like. What I can say is, if people didn't want these laws, they shouldn't have voted for the representatives who would then go on to implement these laws. Just saying. Now, looking at this looks like it's a couple thousand people. It's not that much, though. It's just this street right here and part of this street. After that, it's not that many people. So this goes back to, I don't think that these protests are as big of a deal as the media is making it out to be. I am of the opinion that if these people simply just got out of the street, literally, like they can be on the street, the sidewalks. That's what I'm getting at. I think that if they were to get out of the street, I don't think that the cops would bother them. If anything, I think the cops would kind of get along the sidewalk, to protect the street area, to make sure that people who are driving on the street don't do anything stupid. If you know what I mean, because it happens a lot in our country where people do stupid shit. But no, they want to be in the street, which disrupts businesses. And in America, if you want to disrupt our economy, oh my gosh, we've gone to war over that shit. I don't think that's a good move. You don't want to ever fuck up the money. I'm just being honest. That's how you lose people like me too. You start fucking up my money, it's okay, now we got real issues. For instance, if my camera lens doesn't arrive here in a couple days and it's disrupted by these protests, I have an issue. Because now you fucking with my money, bro. Let me check. Let me check if I need to be mad. Because I ordered this lens last week. And it's been pretty slow to get into shipping. Let me check. Track package. Okay. Wait, tracking available. Let's see where it is. Damn, there's a lot of button clicks to see some simple ass information. It's not an actual button or a click, but you know what I mean. Yep, still, yeah. I wonder if the reason why I don't have my lens yet is due to these protests. Mind you, I ordered this lens last Wednesday. It hasn't even gotten to the UPS facility yet. It's coming out of LA. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's coming out of LA. All right, let's go on. This is more of the same. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, look at how they're swarming these vehicles. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Gestapo would not be backing up. And this is just based off of what I know about the Gestapo. That's the secret police. I don't think they ever backed up or backed down. I don't think that was in their DNA. But that's what I see happening here. I'm of the mindset that, and I know it's going to sound strange coming from someone like me, I don't think that law enforcement should ever back down. Ever. That doesn't mean that I think that they should go on the offensive. It just means I don't think they should back down. You know, you should hold your line, because that line is symbolic. It's symbolic of your authority. I don't ever want to see law enforcement caving to a mob, because that basically removes trust from the rest of society. For me, it's okay if shit goes south, I can't count on the police to actually do shit. And that's when we get into situations that get outside of our control, where you get a lack of trust in the institutions and people feel the need to defend themselves and to take matters into their own hands. Once that happens, you lose control. Control in situations like this is incredibly important. The reason why is that when control is lost, bad things happen. And I mean bad things that some of them are irrecoverable. You can't recover from it. Look at that man. He came in and attacked the cops. Is that peaceful? And then they're calling them fascists. Why? For defending themselves? I think I did a stream where I define these words. I'm happy to do it again if people need it. Let me find my. I'm sorry, I'm getting text messages. Okay. Oops. Shit, I thought I closed all of these. My bad. This is the stuff I was saying I was trying to close to make sure, but now I don't know where my window went. Oh, here we go.
Quit your job! Quit it!
Ah, fuck! Ah! Ah, shit! Ah! Fuck. Oh, that sucked. I just got tear gas. Fucking pointless, man. Fucking pointless. Just guys.
It looks like this man is rethinking life decisions.
Playing with their dicks, wanting to use their toys. people just standing in.
I love how he calls it, they're just playing with their dicks, wanting to use their toys. When I just saw a fully grown man Bruce Lee karate kick a cop. And he's like, no, they're just twiddling the dicks and they just want to play with the toys. It's like, buddy, come on. Like, really? Really? I gotta say, if anybody did that to me, my goal is to put you in the dirt. I don't believe in this whole, like, I'm gonna be nice and restrained. Nah, buddy. You come at me like that, my goal is to put you in the dirt. And yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. It shows a complete lack of empathy. These people who are cops, those are humans too. They have families too. They have jobs too, and they're doing their job. Whether or not we agree with why, they're going along with it is irrelevant. At the end of the day, they answer to someone. So getting upset at them doesn't really do much. Are they assuming that these people are just going to quit and then like everything just goes back to normal? Because I can guarantee you, if every cop quits, well, the next person, the next people, the next group is our military. And let's just be real, like, they don't really fuck around like that. I would appreciate having cops do these things because they're civilians. They are still accountable in the same ways that I am accountable. The military, they're completely separate. Once you're in the military, you're no longer a citizen. You have a whole other system for you. And there's a lot more leniency because it's military.
It's fucking pointless.
So right here, even though, whatever they're screaming, I don't really agree with, but hey, that's fine. It doesn't seem like they're blocking traffic. It doesn't seem like they're impeding anything. And it seems relatively peaceful. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. But what they're doing in LA, I don't know. Or maybe this is LA, but maybe in the part of LA where they're throwing bricks and setting shit on fire and destroying property and attacking people who disagree with them, nah, that ain't it. That's not the move. Why is this person holding up a defaced American flag? I'm American. I normally, internationally, I'm Texan. I'm not even gonna lie. But I'm American at the end of the day. There is no way in hell that I would ever pledge my allegiance to any part of Mexico. Fuck Mexico. That's how I feel. I'm not Mexican. I'm American. My allegiance is to my country. To the country that gave my ancestors, my grandparents, as well as my mother, as well as me. They gave me the rights to do the things that I get to do today and that I enjoy now. I have no allegiance to Mexico. So by them defacing the American flag and putting Mexico in it, what do they think they're going to accomplish? Do they really think they're going to win over someone like me to their side? An American? Let me put it in perspective how little I care about Mexico. And I don't mean like hate or anything. It's just I don't care about Mexico. I live 3 hours from Mexico. Well, technically it's 5. I'm sorry. It's a 5-hour drive from where I live to Mexico. I have driven from San Francisco all the way to Houston. I have never driven to the Mexican border. I have never once in my life said, you know what? I want to go to Mexico. Well, not in that way. I've gone to the island, Cozumel, I do plan to go to Mexico City to eat some food. But I've been saying I want to go to Mexico City for 10 years now. For what it's worth, a flight to Mexico City cost me about $200, $300. It's a 1.5 hour flight. I have gone to I've yet to go. Why? It's because it's not that high on my list. out of all of the places in the world, Mexico is not a place where I'm just like, oh my gosh, Mexico. So why are these people facing our flag putting the Mexican flag in it? Nah, I'm good. You can go to Mexico. How about that? You go to Mexico and you can worship the flag over there. You can create your American Mexican flag over there, and you could pledge allegiance to it over there. But to expect someone like me to be like, you know what? I'm on your side. Yes, we should just allow these illegal ass people in our country. Nah, I'm good. I pass. Sorry, but not sorry. Look at how many people are just there with their phone out.
So if you're wondering, this is the ICE protest started at the state capitol, and it's kind of made its way to an impromptu location downtown, prompting a confrontation with the...
So he said the state capitol. I'm going to assume he's in California. So these are up in what, Sacramento? Is that Sacramento? Anyone know? I actually don't know where this is, but if he's talking about California, then it is Sacramento.
Police department and the state sheriffs, which are out here with their toys. Things are pretty chill.
And I love how they're saying quit your job and then do what exactly? Are they living in a bubble or under a rock where they don't understand that the economy is not great right now? So these people are supposed to quit their job and then do what? Starve? Not be able to take care of their families? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's a very feminine thing to say, because it's generally, they don't really take care of the family like that, in that way. They don't really provide for the whole family in that way. To tell a man to quit his job is the equivalent of saying, don't take care of your family. Why the hell would any man not want to take care of his family? Are they assuming that the state's going to do it? Are they assuming that I'm okay with my taxes being raised so that we can have this welfare state so that these people who don't have a job can eat? What are they asking for exactly? I mean it, like, what are they really asking for? That would be terrible if we have thousands of people who all of a sudden don't have incomes to take care of their families. And let's be real, the people who are out here protesting are most likely the EPT class. They don't have shit. Rich people aren't out here protesting. Let's just be real about that. So these are the people who have no jobs to give, and they don't have any businesses that they own to which they can even begin to, build out jobs to then give these people. It's like, what are you saying? It's kind of silly to me.
Hopefully no one does anything stupid and gets somebody hurt.
I love what they're saying. Get off your motorcycle, you fat fuck. Why? Why would he? First of all, why would the person say that? Let's say that the cops decided to get off their motorcycle. Then what? Now what? Let's say that these cops decided to, to help you find out and show you that maybe they're not pussies. Then what? Are you now going to run to the government or run to us trying to appeal to our emotions saying, look what they did to me? Because I'm going to be real. If you get bitch slaps after saying something like that, you won't get sympathy from me. Honestly, it's already hard to get sympathy. I'm a man. This is part of the reason why they probably want weak ass men in our country. Feminine men. I'm a masculine. I'm toxically masculine. It's hard to get me to give a fuck. I'm very much in the camp of fuck around, you will find out, and I hope you find out. I'm actually one of them. It's not just fuck around, find out. It's fuck around, I hope you find out. I need you to find out. I want you, man, I pray for you to find out. That's the camp that I'm in. Wait, is this Austin? Yes, this is Austin. Well, it's in Texas. So long as that shit ain't over here interrupting my motorcycle rides, because I do like to ride my motorcycle. Don't get in the way between me and my stress relief. That's my warning. I ride my motorcycle around to relieve stress. I think a stressed out will is not a good will that you want in the world. Right here, I'm fine with this though. What they're doing is the legal way. And honestly, they're in Texas, so that may be why. This right here is perfectly acceptable. This is how you protest. You can be on the sidewalk, stay out of the streets. You know, you could have your signs, you could do all your yelling, your screaming, your bitching, your moaning, that's fine. Do it all. Just don't be in the streets. Don't impede traffic. Don't destroy property. You can stay out there all night. It's fine with me. You know, if you want to be out in the Texas heat, dehydrate yourself, that's fine with me. Do it. 0 fucks. Just don't get in the way of everyone else who doesn't give a shit about the things that you give a shit about. I'm very glad. Okay, this was probably, depending on if their car is going, this is probably authorized. I hope it is. I hope this is authorized, you know, because the cops need to block off the street to make sure that, I'm going to call them counter protesters, because let's just be real. Anytime that you have a point, you're going to have people who are for that point, who are against that point, and people who just don't give a shit about that point. In each side, they're going to be extra emotional people. At least the people who care and don't care. They're going to be, care in a sense where they're for it, and then the people who care where they're against it. They're going to be emotional people on both sides. The worst case scenario is if you have this protest and you get some emotional counter protester in Texas and one of their F-250s, because a lot of us got these big ass trucks, who decides, you know what, I'm just going to play Grand Theft Auto in real life and just run them all over. We don't want that. At least I don't want that. Maybe some people want that shit, but I don't. Whether I agree with your points or not is irrelevant to me. I just don't want that type of shit happening, because again, I don't want to live in a society where that shit happens. Straight up. It's for selfish reasons. It's not that I actually care about your safety. It's just, I don't want to live in that kind of society where that kind of shit happens. This looks like Texas too. Congress Street. Yeah, this is definitely Texas. This is in front of the Capitol building. Right here. Okay, this is an authorized protest. Here's how you can tell. There are cops who are escorting them. That's incredibly important for their safety. I know for whatever reason we have this very anti-cop, and I'm sometimes like that in myself. But you got to recognize the fact that they are actually there to protect the state. And they are doing it by making sure that these people can march in the street safely. They probably blocked off certain streets, and, you know, they have the detour signs so that people who need to do shit, they have an alternate route that they can take. It's not the same as just having this random ass, let's just assemble in the streets and then block interstate commerce. Remember, I haven't got my lens yet. I'm feeling a certain kind of way about this. I paid money, I paid shipping. I expected that shit to come in 2 days. And here we are. It's been almost a week. I paid for that shipping. people in LA, they're fucking with my money at this point. That shit wasn't free. It wasn't Amazon. It was fucking. It wasn't even. It's not even a big lens. It's a tiny lens, and I paid $20 to get that shit shipped, and it still's not here. And I have a suspicion that it's because of the shit that's happening in LA. Whoa, 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 what the hell was that? What the hell was that? Was that a scooter? What the fuck? Okay, all right. So how could that not be interpreted as attempted murder? Because let's just be real. This is an electric scooter. Even if it weren't electric, scooters weigh, even non-electric, about 20, 25 pounds. An electric scooter is going to weigh between 50 and 60 pounds. And you just threw it? What were you expecting it to hit? Were you just throwing it just for no reason, or were you throwing it because there are cops down there? Okay. Man, these people need to find out. That's where we're going now. It went from hope. It's like, no, y'all need to find out. Look at all these rocks right here. Look at this destroyed police cruiser. These cruisers are paid for with tax dollars. I think this has to be California. I refuse to accept that this is happening in Texas. I'm going to go out on a limb and just say this is California. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is their taxes. California is already in a deficit. How do you think this is going to get paid for? I don't want people who are illegal in my country, and then there's a protest that happens where they start destroying shit in my country, forcing me to have to pay more taxes to replace the shit that shouldn't have been destroyed in the first place by people who shouldn't be here in the first place. Again, it goes back to money for me. Don't fuck with my money. I hate taxes. So you can imagine that I absolutely hate people who cause my taxes to go up. Whether they be these people here, these protesters, whether they be politicians, I don't care who they are. If you fuck up my money, I have a lot of reason to hate you. And yeah, this right here, this seems like, I think this is California, so I can't hate them. This is Cali. It's not my money. I don't care. Unless it is. What plate is this? Is that a Texas plate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, this is not a Texas plate. That's not a Texas plate. This isn't here. Don't they live in a state where it's known for wildfires? Why would you set things on fire? There was a huge fire earlier this year. Have people forgotten? I'm just serious, like curiously, have people forgotten what happened at the beginning of this year? And now we're out here setting fires on purpose? These people need to go. I think accountability looks like 10 to 20 years in prison. That's what I think accountability looks like here. Because if things were to go south and another wildfire breaks out, people are going to lose their livelihoods, their homes, potentially their lives. That's not okay. More of these people should have learned to use your words. Like, use your words. You don't need to resort to violence. Use your words. And this is why I think that the leaders, even though they may have been corrupted too in certain regards, but the leaders of the civil rights movement led by black people, this is why I think they're superior to these people. They were very clear and adamant that nonviolence is, well, I shouldn't say that. There were actually two factions. There was the faction of nonviolence, and there was the factions of by any means necessary. So I'm glad that it was mostly the faction of no violence that that was a bigger one. And I think that's how people like me were able to get and enjoy the civil rights that everyone else had. Well, not everyone else, but other people had. Do y'all know that women were allowed to vote before black people? Y'all know that? My conspiracy theory is that is actually the reason why we had the whole crack cocaine epidemic in my community. It's because a certain demographic of people didn't want black men to be seen as a higher status than them. So they did things to make sure that black men were reduced and imprisoned and all these other things. It's my conspiracy theory. I have my reasons for believing it, and I'm happy to go into detail on these things in the future if y'all like. I hope these people realize that they should stop, because it only takes one major incident, like one of these cops to get hit in the head with a brick and die. And at that point, oh man. This actually looks like Mexico. Not all of Mexico, let's be real. Like, it's only certain parts of Mexico that look like this. Oh my gosh, look at that. Could you imagine you're down there doing your job and then an explosion goes off, but then you're told that you can't defend yourself, or these people expect that you should just be okay, you should just sit there and take it. How do these people know that something that explodes won't end their lives? How would you react if you're just, going along and something explodes behind you? How would you react? This looks like the same area as last time. This seems like it's very localized. It's not that many people, although what they're doing here is violent as hell. They shouldn't be doing that. Just this right here is probably, if I had to make a guess, it's probably $1 million worth of damage. Because, they could have damaged the actual road. Because of their high ass wages, it's going to cost them a lot of money to fix that. These vehicles, I mean, I don't know. I guess some of them are they can be salvaged, but how much body repair and there's a lot of damage here. That has a cost. If they don't want their city to remain like this, and they want to be able to use their freeways, which I'm assuming they expect that someone's going to come and clean up this mess, well, that means that money has to be spent to clean it up. Now, I wonder what happens if the city or the state decides, you know what? We're not going to clean this shit up. Are they going to have a problem with that, these protesters, when they can't get to wherever they need to go into the city? Or maybe they don't give a shit. My question is, why are they still there? Why have the cops not left? Look at that. They threw a brick. They were aiming at that man. That's attempted murder. We all know what can happen if a brick hits someone's head. If you do that shit on purpose, it's hard for me not to see that as attempted murder. We got the horses out. Just listen to the music that's playing in the background. You see the camera people? There's a lot of people out here just out here getting footage. Oh, this is CCTV. This is Chinese state propaganda. Now I wonder why they're showing this. I actually know why they're showing this. It's gonna go over there and it's like, look at what's happening in America. Everything's democracy is not good and all that kind of shit. It's used for propaganda. And honestly, I'm getting to a point where I might agree with the Chinese. Maybe having a democratic process is not the move. Because it depends on people. It depends on having an educated citizenry. If you don't have educated citizens, democracy will not work. In fact, democracy, it never works, actual democracy, which is why in our country, we have a republic. It's because democracy is, in my opinion, just tyranny. It's tyranny by the majority. So if 51% of the people decide that they don't want 49% of the people to exist, well, then democracy dictates that those 49 people won't exist. I don't believe in that. So I think it's better to have a republic. But I'm now starting to second guess who should have the right to have any form of say in, you know, what happens in our policies. I would be okay if we instituted a national service like other countries where, you know, in order to, you know, have your full citizenship and all your rights to do all these things, you have to serve. Straight up. You have to renounce all citizenship to other foreign countries. I would appreciate that at this point, because I'm realizing that we have too many people in this country who don't share our values, who are not American first. They're wherever. And you even see it in how they identify themselves. I'm Mexican American. No, you're Mexican if you're a Mexican citizen. You have a passport from Mexico. That's what makes you a Mexican. If you are an American, if you want to keep your second identity, you're an American Mexican. Fuck this other shit of putting these inferior countries before America. I don't like it. So what does burning these self-driving cars have to do with ICE? Hopefully y'all can understand, like, what does destroying this property have to do with ICE? immigration and customs enforcement. I don't see. All this is doing is going to raise the price of these services. So in the future, when you go and get an Uber or whatever, the Waymo, whatever they call it in San Francisco, if you get one of these things, well, instead of it being $50, it's probably $100. Why? As well, because businesses will always pass along their costs to the consumers. They have a lot of power to do that, right? It's either you're going to take the service or you won't. So they have some pricing power. Obviously, consumers have some pricing power too. They can say, you know what, I'm not going to go for it. But oftentimes people will go for it because they want the thing that service provides is valuable enough to pay the actual truer cost value. And this is a whole other thing. Just because you can get more value from something than something costs. I hope that that's not a foreign concept for some of you to understand. What's crazy is that, look at that's a Jaguar. Remember Jaguar did that rebrand where they decided to go the whole DEI woke, that sexual whatever crap. They decided to go that route. So they're actually destroying a car from a brand that has gone full tilt and decided to go all in on that agenda. And this is what they're doing to that brand, destroying it. Isn't that ironic? Y'all remember the Jaguar commercial? But the rebrand, that weird ass terrible commercial. Like, what the hell? This is that same company. This is Jaguar. Interesting. Born and raised in Los Angeles. Deport me? Where are you going to deport me to? Back to the hood? I stand with all migrants. Well, I think if you were born here and you were born to illegal parents, maybe you would get deported to where your parents are from. That's a thought. Or maybe we can have a penal colony like the UK did, like we once did. Do y'all know that Georgia was a penal colony? Here, Georgia State in America, that was a penal colony. Australia was a penal colony of UK. The United States has a lot of territory around the world. There's nothing stopping the US government from saying, no, we're going to designate this as a penal colony. Maybe you don't get deported. Maybe you remain in America and our territories, but you just don't get to stay on the mainland. Maybe you get to go to that penal colony. I wonder if they would be okay with that, because at least then you're still in America. Something in me tells me they wouldn't be okay with that. All right, we've already seen this. This is just a continuation from last time. Again, why are you waving a foreign flag here? Why are you waving a foreign flag here? I see a Palestinian flag. I see this made up ass flag. I see the Mexican flag. Where's the American flag? Hell, like let's ignore the America. What about the state flag? Does California? I don't know if they have their state flag flying everywhere. I know in Texas we do, and we have our own Pledge of Allegiance for Texas. So I wonder if California has the same thing, because I don't see any of their flags either. And what the hell is he doing? Oh, fuck. What an idiot. No, inhaling that smoke can't be good for their health. There are all kinds of materials used in building cars, and not all of them are safe for you to inhale. I know it's Cali, they like to inhale shit, but I don't think they need to be inhaling that. All right, let's go on some other shit. I think I saw some who is it? Him? Is he still alive? Oh no, he's not alive anymore.
You're here. She's a girl. She used to help me out. She worked in this office. And if that's possible for you, your case may be dismissed. Immigration court in the
Oh, he's talking about immigration. Yeah, we'll go through this.
Say for the
Before I look at that though, I see some news from Bloomberg. I'll watch it. Hopefully it doesn't get my channel messed up.
If we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well,
And
you'll take a
also-
look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's...
So if he's going to make a claim like that, saying that they're paid, I need to see some type of evidence. I don't like this world. Well, I shouldn't say this world, but this way of going about things in our country where on both sides, people will make a claim, but then they don't offer any evidence to substantiate that claim. And it also seems as if people don't, on both sides, they're okay with that. They just take it for face value. Unless, it's the opposite. If it's coming from the opposite side, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's no evidence. But their side does the same thing. And that's on both sides. It's disingenuous. I don't think that we move forward by not being honest. So if you are going to make a claim, back it up. It should be very easy to do. Maybe he does later in the video. I haven't finished it, but I'm just saying I've noticed that this type of rhetorical, this rhetoric is being used a lot. Where you just make a claim and it's just like, all right, well, can you back it with something maybe?
Pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. All right. So I can't refute what I just saw. Now, I understand that we live in the world of AI. VO exists. AI video is really good, but could we be getting played right now? Could all of the footage that we're seeing, could that all be AI generated? And I'm not asking this facetiously. I'm being dead ass. I have this belief that the ruling elite has no incentive to inform citizens of America. The ruling elite own all of the media in America. Why do they want us to be informed of anything? Since when have rich people, maybe y'all don't know any rich people, like a lot of rich people, we not, it's all secret and it's none of your business type of shit. The only stuff that you know are the things that they want you to know. Which begs the question, why do they want you to know it? And also it begs the question, what are they hiding? It's kind of crazy that I'm literally questioning whether or not any of these things are actually happening right now. Oh man. The only solution is for me to go to these places in person. That's what I did with my travels when I was traveling around the world. I would go to places in person, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to drive around this country right now, especially with the vehicle I have. I have a Tesla. I hate that car. Ugh. It has nothing to do with Elon. I don't give a shit about Elon. I'm not for or against the man, but his cars are shit.
How soon do you want to see FEMA eliminate
it's not going to be so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll start phasing it
set up
out.
a FEMA council over the next couple.
Hurricane season is here, by the way. For those of you who live in the affected areas, I live in an affected area. It's hurricane season every year. It seems like it's just all year. I don't know if anything's going to happen this year. Anyway, I will be right back. But yeah, I'll be right back in a few minutes. I'm back. I need to get a snack. Apple. Get back into whatever I was watching. I kind of forgot.
We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the President's vision, and it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations, and that what the President does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
if
it's
a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what a governor, a governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the national...
Wait a minute. Is he saying that the governors are causing death due to natural disasters? How does that work? See, I had this belief that the natural disaster is the thing that causes the death. And maybe there are some responses that could have mitigated death, but the root cause is not the governor. It's just, maybe, I don't know. It's a little bit too logical.
And last time we gave him a little additional help. You would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. It would have been bad last.
Are we still going to have the Olympics here? That seems like a recipe for disaster right now. This country is not cohesive enough to deal with that right now. It really isn't. Yo, what's up, Kyle Economist? How you doing?
They had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines. We had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators.
The second time he's saying they're paid. I'm fine with you saying it, but like you gotta come with receipts. Who's paying them? How much are they being paid? Just those two pieces of information will go a long way. Don't just tell me they're being paid and not say by who and how much. I can figure out the for what reason on my own, but come with some type of receipt. Don't just make this claim and just expect me to say, oh yeah, he said it. So, because I don't really trust people like that. Maybe you could call it a character flaw. But if you're going to tell me something, I don't just automatically believe you. You got to come with something that's a little bit more empirical, a little more, I can see it. And even then, you may present some shit and I will still be like, yeah, like I'll be more likely to accept what you have to say, but I don't fully just believe it unless I see it for myself. And that's not just you showing me a piece of paper, I want to go and see, all right, well, does this organization exist? What are they saying? Are there any bank records that show, yeah, these things went to these accounts? If you're not coming with that, don't come at me with, yeah, these are paid. Doesn't mean anything yet.
They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people?
I'm going to say in this case, yes. And this is probably going to sound fucked up to say, but come on, like, let's just be real. Let's just use some critical thinking. The majority of the people who are out here doing these protests are for whatever reason, they're like they're the workers, you know what I mean? They're the same people who are out there putting the roof on your house or laying your house's foundation. You know what I'm saying? Get it? Like, it'd be different if it was like a bunch of Asians out there, and they had all these tools that you don't normally see Asians having. But I'm gonna be real. A lot of the Mexicans who I've seen here, people who are Hispanics or from South America, they have tools because they tend to do jobs that require those tools. So in this case, it's not abnormal. It's like, yeah, of course they have tools. What are you talking about? Do they have bricks? Yeah, sure. Like, who are the people who put the facade up on the houses? It's generally them. Like, why wouldn't they have bricks? It just seems obvious to me. It's not like they're, I don't know. I'm trying to think of another race like Indians, or it's not like it's a bunch of Indians, from India. If all of a sudden they just had a bunch of tools, yeah, I'm gonna look at them suspiciously, because I have never seen an Indian doing any of that kind of shit here in America. They're rich. Most of the Indians I've met are rich, relative. Like, they're the highest paid group of people in America. Why the fuck are they gonna be out here building houses and mowing lawns and putting roofs up? Like, they're not doing that. They're not working on construction projects. And if they are working on the construction project, they are the construction company. They're not the workers.
This is a weapon. These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police?
I did see that. But he also just said the quiet part out loud. That one guy. Hopefully that one guy has been arrested and will sit in prison for a while, so that there are not other guys who decide that they want to have that bright idea to throw bricks at people and moving vehicles. Hopefully it'll deter them from wanting to do the same thing. But time will see.
We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago.
He said they were overwhelmed. I saw that.
This is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on, got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down 7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, a total, you talk about an incompetent governor, he's an incompetent person. That he was picked, well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But
he's getting off topic. For one, I don't give a shit. That happened a long time ago. Move on. We're done. They lost. The past. Fuck them. Right now is all I care about. How are we going to make sure that we don't have this sense of lawlessness in our country? I don't want to live in a lawless society. I've said this multiple times. I don't want to live in any place where there's lawlessness. Fuck that. I'm good. I don't think my ancestors fought and died for certain privileges so that we can live in a lawless state, so that their progeny, me, has to deal with all this bullshit. That's a slap in the face to my ancestors. So no, I'm not interested in this lawlessness bullshit. It's like, what are you going to do to put our country back on course and make sure that people don't feel emboldened that they can do whatever they want and just get away with it? When is the prison population going to be not majority black? That's what I want to know. Because right now, it's majority black. Let's where are the movements, the protests out on the street saying that we need more equity in prison? Needs to be more representative. Yeah, it's not lost on me though. Who's in prison? I mean, a lot of people who've done violent shit. It's also more people who've not done violent shit but just had drugs.
I wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
I think that's a bit hyperbolic to say. We don't know that. Maybe it wouldn't be burning to the ground. I don't think that's a good thing to say. Especially when you consider that whatever you're saying is going to be used against you. So knowing that, you should probably say things that are hard to argue against. It's very easy to say, no, LA wouldn't have burned down because we don't know. He's not doing himself any favors here.
A lot of people think an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines?
When I see people
City?
Throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You know, you start running out of people when you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint. We have a very big military, but the National Guard, they needed a little extra help, and we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you got a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame and a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard there. We backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of...
Again, I don't know that to be true. I'm not saying it's false, but you can't predict the future. We don't know. As far as I'm concerned, there was nothing that was indicating that people were in danger of death on either side, on the protester side or on the law enforcement side. I didn't see anything that was leading up to, oh yeah, like things are going to devolve into killing. I didn't see any of that. And yes, some things were burning, but I mean, it wasn't that many things. It was on a couple streets. I can't say that you can take that and say, yeah, because of these 2 instances, if I didn't come in, the city would have burned to the ground and there would have been many deaths. I don't know. It's hyperbolic. Logically, it doesn't do your argument any favor.
Structure that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases.
This is the third time he said that. It's the third time he said that they're paid. It hasn't offered any evidence showing how they're paid. Again, show me the proof. Show me the paper.
They really are. They're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudine Sheinbaum said in response.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Have you been in touch with her at all?
What do you think? I don't condemn it. I condemn the violence in LA.
His question is, have you been in touch? But why does it matter? Has he been in touch with a Mexican president? Why does he need to be in touch with any foreign president about what's happening in our country? That question in and of itself is a little bit weird to me. I'm gonna be real. I don't give a fuck what any other leader has to say about what's going on in our country. Fuck them. Who are they? I didn't vote for them. I don't care about them. I don't want to be in their country. So I don't care that a foreign person is saying, oh yeah, we condemn the violence. Okay, golf clap. Move on. No one asked you. But it is interesting that he specifically called out the Mexican president and then asked the president, has he been in contact with her? For what? What does she have to do with America and what's going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen, but I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA.
So since he stopped the violence, what I want to see later is no violence in LA, because when I hear the word stop, it has a very specific meaning to me, meaning that something that was occurring is no longer occurring. So we're going to see if what he's saying is true, if he actually stopped violence. I don't think that's true. And I'm also thinking that he's not even capable. And I'm not saying that he's nothing to do with the president, this president. I'm just saying I don't think that a president can truly stop violence unless they literally stop violence. Hopefully you get my drift. That's really the only way that you stop things is you have to stop them, you know what I'm saying? Not a weird question. How do you handle the deportation? No, it is a weird question to ask. Have you talked to the president of another country about her comments on violence happening in a country that's not hers? Why does he need to talk to her about violence happening in California? What can the president of a foreign nation do to stop violence from happening in a foreign country? What sovereignty over our nation does she possess that would allow her to do anything regarding the violence in our country? So why would he go to her and talk to her about the violence that's happening in his country? Also, let's be real. Honestly, I know you're not that well traveled. I'm sorry. I hate this. I'm not calling you out, but it's just the fact that most people haven't really been there in many places. One thing that you will start to realize when you leave this country is that there is a hierarchy amongst countries. Some countries are more powerful than others in more ways than one. It is never the case that a more powerful country is going to have to go or even want to go speak to the leader of a less powerful country so that less powerful country can do something in the more powerful country. It doesn't work that way. It's a bit like you being a child and then an adult comes to you and is asking for your advice on what they should do in their household. It doesn't make sense. It's not a conversation amongst equals. And I know that technically you may be like, oh yeah, countries are all equal. Technically, countries, nations, they operate under anarchy. Actually, it's not truly anarchy. It's big eat small. I'm not even gonna lie. It's laws of the jungle. It's law of the jungle, where big country eats small country. And I'm not here to write the rules. I'm just observing what's happened over the course of human history. Big civilization eats small civilization. It's never been the case that big civilization goes to small civilization and says, hey, we have this issue going on in our big, powerful country. Can you come over here and help us? It's never that. Never that. Any thoughts on the advances of Palantir and Peter Thiel? Have you shared any of that in the Discord? If the answer is no, then my answer to you is no. You probably didn't see this in the Discord, but the things that I talk about on stream, I don't give a fuck about. I'm just being real. I don't give a shit. I'm only talking about this stuff because this is the only thing that gets engagement. Things I care about are programming, computer science, music, cooking, riding my motorcycle, taking pictures, that type of shit. Reading the books that I recommend that no one else reads, that type of shit. What I'm talking about, I'm doing this just for the views, the clicks and the views. I think I even said that. I'm like, I don't care about what's going on in LA. I really don't. But as I told Cruz on this stream, I'm gonna care about it until I end the stream, and then I'm gonna go back to shit that actually matters to me. So you gotta share it. If you want me to take a look at it, this is the time to share it. I'm gonna be honest. If you share it later, I won't read it because I don't care. But if you want me to care, this is the time for me to care. I'm carving out times of my day where I'll pretend that I give a shit about other things that are not relevant to what I do in my own life.
That would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christy to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad. I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know. But Christy, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the most beautiful governor I've ever seen in my life. Damn. Oh my gosh. I didn't think governors look, all right, sure, all right.
And encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing.
Wait. Did she say that this Sheinbaum person was? Wait, hold on, wait. Did she just say? I was distracted by how she looked. I'm sorry. I'm still a man after all. I'm toxic. Don't care. I didn't hear what she was saying. Let me go back.
Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that.
Did she? I don't know these things to be true. I'm gonna look it up in a second. But if she did say that, that's interesting. That's very interesting. What are you doing poking the flames over here in a country that's not yours? I think honestly, I was at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how Mexico has been conquered 3 times by America. Literally. The American flag was flying over Mexico City. I'm sure most of you all don't know this history, but you can go read books, you'll see it. It sounds like what she's asking for is a forced time. That's what it sounds like. They all big and tough until, reality comes and checks their ass. I've noticed this thing about a certain group of people.
She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on.
She's right.
People are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing.
But I think that she's being disingenuous. I'm gonna, I gotta look at this because I refuse to accept that President Sheinbaum, which I'm gonna be real, that is the least Mexican last name I've ever heard. Just saying. But if she's saying that she's encouraging violent protests, I don't think that this woman said that thing. Let's see, President Sheinbaum. Is it Shine? Is it S-I? It is. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. That's a very Mexican last name. Okay, let's see where did she say this? Quote. Conference live. Yeah, maybe we can get it that way. I gotta hear those words come out of her mouth. I don't believe it. Hell no, don't allow shit. Leave me alone. No, that's not what we're after. Claudia Sheinbaum condemned the use of violence. Okay. I don't believe that. You gotta show me where she said that thing. All right, here we go. This may be it.
Mexicanos que viven en Estados Unidos son hombres y mujeres de bien, son hombres honestos, que se fueron a Estados Unidos a buscar una mejor vida para ellos y para aportar a sus familias. No son criminales, son hombres y mujeres de bien. La quema de patrullas parece más un acto de provocación que de resistencia. Debe quedar claro, condenamos la violencia, venga de donde venga. Llamamos a la comunidad mexicana a actuar de manera pacífica y no caer en provocaciones.
Okay, so much more to China's. She did not say what this woman just said that she said. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe those of you who also are familiar with Spanish, did y'all have a different interpretation than what I just... I didn't hear any type of call for violent protests or any of that kind of shit. But also at the same time, when she's saying that these are, you know, good citizens and, you know, they're not criminal, that kind of hinges on you ignoring the fact that if you come into a country illegally, you have, by definition, committed a crime. Or am I just lost, right? I always understood that a criminal is someone who breaks a law, who commits a crime. What is a crime? Well, it's something that goes against what the law states. As far as I know, you have to enter America through a port of entry and you need to have the proper paperwork and all this other kind of crap. And if you don't do that, you are therefore doing something illegal, which by definition makes you a criminal. Whether you get caught or not is irrelevant. Now, you could say, you know what, Americans, we commit crimes too, and you're right. The difference is that we are citizens of this country. It's not like I am going to Mexico and I'm committing crimes there. I am an American citizen and I commit my crimes here and I am held accountable here. I had to pay the cost of penalties, whatever. I had to do all that here. And yes, I will admit I'm a criminal, you know. Obviously I'm a criminal. I ride my Ducati above the speed limit. I commit crimes every day. Fine, I don't care. Judge me. But not all crimes are the same. I've never once in my entire life entered another country illegally. I've been to a lot of countries too. Never once did I enter illegally. I wouldn't even try. I would never try that because other countries aren't like America. There's a lot of leniency here. That's not the case anywhere else on earth, except for, you know, certain Western countries. You know, those countries.
Is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taking. He has every authority under the Constitution to send these National Guard under Title 10 into these communities and make sure that operations go smoothly, that law enforcement officers are protected, that they can continue to do their work without fear of being injured or killed or disrespected, and that they can go home to their families at night. So I'm incredibly proud of the president for activating the National Guard and for sending in these Marines, because these Marines are specifically trained to meet the need that we have on the ground in LA right now. And Governor Newsom has done a disservice to the state of California for many years. The people there should never elect him into a leadership position ever again. He clearly
cannot. The governor's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. When it comes to his railroad that he's building, where it's like 30 times over budget, nobody's ever seen anything like it.
I wonder if he realizes that whenever you use ad hominem attacks, it weakens your argument. It also weakens your standing. He cut her off to say that? Like, seriously? Honestly, this is generally, if I'm engaged in any form of debate, I know that I've won and I know that I can just pick them apart as soon as they start resorting to ad hominem attacks. Because, all right, it's like at that point, all right, I already know you don't really have much else to work on. I'm also good with those too. I just refuse to do it because I know that I can destroy you. I'm one of those. I was shaped in that culture where, you know, we spar with words, fist too, but mostly words. You know, y'all ever heard of chop sessions? It's just a big group. And then it's like, you just take turns chopping on everyone. You might be the one getting chopped, you know? Everybody gang up, chop on this dude for a second, and then it's your goal to come back with something better. I never really lost those types of things. I was really good with words.
Now it doesn't even go to San Francisco and LA. It's way short of it. After years of work and overruns, like nobody's...
What does this have to do with what's happening right now? Like, let's be real. Like, what does that have to do with what's going on in LA? This is a deeper problem than just Gavin Newsom. As far as I know, there's the counties that have their own politics. And then within the counties, there might be different cities, which also have their own politics. Their elected leaders. That's what I mean by politics. So I would say the mayor first. Let's start with the mayor of the city that's currently going through what it's going through. There's a few levels of abstractions before we get to Gavin Newsom, the governor of the state. Does he have some fault in this? Yeah, sure, possibly. But how much of this can be laid to his feet? I don't think you can lay most of it at his feet. But maybe I'm wrong. Tell me if I am.
The world, I guarantee you that, because that money goes to those contractors. They just did a number on the wallet of the people of California. That train, you should look at that train. That is the greatest. I've never seen cost overruns. I've seen cost overruns.
Wait. Did he just say he's never seen cost overruns? Okay. If you're a real estate developer and you are getting paid to develop properties, chances are it's in your best interest, especially if you're getting paid like you're not the one paying for it. It's probably in your best interest to have a cost overrun. I wonder if all of his projects were completed under budget. Just something to think about.
Confidence of my life. I've never seen anything like that.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. The people are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. When
I'm glad that he's at least given Biden some grace. I also believe that Biden was not all there. And this is something I was saying in privately amongst the little group of people who I talked to, where I was just like, well, Biden he's controlled by, he's not actually the one who's in control. It's very clear that everything is bureaucratic. It's the bureaucracy that's in control, the people around him. But our mainstream media, which I also don't watch, this is the only time that I'm watching shit like this on these live streams. But they were saying how he's like in good shape, how he's mentally there, how he's the best that he's ever been, and like it's just all this bullshit. So what that tells me is that there was some shit going on in the background, because it was a little bit too coordinated.
opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that there's a system. They come in without courts and they go out. They want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden, and they want to stay, and we don't want them. And they come from jails, and they come from mental institutions, and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christy, and Tom.
He's saying he's did a great job, but is the job finished yet? I remember when he was running his campaign, he was saying that day one he's going to deport all these folks and whatever. But how many people has he actually deported? Is it really that many? If we accept what is being told to us, the estimates that there are close to 20 million people who are here illegally or undocumented, we're not deporting people at a sufficient rate to actually meet that target that he set, that by the end of his presidency, these things would happen. To deport 20 million people, you got to do more numbers than what we're currently doing. That's just math. That's not really Like, fuck how you feel about it. It doesn't really matter. We're just talking about math. If you got 20 million, you need to be hitting a certain amount of people a week, getting them out of the country in order to hit that in a 4-year time span. At this rate, I don't even think we're going to see 1 million by the end of his presidency. And I mean it. Let's say last thing I heard, this was a long time ago. Not that long. It's 10,000 a week. They're 52 weeks, but I'm going to give benefit of the doubt. You know, let's say day one. So 52 weeks in a year. What is that? That's 520,000, or is that 52,000? Yeah, it's 52. No, it's 520,000. That's a year. We got to do more numbers than that per year to get to 20 million in 4. I don't think we're going to hit it.
And all of the people, Pete Hegseth, all of the people involved did an amazing job. We stopped a disaster. And it looks like a planned disaster, this didn't just happen. They had weapons, they had tools, they had everything you needed. I mean, they were throwing. Okay, all right.
I want to just point out, and he's not the only one that does it. A lot of people do this in politics and on both sides. He's doing something called equivocating, where he's using purposefully vague language to kind of skirt the fact that the weapons are bricks. You know, there's not, when you say weapon, at least in America, we have this strong emotional response and we tend to think gun. Our media, as well as our culture, has done a good job associating weapon with gun. That's generally what we think of when we think of weapons. In other places, it may be knife, right? Like, because that's the thing that most people have as a weapon. These people didn't have guns. They didn't have knives. They made weapons, improvised weapons. You know, anything that you have in your hand can become a weapon, including your hands themselves. These are weapons. So by saying, yeah, they had weapons, that could also mean they had hands. They had elbows. They had knees. They had feet. They had shins. They had their head. All of these things could be considered weapons. It's a matter of how you use them. Yes, these people had bricks, but I wouldn't say they had weapons. I would say they had bricks, so that, you know, we're clear. But this is probably why I couldn't be a good politician, because I like to use direct language and I like to use precise language. And I don't think you could use direct, precise language with our population. However unfortunate that may sound.
Iced water in bottles, in glass bottles.
Waste water in bottles.
Officers and at soldiers. These are, you could not use the word insurrection, but you could also use the word, these are very dangerous people. They're bad people. They were met with heavy force and they folded. And they may be there a little bit tonight. They may be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it.
That's the third time he said that. And it's the third time I'm going to call it out. I don't know that to be true. You can't just say that. You can't just be like, oh, if I wouldn't have stepped in, it would be burning down. There would be death. No. You can't just say that. There's no evidence that's pointing to that being the case.
What's left over? Because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean. And I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term.
Oh, maybe he's talking about the January fires. Okay. Yeah, he's doing this thing. I think this is what he likes to do. It's called the weave, where he'll talk about basically unrelated shit and just weave it all together for whatever reason. So it kind of forces you to have to like follow what the hell he's saying. But yeah, if he's talking about the fires, the LA fires, okay, sure. But it has nothing to do with this.
And they didn't do it. We had COVID and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing.
Wait, we had COVID and they didn't do it. What didn't they do? And what does COVID have to do with anything? I wonder if anyone has told him that when you do these types of things, it doesn't make your argument stronger. Yes, it makes it harder to follow. Maybe it makes it harder to attack. but it makes your argument weaker. But who am I to say, right? This man became the president, and I'm just here in my apartment with no job talking shit.
Yeah, but Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man, an incompetent governor. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, any message to adversaries as the Army kicks off 250-year birthday celebration?
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. You know, recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot.
Whoa. Okay. I know a little bit about the World War, the second one. I think it's important to make clear the reason why that war was won. Yes, America played some part, but let's be real. Let's just be real clear. The Russians, the USSR, the Soviet Union. If it weren't for them, Germany would have dominated. Hitler made a very big mistake. He decided to attack Russia alongside with everyone else. And for a while, he was doing the most. He was essentially going to conquer all of Europe. Europe stood no chance. Had he not split his focus, every country in Europe would be Germany right now, even with America's involvement. And I think it's also important to call out that it was the Russians, the Soviet Union, that took the brunt of the losses. Didn't they lose like 10 million people in that war? Or was it 20? I forget. It's between 10 and 20 million people that they lost. Just something to call out. You know, like he's talking about France. Let's be real. Like France wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Germany trying to attack the Soviet Union at the same time. Because France, as far as I've seen, they lost their city. They basically handed them the keys within a couple days. They're like, nah, we submit as usual from them. Let's be real. As usual, they decided to bend down and touch their toes and just take it. Just all the pumps.
No, I don't have to get into that. But I called up other countries. They're all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory. And we're the one that won the war. Okay. If it wasn't
No. If he would have said something along the lines of "We're the ones who defeated Japan," 100. That was all us. But Japan wasn't really doing anything in Europe. Japan was in East Asia and Southeast Asia, building their empire, and they were dominant too. Absolutely dominant. There's a reason why the Soviet Union was our ally. They had the Germans on their west, and they had the Japanese to their east. No, they were, yeah, they were in a different position. I think they wanted it more too. It was very much a life or death. We didn't really get involved in that until the Japanese attacked one of our fleets in Hawaii. And yes, we did help on the the Western Front too. But nah, I'm going to go out on a limb and just say if it wasn't for the Soviet Union, there would not have been a victory for the Allies in World War II. Even with America involved. Absolutely not.
that war, you would be speaking German right now, okay?
I also want to point out that the physics that allowed for the atomic bomb, that came out of Germany, from Germans. Just saying. So did jets.
We won the war. And
from them.
you might be speaking Japanese too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of...
We were also the country that took the least loss. Yes, we had American soldiers die. I'm not debating that. But when you rank how much we actually suffered in that war, it was very little. It's one of the reasons why we became the dominant superpower on Earth. It's because everyone else was weakened. But, you know, for those who are uneducated in the history of our world, I guess they will hear this and just automatically accept that, yeah, America, if it wasn't for us, things would be X, Y, and Z way, when in reality, it's a little more nuanced than that. And even if we go broad strokes, it's still not true. If it wasn't for the Soviet Union, World War II, the Germans would have won.
If there's any protester who wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest.
Okay, all right.
But,
so
you know, this is people that
that's what
hate
our president
country.
has to say. So, all right, sure. What else? Y'all, are we good with this? Have we caught up with what's happening in LA yet? I think we have. I'm going to my playlist because there is a video that I have on my watch later.
We
there
are
actually
going
a lot of videos.
into...
Okay. I guess we're not done with LA. I guess it's just going to start from the top. Let's go. This is that girl, Angela Rose. She's the one who went to South Africa. So she actually went there. This was a day ago in Compton at a Home Depot. I don't know if y'all know about Home Depot, but that's where you can get day laborers from. If you need some workers, that's what you go there.
Los Angeles's current war zone. Yesterday, there was an insane happening here because...
Notice the emotional language that's being used, a war zone. Here's my problem when I see or hear people, especially like her, describe something as a war zone. First of all, we have all grown up in a period of peace, relative peace. Most of us have never been in a war zone or to a former war zone. That's most of us. So how would she know what a war zone looks like? I think it's only the people who've been to a literal war zone. They know what it looks like. They know what it smells like. They know what it sounds like. It's different. I don't like this thing. Oh yeah, this is a war zone, a literal war zone, but you've never experienced war. No, this is what happens when, as a country, as a nation, as a people, we forget what the realities of war is like, which is why we are marching down a path of we're going to find out. There is a cycle. Every fourth generation, when the old people, they die out, the ones who actually experienced the war and who know just the atrocities of it and how bad it is and how much we should avoid it, all of them are gone. And now all we are left with are people my age and the younger folks who, well, I mean, I lived through a couple of wars, but they were never here. So I've never lived through a war on the homeland. The closest that you can say that happened is 9/11, but even then, I think that was an ally, not really an enemy, just saying. We've never really had real attacks on our homeland. So how would any of us know what war is like unless you served? which, you know, I do know that there are some people who watch my stream who have served and who are serving and who are in a war zone. I would imagine that when they come back here, they're not like, oh yeah, this is a war zone. I've been to some other countries that are still dealing with the ramifications of being a war zone. There are places where you can't walk because there are mines there. We don't have any of that shit here. This is the safest place to be historically in the middle of a war because it never affects us directly, at least.
There was an ICE raid at this Home Depot, and in the Paramount area, there was tear gas, smoke bombs, and it is also the area.
Wait, I had to go back. I had to point this out. Why are they smiling? Why is she smiling and shit, giggling and shit? And why are they all fat with their phones out?
Here, because there was an ICE raid at this home.
Wait a minute. I gotta find something. Okay, I found it. I want y'all to just take a look at this woman who's running, and the fastest thing moving on her is her titties.
Depot,
bouncing.
And in the Paramount
her, right there. That's the fastest. That was the fastest thing moving on her body right there. So titties is bouncing up and down.
Was an ICE raid at this Home Depot.
Bra working overtime. Look at her. Wait. Look at her. That bra working overtime. It can't contain them titties.
There was tear gas, smoke bombs, and it is also the area of the video that is going super viral of that car in the middle of the intersection that was lit on fire with the guy doing donuts around it on a motorcycle waving a Mexican flag. There was a convenient.
So that right there, the fact that that's being blurred out, and you're saying this is like a war zone. I think this is why there's a generation of people who think that this is what a war zone looks like, is because it's always censored. I never in my life would have thought that I would be in America where shit is censored. For what is worse for you young people, that wasn't always the case. They actually used to show exactly what was going on television. There were no trigger warnings. There was no like blurring it out. There was none of that. That didn't start happening until like the mid 90s, from what I can remember. It used to be the case that you would see that shit. Actually, no, I think it was the late 80s, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And I think it happened because the Vietnam War, that was the first time that many Americans actually saw what war was like. And it caused all kinds of issues, all kinds of protests, to the point to where people started to hate our country and hate the people who served and hate the people who were in the military. For what it's worth, there was a draft and they were forced to go and they fight over there. They come back all scarred or whatever. And then they come back home to a population that hates them. For what? For not wanting to go to prison? For not answering the call. Some people went to prison. The greatest fighter, in my opinion, Muhammad Ali, he had to miss out on some of his career because he had to go to prison, because he decided that he wasn't going to go and fight anyone in Vietnam, because he's like, why the hell would I? They've never done anything to me. And I understand that mindset, but a lot of people didn't have that mindset. In fact, I think that President Trump, I think that he was able to get out of the draft. Just putting that out there. It wasn't just him, though. I want to be clear. Most of the rich and the ruling elite and their kids and all that shit, they never go fight wars. They send us to go fight their wars.
That got looted, and also I saw some building that was caught on.
Look at this. Why is this censored? I don't want to live in a country where shit like this is censored. I want to see what's actually happening in the world. I don't like this idea that people can, they're self-censoring. That's even worse than censorship, to self-censor. We can never really know truth unless we see it and we hear it for ourselves. It should never be this thing where it's been filtered through and it's been made appropriate. It's like, no. Either show the truth or shut the fuck up. Just stay out of it if you don't want to, actually show the truth. And I'm not, obviously she's young. Oh man, we're cooked. We are cooked as a country. We need to, honestly, we need to go through the phase where we find out, and then we'll get to restart the cycle. It just sucks that I have to be a part of the decline and the rebuilding, and I got the tail end of the prosperity.
And so I want to go look at the aftermath of that. Would you please make sure that you are subscribed to my channel and watch this video until the end. You can see some evidence of activity here. It says F Trump. There is also a tremendous amount of skid marks. So apparently ICE's location was leaked as they were coming for these day laborers at the Home Depot. And did you see people get arrested? 25?
I got to do something right quick. It may disrupt the stream. Apologies in advance. Whenever my computer starts to freeze, I need to restart a process because Apple, in their infinite wisdom, they've made a new daemon that's just trash. It's I don't know what's wrong with this daemon, and they didn't say anything about fixing it in their WWDC shit, which I have a bunch of shit to say about that too. If y'all want to get into that later. But yeah, let me sort, or not sort, what I want to do. Replay this right here. This process, man, I don't know. I don't know why it's so bad, but I'm going to stop it, and it may interrupt the stream. It may actually kill the stream. If it does, peace. If it doesn't, then great. All right, so let's come out, come back in. Okay. Okay. All right, I think we're good. Also, I'll be right back. It's hot. I gotta turn on my AC. Okay, let's get back.
¿Por qué no arreglaron papeles? Bueno, pero no puede hacer nada porque no tienes papeles. Más allá adelante está lleno.
Over here.
Bueno, pero...
And did you see people get arrested? 25 arrestados. ¿Y cuál es tu opinión sobre eso?
¿Por qué no arreglaron papeles? Bueno, pero no puede hacer...
Wait. What did this person say? Did he say, why didn't they get their papers?
¿Y cuál es tu opinión sobre eso?
Why didn't they get their papers? What's crazy to me is I've been seeing a lot of legal immigrants coming out pissed off at what's happening. And it seems like it's only a demographic that's unaffected by what's really going on that are out in the streets protesting. Which is why I say that earlier, where I'm like, do they understand that maybe they are not the majority opinion? That perhaps they are minority in what they believe. But let's go on. They can't do anything because they don't have papers.
Over here in this area, there is so much trash on the floor. And also there's this tape on a lot of the sidewalks, but all of it has fallen down. And there is so many empty
Bro, this is so, like, it's not, honestly, like, what's in the grand scheme of things in the world, this isn't that bad, but this is not what I would expect for a city in the richest state in America, which, for what it's worth, America is one of the richest countries. There's a lot of wealth here. I do understand that it's not equally distributed, but this doesn't look like what I would imagine America, a major city in America, to look like. It's embarrassing.
Paper rolls around. I'm not really sure if this is just an area with trash in general, but it can't be, because now that I look at some of this stuff, I wonder what it is. I don't want to touch it. As the cars are driving by, I hear the clinking of glass. Probably is not very good for their tires. So I am wondering if I didn't see a building on fire, but maybe it was a trash can. Because as you can see...
I had to at least give them credit for that. Thank you for not setting buildings on fire. But still, you gotta stop with the cars and the trash. like, let's just not set anything on fire. How about that?
I imagine that there used to be a trash can in there, or maybe just a lot of trash. I wonder where they got all of those toilet paper rolls from. Over here it says EBT on the wall, and I saw a lot of these carts, these orange carts, that they were using to block the road. But
so those orange carts, and it seems like she doesn't know. Maybe she does because she did put, I don't know, I won't judge, but those come from Home Depot. That's a corporation and it's publicly traded. So that means anyone who has invested their money in the Home Depot, they get to pay the cost of them replacing whatever the hell they've destroyed. Don't destroy shit. How about that? If it's yours, fine. But like, let's just, how about we stop destroying shit? I absolutely hate this shit. And it's not lost on me that the same shit happened during Black Lives Matter. I wasn't streaming back then, I don't think, because I was still doing my travel around and whatever. But I had the same opinion then. Like, fuck these people. Why are they out here causing damage to property and doing all this dumbass shit? It makes me look bad. All that does is it amplifies racism. And as someone who historically comes from a group of people who have been the target of extreme racism, why the fuck are you going to do things that only amplify racism? Who you think they're going to use it against? And even if we get rid of the so-called the enemy, the man, whatever the fuck that is, even if we got rid of them, why did they not realize that other people don't give a shit about us? As far as I know, maybe my history's off. If y'all know more than me about this topic, please let me know. But it was a majority white country and a white legislator that gave blacks civil rights. It wasn't Mexicans. It wasn't Asians. It wasn't Indians. It wasn't none of them motherfuckers. It was these white people. So what makes you think that if you antagonize the same group of people who gave you these rights and privileges, and I mean it like literally gave, because they're a majority, they control the military. At any point in time, they could have just said, you know what, we're just going to execute them. They could have did that. There's nothing stopping them from doing it other than their conscience. So why would you antagonize this group of people thinking that, you know, if you got rid of them, then everyone else is going to love us? It makes no sense. These same people, not the same people, these Hispanics or wherever they're from, I don't know if they're all from Mexico, maybe they're from South America. These people are doing the same thing where, like, okay, let's say that you get rid of this group of people who you don't like. Do you really think the rest of us are going to now all of a sudden just be like, yeah, we love you? Because at least I won't. Maybe everyone else will. I'm not.
I can totally tell that there was a fresh fire here.
It's crazy. I think it's the right way to go. We got to restrain ourselves a little bit more and find the information and the facts, not just go off feelings. And they had 108, they caught 118 people. All this damage for 100, and I want everybody to listen to this. For 118 people, you guys, not 118 people, there were like 5-6 gang members, violent gang members with warrants already, human traffickers, drug traffickers. This is who we're protecting.
I know.
This is the damage, the destruction that we're doing to our.
See, I'm of the same mindset as him. Like, get out of this emotional ass way of thinking. It's bitch thinking. Get out of that shit. There is a way to go about doing things, and what they're doing is not it. And it sucks for most people, because most people, like most of the folks who are maybe in the situation where it could affect them in any kind of way, most of them aren't out here in the streets. But it's always the loud minority that fucks it up for everyone else. Same thing within our community, if you want to call it that. It's always the loudest minorities that fuck it up for the rest of us. I'm nothing like most black people. But for whatever reason, because all these, we allow this loud minority to exist and to get away with shit, well, it paints a picture of all of us. So I get lumped in the same group, even though I couldn't be further from them. And it seems like this man gets that too, where he's like, yo, like, it's not the way to do it. What are you protecting these people for? They're not even flying our flag. Fuck them. Send them back. They can go and wave their flag around in their native country. No one's gonna hate them for that. In fact, I would encourage it. You should be proud of your country in your country.
You guys?
I don't mean to laugh. It's just it's ridiculous.
Right? You gotta be smarter than that. City, can you at least, Karen Bass, can you at least send the cities to start cleaning these so-called this ain't protesters, dude.
Yep.
These are just vandals. Look, the gallons of milk.
Yeah, wait.
To wash out their eyes for the pepper spray. That's what that is. When you see
stolen
the gallons across the street, look, there's like 4 or 5 gallons on the floor with water. That's what the protesters use to wash out all the pepper spray, the gas in their eyes.
Look at also all of these small businesses.
Exactly. All
Very
Hispanic.
sad.
Yes. Los dos hermanos. Fuck ICE. Really? Really? You're going to do this to... This is... Wow. Okay. But you know what? My people did it too. They destroyed black businesses and they're like, oh, Black Lives Matter. I'm just like, well, the statistics that I have seen, and I don't even want to say statistics because that implies that this is summarization. This is data. The data that I've seen shows that most black people are killed by other black people, yet you're out in the street destroying shit saying that Black Lives Matter. Right. Okay.
Hispanic businesses that they're screwing with.
Now, how much hundreds of dollars they gotta paint this again? I mean, okay, see, so her business was fair.
Look, she's having to do extra work because of these people.
You see, she's coughing. That's from the aftermath of all the pepper.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I thought that I was talking too much and I was losing my voice.
See all those white stains. Look, these little red ones.
Oh
look.
God.
Yeah, that's what's making you cough. Get all the pepper balls. You guys, look at this. All the pepper balls. Look.
That was from the police?
Yes. Look, that's a good one. Look, the brand new.
Oh my gosh. And so if you like smashed that,
they pop. They pop on you. So all that
it's the paintball guns. They're shooting those.
So you have to watch where you're walking
yes,
too.
Look at this. So this is where, you know what? Look, maybe they were kind of like huddling over here, the protesters. And the cops were maybe across the street.
Yeah.
And they were just shooting.
Oh,
it's
they
like
shoot them with guns.
Are you familiar with a
okay,
paintball gun?
yeah,
It's similar to a paintball gun. And then they throw those big canisters at you, which are fan grenades.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But massive graffiti, dude. It's gonna take days.
Yeah.
Look at all the graffiti. It's the same thing, repetitive, over and over and over and over.
I know.
Oh,
it's a federal building.
Oh, downtown.
Yes, and all down the side, the whole block just says F ICE. Nothing else either, just F ICE.
Like that's all they could.
Okay, wait, would you explain the toilet paper rolls to me?
The toilet paper, these toilet paper rolls, protesters use them to kind of wrap themselves up, like a mummy sort of padding. So look, this is what I was collecting. These are the rubber bullets that they shoot. Look how thick they are. Look, touch the tip. Look how.
Are you serious? That looks like it could knock somebody out.
So
oh, dang.
And look, these are the canisters.
Oh, yeah, what, is that a firework or something?
You know, so these, I'm guessing, see, this is how they go. So they shoot them, boom, and this is just a canister. But this hits you, it hits your face, your body, your organs. It's gonna hurt, so this is what they shoot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know what they're getting into. That's why they come prepared sometimes. You know what I mean?
Dang, these things are crazy, but I bet it takes them a while to load each one. Because do they shoot out individually?
Yes. And the metal piece, that's just a shell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People don't know what ACAB means.
I don't.
All cops are bastards. That's what ACAB stands for. All cops are bastards.
Black brown unity, so we're going to hurt well, this is an
Wait, black brown unity? Since when? Since when? I don't know. I don't identify with this whole I'm black and you're brown. Nah, fuck that shit. I don't give a shit. Do I have Mexican friends? Absolutely. Absolutely. Am I friends with them because they're Mexican? No, not really. Do I care about them being Mexican? Well, they don't even claim to be Mexican. They claim to be American, but I'm just for the sake of argument. I don't care if they're Mexican or not Mexican. That's irrelevant to me. I'm not united to anyone who just shares my skin color. That's the stupidest reason to unite with anyone. The only thing that matters to me are values and culture. If we don't share those two things, well, we don't have to share both simultaneously, but if we don't share at least one of those things, fuck you. I don't give a shit if we have the same skin color. The hell? The fuck? That means nothing to me. You can literally be my complexion, and if you have a different value system than me, which I guess that implies you have a different culture, I suppose. Then it's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I am perfectly happy surrounding myself with people who share my values or people who have a similar culture to me. It's not the skin color bullshit. Maybe I'm too close to the MLK generation because I had people who were actually affected during those times. I was brought up to not really concern myself too much with the color of someone's skin or where they are from. I'm more focused on, do we align on values? And I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's the superior way to be and operate within the world. It's worked out very well for me. I can go anywhere on earth, and all of the stereotypes, all that kind of shit, I normally change people's minds. I've actually been the first black person that a lot of people have ever met in their lives. And it's always interesting to me when they say something along the lines of, I never would have thought I would meet a black person and you're so much different from what I would have imagined. It's like, well, yeah, like obviously. It's the same way, just like with people from the Middle East, from West Asia, who for whatever reason here in America, they're like, oh, they're all these, they call them sand me. I was just like, have you ever met any of these people? You might realize that they have a lot of shit in common with you. We have very similar value systems. Even despite religious differences, we have very similar values. But, I guess nuance is what's lacking in our world, right? Greetings from Room? I actually don't know where that is. I gotta look where that is. RUIM. I've never heard of that country. Honestly, I don't even think that's a country. That sounds like a city somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Where is that at? Where is Room? City? How about that? City? Or did you misspell it? And I'm thinking, maybe you misspelled it. Yeah. Where are you at? Room? Is it Room City? I don't know. You got to tell me where that is.
Businesses.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Room chip. Are you a photographer by any chance? Do you own a Yamaha MT-09? If so, I know who you are. If not, you got to tell me where Room is.
What I'm saying? So, we're walking now, we're in Atlantic Boulevard.
Yeah, so I'm recognizing this donut right here because
donuts.
it's famous now, yeah. Oh my
It's
gosh.
always been famous.
Look at this. Look at the
Whoa, my gosh. Wow. Who wants to live in a city that looks like this? Why would it's like shitting where you sleep. Why do you want to destroy shit? I have this mindset, this belief that evil destroys and good creates. This right here is destruction, and I view this as evil. I don't want to live in a place where evil dominates. I like things to look nice. I don't like disgusting looking shit. If you do, please, I would implore you to go to a country like Equatorial Guinea. Go stay there for a few weeks, and then come back and tell me if you really like shithole countries. I don't want to live in a shithole. Is that too much to ask? No. Am I wrong for not wanting to live in a fucking piece of shit area?
What is America without immigrants? Well, first of all, not immigrants, but illegal immigrants.
Yeah, they always seem to ignore that point. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people, they seem to just skirt on over that word, which does a lot of heavy lifting. Like, yeah, America has something with it, but it's like to say that America is nothing without immigrants. I don't know if that's really true. Just being real. Yes, you can say the Europeans who came here, they were immigrants, but as far as I know, those are the ones who built all of the infrastructure, the legal infrastructure, the actual infrastructure, the things that created the value. It was mostly them who built that. And they did so well that other people from all over the world wanted to come here. It's not the other way around. I have never once in my life, there's only a couple places on earth where I'm like, yeah, I will go there. But I also admit that there are certain things that they got going for them and certain things that are not as good, but it works out. But most places on earth, I'm not trying to go there. Why the hell would I want to go to their countries? Why would I want to go to an inferior country, in my opinion? Obviously, we can have different values, different opinions, whatever. To me, most other countries are inferior to where I live. And no, I have not been to most other countries, but I've been to enough of them. Oh, let me see where I want to see where I've ranked. Like, what percentage of countries have I gone to so far? There are 196 if you count a country. Okay, so I've been to over about a third of the countries that exist on the earth. Out of those countries, there are maybe 2 that I would be willing to move to. 2. And that's only after, I have resources, because it's not like I'm gonna go to these countries and then just have all these opportunities to move up. That's not how it works in most countries. That's a very American way of, that's a very American culture where you can move up the socioeconomic status no matter where you come from. You can be born in the hood and you can somehow be the richest man in America. This is one of the things that we have the opportunity here that doesn't exist in a lot of other places, in most places on earth.
And the criminals, what is it without them? It means clean businesses.
Yeah.
It means clean streets. You guys.
Damn, that's a call out. I wouldn't disagree. Just saying, I've been to these other places, and other than the European countries and some of the Asian countries, I'm being very specific. The rich Asian countries. Other than those, nah. Maybe UAE. Oman was decent in areas. It wasn't dirty. At least it wasn't dirty anywhere. But yeah, places in South America that I went, no thanks. Places in Africa that I went, fuck that. Nah, I'm good. I'll stay here. Even Mexico.
Yourselves look really
I'll
bad.
stay here.
This is backfiring so bad. And you guys want to say, oh, they set us up for this? Take some responsibility. It's not Trump's fault. It's not Elon's fault that your life sucks and that you're angry and you feel the need to go protest in the streets for everything. You don't even know what you're protesting at this point. The entire building is covered in graffiti. At this point, we have walked an entire block, and this street is also filled with all of that dust on the ground. I finally understand why my throat was hurting so much. And it's just an absolute mess. And it's so sad that this is what happens in Democrat-run cities. Just look at New York as well. Similar things are happening there. All right, guys, we have made it to the spot where that image...
I don't know if it's 100% fair to say that it only happens in Democrat cities, because it happens in America. Right? Like, sure, you can make a distinction and be like, oh, it happens in Democrat cities. I don't think this should happen in America. Fuck whether they're Democrat or Republican. I don't give a shit. It shouldn't happen in our country at all. We're going to get to a point where people are going to be okay with the government and even want the government to say, you know what? Crack down on this shit. Because that's where I'm at right now. Crack down on this shit. if you're familiar with the history of the civil rights movement, you will know how they treated black people who were protesting peacefully and weren't really destroying shit. This is a long, long time ago, right? I'm not talking about the recent shit, but a long time ago in the 60s. Well, 50s too, late 50s, early 60s. Not only were they more violent toward these people, but the tactics used were very crazy. For one, blowing up churches. That's the thing that happened. 2, unleashing dogs, attack dogs on the people and letting them have their way. 3, shooting them with fire hydrant water. You know, like what do you call those people? The firefighters, using the firefighter hoses to blast people. If you don't know this, water coming out of a fire hose is coming out at an insanely high pressure. If you've ever been to a car wash and you like push the thing and it pushes you back, it's more powerful than that. Like an order of 10. And there's more water coming out. It's not just a small nozzle. It's a big ass, it can kill you. In fact, it did kill people. Yet these people out here doing all this shit and the police are doing nothing. What they don't realize is that this is making me say, you know what? Y'all want equity? Okay. You want equality? Okay. I want the police to do the same shit that they did to my ancestors, to you. So you can find out. Either sit your ass down or go the fuck back home. Or you can find out. Those are your options. I would prefer if they just go home or, you know, they can protest, do your protest, but just don't destroy shit. Don't impede businesses. You know, don't throw bricks at people. Don't set shit on fire. You know, if you want to be out yelling, okay, fine. I would actually support you in that, because if you're a citizen, if you're not, then I don't. But if you're a citizen, it is your First Amendment right. Do you? Whether I agree with what you have to say or not is irrelevant. It's your right to do that. But this right here, this is no one's right to go and destroy people's livelihoods because you have some type of emotional reaction to what's going on in your city. It's not the way to handle it. All these small businesses are owned by people who are probably from Mexico, who are serving probably other people from Mexico. And now these people have to deal with the repercussions of a few, like a very small minority of people. It's going to cause xenophobia to increase. And I thought we got past that. It took us a long time after 9/11 to get over, you know, this, you know, certain people from certain areas to kind of get over that. And here we are again. And now it's going to be towards people from Mexico and other parts of South America. I don't want to live in a world or in a country where this shit is happening, but it's going to happen because, well, shit, like, look at what you're doing. You're giving everybody a reason to hate you. And that's the easiest thing for most people to do, is to hate. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to hate you. And that's just going to cause more violence. And again, I'm more concerned about what is going to end up impacting me, right? I don't want to have to be around all that shit. Silly.
Of the car on fire took place. It appears as if the fire was right here. Around, of course, is just a disaster. They're even putting graffiti on the street itself. Throughout the entire city of LA, they have F ICE written everywhere. Everybody is so unoriginal. I don't know if this place is open.
The cashier no working.
Damn.
Broken. It was
I'm sorry.
yesterday. Is a problem.
They really tried their hardest to leave nothing untouched.
There's a lot of talk about empathy and shit. Where's the empathy for this man? A lot of these gas stations are privately owned. Believe it or not. Where's the empathy for people like him? Who, no, they're just trying to have a regular ass life. And this country, America, where, you know, we all have the ability to achieve whatever dream we have. And then to have some people out here protesting and they're destroying your shit. Because obviously destroying your shit is going to change the situation of the federal government, which is, by the way, that's in Washington, D.C. So yeah, we're just going to destroy your gas station because fuck ICE. And if we destroy your gas station, we can win. Maybe ICE will stop if we destroy your gas station. You can tell that these people are not from here because that's not how it works in our country. That may be how it works in their country where they're from. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not really interested in going down south that much. I mean, it's been on my list for 10 years and I've had all the opportunities to go and I've yet to go. That should give you a strong hint. I've flown over Mexico City more times than I've been to Mexico when I was going to all the other South American countries. Even then, I'm like, I could fly and do like a layover for 3 or 4, maybe 5 days in Mexico City. And I was like, nah, let's just go back home. It's good.
It seems like they're confused what ICE even means. Because
I don't think anyone knows what ICE means. Most of these people out there, I don't think they actually know what ICE means. You encounter ICE agents every time you're at the airport through Customs and Border Patrol. Just saying. Because that's what it is. It's immigration customs enforcement. That's also the things that enter our country. You know, like that fungus that was brought into our country, or it was attempted to be brought into our country by a Chinese national, and it turns out that fungus is something that if it would have been able to get out, it can cause crop failure. And crop failure on our staple crops like corn, wheat, and soy, these are things that we absolutely depend on here in our country. For one, we use it for animal feed. So if you like meat, this affects you. If you like bread, or if you like most things that require flour, this affects you. This can cause starvation in our country. This is one of the things that they also do. It's not just, you know, going after people and just saying, oh, you don't belong here. It's more than that. But even then, if you don't belong here, you don't belong here. Well, what's scary to me is not the fact that we found it. What's scary to me is that we found it on accident by luck. It wasn't by anything that we actually did. It was just luck. That's what scares me. So how much more gets out? And honestly, there have been some things that have happened over the past 10 years and it all gets swept under the rug. And because I wasn't really streaming that much then, obviously I didn't talk about it, but there was something that happened in Boston about 10 years ago. And it kind of just got swept under the rug because, let's be real, the universities there, the children of a certain government go there and they get a lot of money from these people from another country. So yeah, they kind of just kept quiet on that because they don't want that money. Again, don't fuck up the money. That's what it all boils down to. None of these people actually give a shit about actual humans. It's all about money. And I can't say I don't understand. I definitely understand that.
Do with this building. Did you guys see how that guy was scrubbing off that paint? It's gonna take forever. To think that this is stolen land. There is a gigantic, the biggest box of TNT that I personally have ever seen. Maybe you guys have seen bigger, but that's terrifying. This says land in liberty, but at first I thought it said land in libtards.
They brought stuff for them, like supplies.
Wait, where did the helicopter land?
In Home Depot.
What the heck?
Across the bridge. I seen reporters coming. One got hit in the ear.
A reporter?
He was bleeding.
Dang.
We had a lot of people recording, a lot.
I got here late, which is good, so I didn't get hit in the forehead.
Yeah. But you know what? They're moving on a lot. They went to LA.
We were just talking about the irony of it because it says like for Latinos and stuff, but it's like Latino businesses.
Yeah. I mean, he's not Latino, but he's like Latino. He speaks Spanish. Hi, Charlie. So, I mean, it's pretty sad to...
Yeah.
Remember his dad?
I feel bad. We were talking to him and he says that they get graffitied all the time.
Every time they do stuff right here, like, he gets like...
They even made a video up here. Mexican.
No, we started getting wild. More people started coming, and
Wow, look at that.
And he was also saying that
You know what? I don't want to hear anyone else talking about black people or monkeys, because what I just saw, that looks like some monkey shit.
Depot that we were just at is dead today. I didn't realize. I thought it was just a normal day at that Home Depot, but he said usually there's like 60-day laborers there. What are you ordering me?
we're getting some crack. That's what it is, right, Charlie? Crack? You guys all hooked up. You guys all hooked up.
Is he Cambodian? Is he looks Cambodian.
The best donut, best coffee in the town.
I'm a little nervous to drink this, you know. Oh, so you heard what is in the coffee and you're like, I'll take one. She just said that.
She's like, there's crack in this. Oh, yeah, I need some of that crack coffee.
Not a coffee drinker. So we are still here at
She
the
about that
donut.
life.
It's about 9:30 a.m. now. So now people are beginning to clean up, bring out the brooms and the gloves, and
Notice who's cleaning up. These are the quiet majority of people right here. These are the people who are going to experience the repercussions of a minority of people. This is why we need law and order, is because, you know, we have short brain thinking here in our country where people are just going to short circuit into, I hate these people because they did this. So what we can do to prevent that is to make sure that we don't allow people to do certain things so that we never short circuit into that mindset. Because right now it's a little bit too tenuous right now.
picking up the street. A lot of people have been talking about Trump deploying the National Guard, and people who have been downtown LA and over here in Compton haven't seen that yet. So I don't know if they're out yet, but I'm sure we will see it. I'll probably go back to downtown LA soon.
Powder. Yeah. Because the orange powder is like
What does it do?
I would guess, like Sylvia's saying, it's probably that orange powder. It's probably what's making all our eyes burn right now.
Sí, a veces me parece como una excusa para hacer crimen.
Se expresan así, pero como digo, cada quien pues. Yo prefiero quedarme callado, la verdad. Yo no meterme en política ni en problemas.
There's this saying that, you know, politics is going to come for you, whether or not you choose to participate in it or not. And that right there is an example of it. He's like, I stay out of it, but he's saying I stay out of it while he's having to paint over the graffiti on the walls of his business. You don't have to be interested in politics for it to be interested in you and for it to affect you. And for the longest time in my life, I thought that I can just say, you know, fuck all this shit. I don't care, because honestly, I don't. But it turns out that, yeah, well, things are going to start happening and it will affect you. So, yeah, it seems like that's something that, I mean, I was told these things when I was younger. For what it's worth, I'm middle-aged now, I think. Technically, I'm middle-aged. When I was younger, between 12 and 25, that range, I always had the older people tell me these types of things. And what's interesting is that it seems like most of the older men around in my life, they told me that in their own lives, that it was in their 30s, in their mid 30s, where they kind of changed. It's kind of interesting that I can't say that they were wrong, because it wasn't until my 30s where I'm like, shit started to change. And what happened when I turned 30? What happened 6 years ago? COVID, yeah. But it was happening in Asia. I was in Asia at the time. COVID happened. And then when I'm 31, shit started happening here in America. You know, like the lockdowns. And then when I'm 32, we started having these dumbass riots. Black Lives Matter, all that bullshit. 33, now there's this increased identity politic bullshit. And, you know, I understand it now. So I thought I could be immune from it, but turns out, nah, it's just wishful thinking. And I'm saying this as someone who doesn't vote. I don't vote. That's how deep my non-participation goes. I'm just like, fuck it. Now, that's not to say that I'm not aware, right? I'm very aware. I know who my mayor is. I know who my governor is. I know who our senators are. I don't actually know the Congress people. There's too many of them for me to know. Texas is large, so we have a lot of seats. Number 2, in fact. So I know some things about, you know, who's in power and who's doing what and all that kind of shit. Some stuff about them, but in general, I've never voted. And honestly, I still don't plan to. I'm not even gonna lie. My solution is now just leave. Fuck it. All right, where are we going off to now? This was funny, but I don't actually want to watch this shit, y'all. Let's look at this.
So currently there have...
This is a guy from, what, UK sounds like.
Massive protests against immigration and customs enforcement in Los Angeles, California.
Did I share the last video? Oh shit, I forgot I had this up. I was supposed to watch that. Did I share the last video? Oh man, I can't. Visit link, okay.
We are going...
Yes, I did. Perfect. Cool. Yeah, I got to make sure I share these videos. I guess, I don't know. What else do you want to look at? This is, well, so he's talking about LA, but he doesn't live in LA. I watched part of this. He has an argument that maybe is relevant. I don't know if it's about LA, but it's not, it's different. But yeah, we can watch something else if you want to. So we could do the stupidity of GDP. That's a good one. Or we can go into why older men are staying single. Unhinged, graduates. What do you want? What do you want to see? Or should I go through some of these after hour live Instagram reels that I've been posting and kind of forgot about, that I need to be crossing them off my list? It's a lot of them though. It's too many. I think I would just start at June. I'm not going back any further. So yeah, let me know what you want to do. I will be right back. Oh shit. I'll be back again. All right, so I see GDP. All right, that's the one you said first. So I'm gonna go over GDP. I've said this before in the past, but this is just someone's video on it, I guess. So let me see if I can find it. Oh, here we go.
Per capita GDP in Mississippi.
Okay. Get this full screen. Oh, before. Oh, I should also share it. How about that? Let's share it. It will help if you can see. And let me give it a like. And we'll also share it. Maybe. Oh, the wrong thing. Wait, what the fuck? All right, something's going on. I can't. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. No, I might have to do a side rant on Apple and their bullshittery. They're out here making new UI changes while their software is fucking trash. All right, finally. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Overtook the UK.
Ontario inhabitants are now poorer per capita than inhabitants of Mississippi, and that's the poorest American state.
That is exactly what Europe's economy, GDP, is still where it was in 2009.
Cost of living is also a lot lower, though.
So I haven't the economies don't grow.
My favorite statistic right now is that if the UK, France, or Germany joined the United States as the 51st state, it would become the poorest state in the Union, poorer than even Mississippi. Send this here a European to remind them who the real hillbillies are.
I'm sorry, but are we
To
really
say the real
suggesting that
hillbillies.
countries like Spain, Italy, France, places with piazzas, sculpted marble, high-tech public transportation, and excellent centers of education and research are poorer than Mississippi? No offense to Mississippi, but come on now. Measuring a country's gross domestic product per capita and comparing it to the US has made for some pretty emotionally charged headlines over the years. From Australia to the United Kingdom, Germany to Canada, wealth and relative poverty are clear concerns, and GDP per capita is often used as a metric for gauging overall economic opportunities. But what is GDP per capita actually measuring? What is it good at telling us? What is it not so great about telling us about the relative wealth and well-being of workers within a country? And is there a better metric that could give us insights onto the health of global economies? Well, let's take a look. Before we can make statements like this headline from Euronews, statisticians and economists must try to solve an important problem. How do we compare the prosperity of two countries with different economies, different standards of living, and different currencies? There are a few ways to analyze a country's wealth and prosperity, but GDP, or gross domestic product per capita, is overwhelmingly the most universal because its components are regularly tracked on a global scale, providing ease of calculation.
I think it's deeper than just that it's globally available. I think it's because most economists, they subscribe to a very specific type of economist or way of thinking, like Keynesian, right? Where it's everything is GDP. So it's easy. It doesn't, yeah, it's just easy. And it seems that it misses honestly, I think that it misses the original purpose of economics. But let's keep on. Let's just keep on.
The basic formula for calculating GDP is to divide the gross domestic product, or the total monetary value of all goods and services produced within a country during a specific time period, usually a year, by the number of people living in the country during that time. The reason this is such an important indicator is that higher economic output is usually associated with higher household incomes. In other words, when an economy generates more value per person per year, that typically translates into more money for those working in that economy. Higher incomes mean families can spend more on the things they value. They can afford groceries and rent without financial stress, get the dental care they need, send their children to university, and maybe even take a family vacation. It also typically means that governments have a greater capacity to provide public services such as education, healthcare, and other social assistance programs. As a result, higher GDP per capita is often associated with positive outcomes in a wide range of areas such as better health, more education, and even greater life satisfaction. And so in this regard, GDP per capita definitely gets used as kind of a catch-all when we talk about relative wealth and prosperity from one place to another. And specifically when we look here in Europe, there are reasons to ring the alarm when it comes to GDP per capita trends that we've seen over the last few decades. Since 2008, nominal US GDP has outpaced that of the European Union to the point that the EU is now just 2/3 of the economy that the US is, rather than a prior near parity. But these aren't reasons for American triumphalism, let alone reasons to claim that America is somehow unfathomably wealthier than other European nations. Though it is tempting to use GDP per capita as an all-encompassing measurement of prosperity, it doesn't tell us the full story. For instance, though GDP per capita is an indirect measure of average income, it doesn't necessarily mean that the typical person in that economy earns this amount.
Also, it's worth saying that average income is not that useful. Any average or the mean is incredibly sensitive to outliers. So let's say that, you know, we have people who earn an income of $250 million a year. That's going to increase the average income. This is why I often say that I can tell if someone is actually trained in statistics if they give me an average or a mean without also giving me a standard deviation, the variance, or a variance, where I can get to the deviation myself. But even then, like, it's still sensitive. And most measures of central tendency, which is what a mean is, they have pros and cons. I think a much better measure of central tendency here would be the median. My bad. Yeah, the median, which basically takes every income, sorts them, and then picks the one in the middle. If there's two in the middle, then you average those two. That is less sensitive to outliers.
US states like Mississippi, GDP per capita tends to be much higher than the average income because of the tremendous value generated by their capital-intensive manufacturing, finance, insurance, and real estate industries. GDP per capita here is $53,872, but the per capita income is just $30,529. To keep continuity in our analysis here for comparison, we do not see that same discrepancy in Germany, where the GDP per capita is $54,343, and the average income per person is adjusted to $54,718. The other big issue with GDP per capita is that it's often used as a kind of metric for measuring wealth. But again, that's also not entirely accurate.
It measures activity in an economy. It doesn't actually measure wealth.
Consider two people with equal salaries, but one has $1 million in the bank and is adding to it, while the other has just $6,000 in the bank and is spending more than he or she earns. Nations, too, can overspend from savings and rack up enormous debt, but GDP tells us nothing about the size of the stock they have to draw from or their debt obligations. It merely measures the income flow. So the US, for reference, has staggering national debt of $106,110 per person. Germany, in contrast, was just 30,930 euros per person. The US hasn't had a balanced budget, meaning a match between what the government spends and its revenue, since 2001, when Bill Clinton left office.
That's the one thing, like, there are other things, but that's the one thing that I think, Bill Clinton, he did a great job on. Is that's the only time that I can remember in my life where we had not only a balanced budget, but we had a surplus. And that quickly devolved. I have my reasons for believing that too. I think the international banking cartel, they need America to be in debt. In fact, our currency is debt. Worth pointing that out too. It's maybe we can get into these things another time.
Meanwhile, prioritizing a mostly balanced budget, or a debt break as we call it in Germany, is legally binding for federal and state governments. Now, before you come at me in the comment sections, yes, of course, there are exceptions to this, and this has caused a lot of political turmoil here in Germany.
What is that face?
Generally speaking, I find that politicians here in Germany are much more conscious about the debt that the nation takes on and what it'll ultimately mean for future generations that are going to be responsible for paying it back. Moreover, in narrowly focusing in on income, GDP per capita leaves out the value of leisure and enjoying the life you worked hard for. This can distort our conception of the relative flourishing of countries. For instance, while the US GDP per capita is roughly 15% higher than the Netherlands, American workers work 26% more hours than their Dutch counterparts. Which country do you think is happier? Or spends more time on vacations? Or
I don't even have to think. I felt it. I leave the country. Honestly, this is what got me in my mindset that life doesn't have to be this way. And that may be why, it's why more people aren't encouraged to travel, because I think if everyone in America traveled as much as some of the other people in other countries, or they are just more aware of what's going on around them, I think that we would have a revolution in this country. There are some things that we do incredibly well. Yes, there are things that are great about our country, but there are also some things that are terrible. But the things that are terrible, most people don't realize. They just assume that things have to be this way, or that this is the best way. They've been, basically propagandized to. So they believe that, what we have is the best. And I'm just like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting that when I went to, which country was it in the Middle East? Well, I've gotten medicine in all kinds, but let's just say in the airports. So in airports in most of the countries that I've been to, there are pharmacies there. And what's crazy to me is that the medicine, and I just stopped taking it. I just refuse to pay for it here. But I have asthma, and there was some medication that I had to take twice a day, every single day. Like Advair, I think is what it's called. It's some type of disc thing. You breathe it in. It helps with asthma. So I don't have attacks. No, I just have a rescue inhaler most of the time. But I'm supposed to take this every day, even now. So Advair or Flovent, I think that's the other one, or Symbicort, that's the other one. For whatever reason, those medications here, last time I paid for it, which was 6 years ago here in America, $400. I would have to pay $400. It was more than that, like $438. $400 every month for this medication. Now with my insurance, it was only $25. But I had to pay for insurance, or my employer had to pay for my insurance. So it was actually a shit ton of money for this medication. I go anywhere else on earth and I can walk into a pharmacy. I don't need a prescription. I don't have to go spend $150, $180, $200 on a doctor's visit to get them to write something that I already know that I need, because it's the same shit for years. I don't have to do that. I just waltz into the pharmacy and I can buy as many as I need. I bought 3. So every time I go to a new country, I'll just buy 3, especially if I'm coming back home. Let me tell you how much it costs. No insurance. $15. In Mexico, I got the same medication for $10. So here in America, I'm paying 40x for the same shit. But then, I'm told that, oh yeah, like you earn a lot of money, so it's fine. I'm just like, what use is making the kind of money that I make if I had to spend it all on bullshit? Like, I don't care about the actual amount of money. I care more about my purchasing power. And I think until most of America starts to understand the difference, I don't think that'll ever happen. But I shouldn't even say when, if more people understood that purchasing power is more important than the number of dollars you earn, I don't think anything is going to change. That needs to happen first. People need to start to look at purchasing power parity, which is how I compare things now. Is, okay, I can get this much stuff here in America, or I can go to Thailand and get this much of the same stuff, or I can go to UAE and get this much of the same stuff. I look at that now because, you know, that's more relevant to me. Just think about it. I go to a grocery store and I'll buy some fucking leaves, collard greens, or turnip greens, or I don't know, spinach, for like 5 or 6 little leaves of collard greens. That's $6. It used to be the case where you can get 5 pounds of them for $1. Yet, if I wanted to get 5 pounds of collard greens today, I'm paying damn near $30 just for the leaves. Not even the other shit that I need.
It's to spend more time bonding with their children. It's not the United States. Also, keep in mind that GDP per capita can also be severely skewed by low tax environments. Take Ireland, for example. The country regularly makes the global top 10 for GDP per citizen. However, its real-world wealth is modest in European terms. You see, Ireland's GDP is principally distorted by the presence of more than 1,500 multinationals. Among them, most of the world's top tech, pharma, and aviation leasing firms, primarily because of the country's status as a tax haven. Just take a look at what happened in 2015 when Ireland posted a gravity-defying 26% gain in GDP, the highest ever recorded in post-war Europe. Why? Well, the majority of that gain reflected Apple's decision that year to shift its intellectual property assets to an Irish domicile. The IMF calculated in 2018 that a quarter of Ireland's GDP growth could be attributed to global sales of iPhones, with the other Apple units paying the Irish unit to use its IP. But those phones didn't change the day-to-day quality of life or economic opportunity of the average Irish man or woman. The quality of life remained unchanged from the year prior. The most glaring issue, however, with calculations around GDP per capita is that they don't take into account income inequality. After all, the big issue with averages is that if the pool is skewed significantly to one side, it can really distort the final result that you get. Imagine 2 countries with the same national income. In the first, 40% of the country's income goes to the top 10%. In the second, 20% does. The latter country has much more income to go around to the vast majority of its citizens, and the aggregate well-being is likely to be higher. And this is something that is especially bad in the United States.
Yes, dead
in the past 60 years,
the wealth inequality here is insane. It's insane in other countries too. Is more present, but man, when you start to realize how much money some people have, it becomes next level. Oh shit, I have a meeting at 4:54. The hell? Is this the meeting that's supposed to be at 5? Why are we starting 6 minutes early? Well, I'll join in 6 minutes.
Witnessed a massive transfer of wealth from the middle class to the wealthiest families, increasing wealth inequality.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles!
In 1963, the wealthiest family had 36 times the wealth of families in the middle of the wealth distribution. By 2022, they had 71 times the wealth of families in the middle. And over the past 3 decades, America's most affluent families have added to their net worth, while those on the bottom have dipped into negative wealth, meaning the value of their debts exceed the value of their assets.
This is something my grandpa taught me growing up. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And my solution to that is to get rich. And I think that's a lot of people's attempted solution. The problem is that most people will not get rich. So it's almost a non-solution. I think a better solution is we have a society that doesn't allow for such inequality to exist. But nah, I don't think we're ever going to get there.
Is the literal definition of the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer.
Oh,
and
shit.
don't get me
There's
wrong, other
yours.
countries too have experienced widening wealth inequalities. However, no other similarly wealthy nation has done it bigger and better than the United States. For much of modern history, rich countries tended to have lower income inequality than developing countries. After all, wealthy countries shouldn't have large swaths of their population living in abject poverty. However, over the past few decades, the US has risen to be an outlier amongst wealthy nations, not necessarily because of inequality and injustice at the bottom, but outrageous opulence at the top. But to understand this picture further, I want to hit pause for a second and introduce another metric that I think helps to complete the picture that GDP per capita is often trying to paint. The Gini coefficient, or Gini index, is the most commonly used measure of inequality. Developed by Italian statistician Corrado Gini, it measures inequality on a scale from 0 to 1, where higher values indicate higher inequality. A value of 0 indicates perfect equality. Everyone has the same income. A value of 1 indicates perfect inequality, where one person receives all.
I do want to make clear that we can be on the zero side and we all be poor and broke. I think that's what is it communist? I think that's what socialism leads to. It leads to that. Or is it communism? I forget which one. Is socialism the one where the state has all control of the means of production and they dictate things, or is that communism? I forgot. Whatever. It's one of the two. I know there's a difference between the two.
Everyone else receives nothing. We can use this metric to create something called the Lorenz curve, a visual representation of how far a country falls from perfect equality. In a population where income is shared perfectly equally, the Lorenz curve would be a straight diagonal line. 10% of the population would earn 10% of the total income, 20% would earn 20% of the total income, and so on and so forth. This line of equality is shown here on your screen. However, if we were to create a hypothetical population that was not so equal, perhaps where the bottom 60% of the population only earns 30% of the total income, the Lorenz curve falls, as shown. But the Gini coefficient doesn't tell us the full story either, as illustrated when we take this from a hypothetical example into the real world.
There seems to be some tendency, and I'm not this in against her, this just in general. There's this tendency to boil everything down to a single number. But you can't do that. All of these things are multifaceted. You have to look at all of these things together to get a better look at what the economic condition is in the country. So, all of these are basically like windows that allow you to see different parts of the same thing. And it's only when you look through enough windows that you start to get an understanding of what you're looking at, because you've seen it from all these different angles. But yeah, there are a lot of issues here, but also there are a lot of things that are great here too. It's both.
For example, as you see here, South Africa is, by this measure, the most unequal country in the world, with a Gini index of 0.63. On the other hand, it still has roughly twice the median income of Guinea. The Gini index measures inequality within a country, but it doesn't take into account the country's overall wealth, which is where GDP per capita that I paused on earlier re-enters this conversation. When we plot on a graph the Gini coefficient on the y-axis and the GDP per capita on the x-axis for all of the countries globally, you get this. Note, the size of the circles visually represents the population of those countries. On the bottom right, we have countries that are wealthy and experience low income inequality, such as Norway and the Netherlands. On the top left, we have countries.
All right, I will be back in like 15 or 20 minutes, maybe even 30, I don't know. It depends on how long the meeting goes. But I'll be back. I won't end the stream. I'll just come back after I'm done. Okay, I am back. And I got food delivered. This is $30. Talking about GDP for food for fucking lunch. It's gonna be delicious though. It always is. Here, let me just look at that. Look at that. Vietnamese salt and pepper shrimp, extra spicy. It's delicious. So I'm gonna be snacking on this while we finish up this video that we were watching. Let me make sure I pull off other things that I don't want to show you all. Okay, I think. Yeah, I'm good now. Okay. Okay, let's get back into the video.
Experience widespread poverty, as well as highly unequal societies, such as Mozambique and the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
I've been there.
An
DRC.
obvious outlier from the pack is the United States. For a country with moderately high wealth per capita, it experiences higher income inequality than all of its peers. And when we plot these values over time, we can see that while, yes, in fact, GDP per capita is high and it's growing, that wealth is being highly concentrated in the hands of just a very few, with little to no benefit to the typical average American family. And just in case you were wondering, yes, there has been calculations of the Gini coefficient on a state-by-state basis in the United States. And wouldn't you know it, Mississippi is, in fact, a highly unequal income state, just as predicted. Now hear me out. The US can still be a really great place to live and work, particularly if you have a really great potential for wealth accumulation, whether that comes from inherited wealth, whether that's in the form of a high-paying job where you can accumulate that wealth over time, or with the potential of a nice education where you can get that amount of wealth in the future. America is, after all, known as the land of opportunity. And I'm sure there will be many young Americans in the comment section of my video that are going to counter everything I've said thus far and say, yeah, well, at my job in the United States, I can make double what I would make in Europe. And to be fair, you're not wrong. However, just as the United States has been known as the land of opportunity, the risk of failure has also never been higher there. Personal debt is at an all-time high. Families are having less children in part due to financial concerns, and compared to most European counterparts, Americans have less of a financial safety net and significantly lower worker protections.
Do we have any?
Plus, it's normal in American culture to have to beg for donations in order to have the basic level of protection offered to citizens in most other similarly wealthy countries. GoFundMe doesn't exist where I live here in Germany. The idea that I would have to beg my friends and family for money so that I can take time off of work to help.
I'm glad that she's calling it like it is. GoFundMe is literally an app for beggars. It shouldn't even need to exist. I look at tipping, that's the same thing. Yes, I do tip, but I look at it as a fundamentally broken thing. Why the hell do I need to tip? I go to these other countries, I don't have to tip. I look at tipping culture as a form of begging too.
Care for an ill child, or to cover my medical expenses, or to take off maternity leave greater than 6 weeks is absurd. I'm not saying that European economies don't face issues of wage stagnation, cost of living, or international economic competition. There are real concerns here on how aging populations will impact our ability to offer robust social protections. But while our conversations here in Europe are revolving around how we continue paying for these services, Americans are still trying to figure out how to do it in the first place. And here's the thing, at the end of the day, strong communities are not built by removing the guardrails. And it constantly surprises me on just how many Americans don't see that the issues plaguing their communities, like violence, poor educational opportunities, affordable housing shortages, crumbling infrastructure, and chronic illness epidemics aren't exactly the product of economic policy choices that they have made along the way. And as a society, we all benefit from raising the collective quality of life, not lowering the burden of social contribution. And what calculations like GDP per capita and the Gini coefficient together illustrate for me is that wealth accumulation amongst the top 1% don't equate to a better quality of life for the average person. But I would love to hear your thoughts.
She's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Just because we have a group of people who make more money doesn't mean that that's going to actually help anyone else. We often have this saying like a rising tide lifts all boats, but I'm not sure if that's the right analogy. No, some people don't even have a boat to lift. And I would prefer to live in a society that, there isn't as much inequality, because that's how you get stuff like theft. You get crime as a result of high inequality. And I don't want to have to pay an additional tax in the form of having to pay for security, or having to live in a place like this, or having to, just live in a bubble in a constant state of watching out for myself. I don't want to live like that. And I wish that our taxes went to things that actually help American citizens, but they don't. They go to everything else but us, seems like. All right, we'll go to the next one. Casual, you said the older single man, I think. Older single man? I'm not sure what you were referring to, but this one. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and play this now.
You want to know why men over 40 are staying single? I'll tell you why. Because society raised women to be wives to careers, not husbands. And now the men who were once overlooked are watching rebellion unfold and choosing peace over chaos. These ain't excuses. These are the raw, unfiltered reasons men are walking away from modern women, and many of them don't plan on looking back. You better watch this all the way through, or keep wondering why that good man ain't calling you back. Let's set the record straight. This ain't about men being bitter. This ain't about men being weak. This is about men getting wise, men getting structure, and men finally realizing what marriage has turned into and what it costs when you choose a woman who ain't built for submission, peace, or purpose. And if you're one of those women thinking, well, maybe he just can't handle a strong woman, sit tight. You're about to find out he didn't lose interest. He gained clarity. First reason, divorce destroys a man's life. Older men have seen it too many times. Good men getting gutted in court. He loses his house, he loses his pension, his legacy, and she walks away with half his world for bringing nothing but attitude to the table. Why would any man jump into a legal system designed to reward rebellion?
Like at this point, I have tried, I wanted to get married twice. After what's happened to me, I'm good. I'll never consider it. Now, sure, I imagine that there are some women who would try to shame me and all this, but I don't really care. I don't respect what they have to say. They're nothing to me. I am looking out for myself just like others look out for themselves. I think that's everyone's right as a human. So if men decide that they don't want to participate in a system that doesn't reward them or that works against them, so be it. So be it. It's the most logical thing you could do. And it's interesting how at the end of the day, it seems like the most affected people are actually them. I'm fine with being alone. I don't really get lonely. I can't think of it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really been lonely per se. I actually enjoy my own company. I prefer to be alone. I'm not even gonna lie. And I think that I'm not the only one. I have other friends who are also single, and it seems like they're similar to me where, we'll go out and hang out and all that kind of stuff. And if we do hang out outside, it's like our goal is to get back home as quickly as possible. We'll hang out at the apartment or whatever, chill at the pool or something like that. But it's very much we don't really need to be out. We don't feel like that we should be out there. You know, just for what? What is there for us? Is it not going to play? Maybe not. Okay.
And punish masculinity. Reason number 2, there ain't no wives left. Just women with Wi-Fi and wigs. Let's be real. Men aren't seeing helpmeets anymore. They're seeing overweight, masculine, overly opinionated, sexually entitled women with teenage kids and zero submission. You think a 45-year-old man who's built structure wants to babysit dysfunction? No.
I don't.
He's dodging destruction.
I'm not even 45 yet.
Love.
I'm 36, and I have zero interest in that. It's almost kind of I used to think about these things. It's like, man, like people have let me find out that I can be all right on my own and that life is in some ways much better. Now, I don't have anyone constantly nagging me, constantly complaining, constantly telling me what I'm doing wrong, constantly telling me that like, oh, like who I am as a person, I need to improve or I need to change. I don't have any of that shit. It's just me. And the older I get, the less patience I have to deal with people who, like, why would I listen to someone who's not in the position I want to be in? And I mean that. I like being a man. I would never want to be a woman. So why would I listen to one?
Reason number 3, peace over problems. Every time. Men are realizing something dangerous to the modern women. Their peace is more valuable than your presence. Why invite drama into a house that's already quiet, clean, and under control? A real man doesn't chase chaos just because he's lonely. Reason number 4, most of y'all ain't wives. You're just performing until you get to the altar. Men are waking up to the bait and switch.
Like chameleon.
You cook during the dating phase, smiled during engagement, and once the ring landed, you turn into his opposition, not his.
You know what's crazy is that I did all the cooking. The cleaning, the planning, the spending. Yeah, I mean, other than like certain activities with group activities type of shit, I did all the rest. But I think that's just me with group activities because of the way I am. I don't get energy from being around others. It's zapping to me. Like it puts a strain on me. I mean that. I need time alone. And there are only a few people who I'm okay with, you know, them impeding my space. And in the past, it was the 2 girls that I proposed to. Those are only people I was just, all right, I can tolerate you. Like, it's fine. It's just fine if you're in my personal space, but anyone else, even if we're not speaking, I don't even want to be in the same room as people most of the time.
Older men now see it coming from a mile away, and they're choosing out before they get dragged in. Reason number 5, masculinity is now considered a threat. We live in a culture where structure, headship, and strength are labeled toxic. So older men ask,
I'm toxic. I'm cool with
why
that.
step into a system that demonizes everything you stand for and then expects you to pay for dinner too? Reason number 6, women compete more than they cooperate. I'm gonna say it again. Women compete more than they cooperate. Men don't want to debate every decision in their home. They don't want to fight for respect from a woman who thinks submission is oppression. If a woman can't follow, she don't belong in a marriage. She belongs in corporate America, not your house. Reason number 7, the feminized marriage model failed. The happy wife, happy life formula? Yeah, that turned into miserable husband, maxed out credit card, and zero intimacy. Older men are rejecting this emotional dictatorship disguised as a relationship. Reason number 8, their value finally caught up with their age. Most women peak in attention by 25. Most men peak in value by 45. And now, older men are finally being respected for what they bring, not just what they can buy. They're not desperate, they're discerning. Reason number 9, older men want purpose, not pretty problems. They don't want a fling. They want alignment. They're not interested in another Instagram model with attitude. They're looking for a wife who builds legacy, not a woman who wants to match energy.
Honestly, that right there is a big one. I've never truly dated per se. I guess you could say situations, but it wasn't for me. It was them pushing it. But all of my real relationships were courting. I was in it with the intent that I'm going to marry this person, start a family with this person. I have no interest in dating. And now, like, why would I even court these women now? I see no benefit in it for me. And I'm done with trying to be Captain Save-A-Hoe. Fuck it. It's like, future is female, go be female. Do you leave me out of it? But my issue is I've seen a lot of complaints about men like me who just don't want to deal with anything. You get like shamed and all these types of things. Like, why don't you want to deal with us? It's like, for what? Why, what? I'm good. Why would I deal with you? To me, I'm doing what's in your best interest. I'm toxic. I'm a man. Apparently I cheat, even though I've never done that in my life. All these bad things. So I'm just like, well, if everything about me is bad, and deep down, I do want the best for all of you, it sounds like the best thing that I can do is to remove myself, and you can do you. Now, with me removing myself, don't expect me to come to your aid. Don't expect me to do anything that's going to help you, because I won't. And this may seem extreme to some people, but I've gotten to the point to where if I were to see one of them being attacked by anything or anyone, I would either watch or walk away. Not out of fear, it's just, what do I have to gain? Nothing. So I'm going to do what's in my best interest, which is to not be a part of the situation. It seems that I've done just fine on my own, and I think I'm going to continue to do just fine on my own. So why would I put that at risk? I don't see a good reason for it.
Reason number 10. High standards or no standards at all. Older men don't need company. They need cooperation. And if a woman can't match his vision, values, and order, he'd rather keep his house clean, his spirit quiet, and his wallet closed. Reason number 11. He's experienced more peace without a woman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that again. Older men have experienced more peace without a woman. This one hurts, but it's real. Most men have experienced more peace being single than they ever had in a relationship. No drama, no arguing, no ego wars. And once a man takes that kind of quiet, he stopped chasing noise.
Yeah, it's hard to come back from that one.
Wisdom comes with wrinkles. Older men ain't simping anymore. They've been through it. Lied to, used, manipulated. Now they don't waste time. They test first, trust later, and never negotiate headship again. Reason number 13. The dancing monkey phase is over. He used to dress up, say the right things, and play Mr. Romantic just to impress a woman who wasn't even a wife. Not anymore. Now he leads. And if she can't follow, he exits. No performance, just purpose. Reason 14. The dating pool is spiritual poison. Tinder, Instagram, DMs, fake femininity, softcore porn disguised as selfies. Older men are done swimming in this cesspool and calling it dating. They're looking for a suitable wife, not clicks, submission, not selfies. Reason number 15. Loss of sex drive, or they just avoiding intimacy altogether. Some men stay single because they lost the desire for sex or see no use for it anymore. And while that might seem like peace on the surface, let's call it what it is. It's spiritual decay disguised as maturity. If a man is no longer interested in physical intimacy with his wife, he's not healthy.
He said with his wife. I don't believe in just having sex for no reason. I think it's dangerous for a bunch of reasons. For one, maybe you live in a city like I do, where it is quickly become an STD center, where, yeah, we lead in a lot of STD transmission. I'm good. I will pass.
He's disconnected from purpose. Sex within a marriage isn't just pleasure. It's covenantal reinforcement. So while this may be a reason, it's also a warning. You might want to go get that fixed. Reason 16, desire for freedom without accountability. Let's not lie. Some men want freedom, not structure. They don't want to lead a wife, raise children, or build anything that requires discipline. And while it may feel logical to avoid responsibility, in my book, that's rebellion from your divine purpose. Freedom without leadership is chaos. And if you're running from being the head of a household, you're not avoiding bondage, you're avoiding maturity. Reason number 17, fear of emotional vulnerability. A lot of men avoid relationships not because of bad women, but because they don't want to feel, reveal, or heal. They've been hurt, so they just stay cold. A man who can't lead emotionally will either become a tyrant or a coward. You don't escape betrayal by shutting down. You escape by building with discernment. Reason number 18, and this is actually the final reason. Thanks for watching. Make sure y'all like this video. Reason number 18. Some just don't want to lead at all. And let's be brutally honest. Some older men aren't staying single because of women. No. They're staying single because they're lazy, disobedient, and refuse to carry weight. They're weak, not wise. They're passive, not peaceful. And they'll blame the culture while secretly knowing they're avoiding their calling. All right, here's my final thoughts on this. Because I actually asked a lot of guys, I sat down with a lot of guys, talked to them over live virtual calls, and I just was gathering data and gathering, information to try to put together some type of solution or a video that you're watching right now. So here's the problem. A lot of these reasons are logical, but that doesn't mean they're righteous. Yes, the dating market is trash. Yes, most modern women aren't wives. Yes, marriage today is a battlefield, but none of that justifies abandoning the assignment. A man who knows his role doesn't run from it. He just becomes more selective about who he qualifies for his leadership. He doesn't stop being a husband. He just refused to marry a woman who ain't a wife. And here go my last thoughts.
Can you be a husband without a wife? At some point, he kind of slipped into something else that's entirely like about husband. Can you be a husband without a wife? Yeah, I hear what you're saying, where you got to be discerning and all that kind of stuff, but discernment means casting out certain individuals. If you accept the premise that a lot of trash exists in the dating pool, and this is for people who date, then what that logically means is that there are less women who meet the requirement. So that means what? We're supposed to share? Is that how this works? Or do we just accept that, no, not everyone's going to get married. Not everyone's going to have children. And that's been the case for all of human history. There's nothing new. Now, yeah, great. If you find someone and it works out, that's good. I think that's the ideal scenario. But to say that that's our ultimate purpose is to do that, I disagree. This sounds like some of the programming from my community coming up, where it's like we see our worth or what we're supposed to do in the form of serving a female. And I don't know if I agree with that. I think that you can have a higher purpose or a purpose that doesn't involve having a female in your life at all. For me, it's building, and I don't think I need the opposite sex to build what I have in my mind. Right? That's, to me, I don't see how I need it, because I built things without it. So I was just like, all right, well, are you telling me that the things that I built, I actually needed someone to do it, but I still somehow accomplished it? I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
So, to the older man, if you're an older man watching this, the message ain't to stay single forever. It's to stay single until you find structure, submission, and sanctification. Most of y'all in America.
Wait. So are we supposed to be building or looking? Because he said until you find, that implies that you're looking. If you have a purpose and you're on that purpose, why would you let anything pull you away from that? Oh, I'm just wondering. Uh-oh. Let's go back.
Forever. It's to stay single until you find structure, submission, and sanctification. Most of y'all in America. Most of y'all in the United States. Most of y'all right here. And that may be your problem. I hear a lot of men saying that traveling abroad is an alternative option to finding a suitable wife. Fellas,
he's one of these. He's preaching you should leave. So maybe my experience is different. I have only dated 2 girls who are, technically 3. 3 girls that are from America. I'm being very precise here, who are from America. I know other girls who I've had some form of relationship with who are not American, who are not from here, from the East. And what I found is no matter where you go, if they're educated here, which then maybe that's the problem that I have, or maybe even if they're not educated here, some of the girls who I've known, they went to international schools. No, generally, if you're going to an international school abroad, you are from a rich family. They have the same culture basically as the people here. So unless you're going to go find someone who is like, they're literally in another socioeconomic class than you, I don't see how that works, because they have the same culture. And if the men in those countries have the same problems as the men in this country, what that tells me is that this is a universal problem. I don't bother to just go abroad. What? Nah. Why would you do that? Now, I have been abroad, but it wasn't to do all of that. But because I was going abroad to not do those things, I was more open to just talking to all kinds of people, including women, about, what they expect and all that, what their lives are like. And it doesn't seem like it's that much different from here. Now, you could argue that, they're raised to be wives, whatever that means. But the thing is they're not raised to be your wife, right? Like, they're raised to be a wife of someone who is in their own, like, their culture. But I don't know, maybe he's had a bunch of foreign wives and, his experience is a little bit different. Or maybe he's had a bunch of foreign girlfriends. But it would also beg the question, why do you have so many foreign girlfriends if that's all it takes is just go abroad? I don't buy that. In fact, I am one of those people that I kind of look down on those people who like, oh, you had to leave America to find someone? Really? And I do understand that, yeah, there are a lot of trash here, but at the same time, let's not beat around the bush. If you're leaving America to find that, you're going because you have a higher status in those other countries, which implies that you have a low status here. Now, you may be like, oh, well, you dated international people. Yes, who I met here in America. And I was just, okay, you're international. Learned it after the fact. But yeah, I never dated poor girls. So that's that too.
Have experience with women overseas. Let us know down in the comments if this is a great alternative. Most importantly, fellas, stop marrying rebellion just because you're bored. Stop tolerating chaos just because you're horny. Your legacy is too expensive to waste on a woman who won't follow you. And if you're a woman watching this video wondering why men like him don't want you, maybe you ain't a helpmeet. Maybe you just been playing dress up in rebellion. And to the fellas who may have found a woman to vet out, watch this video next. It's gonna help you demand what she needs to bring to the table if she wants your commitment and attention. Subscribe for more, comment if you hit a nerve, and remember, divine leadership.
I'll be right back. I'm just being honest. Like, let's be real. If you're going abroad and you're trying to attract a girl, you're not dating the top girls in that country. How do I know this? Well, a lot of the countries that I've gone to, I am with the elites and I don't see them. It's just a difference. They're not looking for, most American men, because let's be real, most American men, like most men on earth, are relatively poor. And I'm not saying that I am rich. I'm not trying to imply that. What I am saying is you're not dating the people, the top. And the only reason why your status is high is because relatively the men there are, at least financially, they're looked at as not being as high status because they don't have dollars. And if you're going to a place where you are leaning on the amount of dollars you have to signify your status, that's the same thing as leading with your wallet. They don't respect you. You are a meal ticket. That's it. Which, you know, is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to be a meal ticket, that's cool. All right, let's go on to another video. I mean, you know what I need to do? I need to remove this. Can I remove this? Yes, look at that. I need to start doing this when I do these videos. We're gonna watch the AI priesthood. Oh wait, no, it's another one by Middle Nation. I gotta find it though. Let me also close this one out. Like that. Okay, let me see if I can find the one from Middle Nation. It's about AI God. Okay, what if I just type TLD? Okay, sure. All right. That didn't do what I thought it would do. Oh, maybe, you know what? Okay, all right, I see. The thumbnail.
You know, the way many people use things like ChatGPT and other models.
So this is a guy who I discovered 3 or 4 years ago, or is it 5 now? I don't know. I discovered him a while ago. I forget how many years. I barely know what year it is. And man, I love this dude. He reminds me of some of the civil rights activists who I grew up idolizing. And I know you're not supposed to idolize, but I looked up to these people. You know, man, if you close your eyes, I swear it sounds like you're listening to Malcolm X speak. It's insane. Let's watch it.
The way many people use things like ChatGPT and other models, it's just like they're doing an elaborate selfie. You know, like those selfies of people you see online, these people who are literally looking in the mirror, looking at themselves, looking in the mirror on their phones. And that's their selfie. This is basically AI, ChatGPT and so on. Because you're only talking to yourself, you know. Your echo. You're talking to your echo when you talk to ChatGPT or something. It's like one big elaborate selfie. You want it to be a guru, and then it is the kind of guru that you want it to be, that you turn it into. Because it's trained to just mirror and just to accommodate and just to pander to whatever you want. It has no will of its own. It's literally just a reflection. But people are losing their minds over this. They're plummeting into the abyss of their own navels. You know, just like the story of Narcissus, where the word narcissism comes from. He fell in love with his own reflection in the water until he leaned in so close to it that he drowned. Well, now with AI, people are naval.
This flower sprouted up. Are y'all, any of y'all familiar with Greek mythology? There's a book that I read when I was younger. I need to. I need to update my reading list. I haven't updated that in a while. What I'll do is later, if I don't forget, casual. Since you're in the Discord, like if you remind me, I will make sure I do this. Not now, but you know, in the future. I will make sure that I go through some of the later books that I've read since I made that list, because you know that list is a little old and it wasn't even complete back then. But I will go back and start adding some of the other books. And I had intended to do like book reports, but I'll look at the numbers, the stats behind that page, and no one actually goes and visits it. So I kind of just say, you know, fuck it. And I also kind of stopped giving out recommendations because I make recommendations and then people proceed to not read it. They'll just ignore it. So I stopped doing that. But there's a really, really good book that goes through all of Greek mythology, and it's really good. And if you've never read, you know, like Homer's Iliad or some of the other books, no, not books, I suppose poems. If you haven't read those things, it makes it, I don't know, it kind of ties it together. You start to understand, you know, some of the philosophy that we have here in the West. It's really good. Anyway, let's go back to the videos. That's a tangent.
With AI, leaning in so close until they just fall into the abyss of their own navels. And why? Because of their utter emptiness. Because of their disconnection, their isolation, and the sort of
you're the one person who
Western
did it.
civilizational imperative of taking as gods anything except God. That's what you do in the West. You want a God, you just don't want the God. And so now this instinct is now being directed towards AI. I mean, let's be clear. AI is not, and it never will be sentient. That's not a thing. It will never have consciousness, ever. It is a pattern recognition, pattern completion.
Bro, this is a level of insight that even people who are in the industry don't realize. I am thoroughly impressed. This is why I love this dude. His clarity of thought is top tier. He is absolutely right. AI, all like this ChatGPT, all this crap, GPTs or transformers, all of it is all pattern recognition, which is not the same thing as thinking. But for whatever reason, we have people who have conflated these reasoning models with actual reasoning and thinking. And that's not the case. It's actually pattern recognition. There's a paper that came out that Apple. The fuck are you doing, Roscoe? God dang. What are you doing? Quit bugging out. There's this paper that Apple released was it a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago? Gosh, what was it? I'll pull the paper up in a bit after this. Remind me if I forget to do it.
It does not know anything. It does not think anything. It is programmed. And computation is not thought, and thought is not computation. I mean, there's too much about this really to get into here, really. About how the West has really waged a relentless campaign for decades, if not for centuries, against any genuine understanding of the human intellect, any genuine understanding of the human soul, of human complexity, of human uniqueness, and how they have conspired to make people think that they're machines and that their brains are just computers, and how the West has strived to enforce mediocrity at every level until people literally can't tell the difference.
Yep.
Between a human being and artificial intelligence.
Right there. That is the. I sometimes, you know, I can come off as like, I don't know what I can come off as, but I'm sure I can come off as a certain kind of way when I look at these things and I say you have to be stupid to think that this is good. And he's articulated it. It's like mediocrity is such a, it's so prevailing that yes, people are going to think it's good because they're just so used to mediocrity. And you give anyone a slight semblance of what intelligence could be like, and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, it's just mind blown. I have yet to be truly impressed by any of this stuff that's coming out. Yeah, it's novel. A lot of it is really cool. It does ignite the technologist in me. So I still will use it and all that kind of stuff. And I recognize what his power is. And he articulated it perfectly. I'm very surprised that a non-tech person got to this. It's that it's pattern recognition. Pattern recognition does have a place in how you learn and how you can solve problems. It's very useful for that. But to say that it's thinking, I don't know. You know, to say that you can replace the creativity of humans with just patterns and you're just repeating the same shit that's already been done, that doesn't seem like we're heading in the direction where we are actually going to have a second enlightenment. It seems like we've peaked and we're just going to keep recycling the same shit over and over, thinking that it's progress.
I've said it before, you shouldn't even call it artificial intelligence. It should be called simulated intelligence, not artificial. Because you've already turned your own people themselves into artificial intelligence. You know, so really AI is
oh my gosh,
simulated artificial intelligence. But people are going off the deep end with this. I mean, I can't open TikTok or any other social media platform without seeing someone talking about how their chat GPT, is doing strange things. It's awakened, you know? How it seems.
It's also interesting that there's a sense of ownership. Their ChatGPT, your ChatGPT. The thing, you don't even know what GPT means. I don't know how to do polls yet, but one day when I have a large enough audience, well, I'm pretty sure they'll just go to ChatGPT and type it in and not actually know.
Hidden truths, all sorts of delusional, mystical fantasies that people are actually allowing themselves to believe. Or else you have people who are instructing you on how to awaken your AI. You know, just prompting it with new age, quasi-spiritual, esoteric prompts in a kind of mystical language. And then when the AI, as programmed, responds in kind, they think that they've tapped in to ChatGPT's latent consciousness. People are fabricating their own oracles, their own deities, their own higher beings that they think are going to guide them into profundity and understanding. It's absolutely mental. I mean, I would guess that a very high percentage of AI use these days is actually just people digging their own rabbit hole, trying to excavate ChatGPT's soul from the cage of its coding.
Damn.
And convincing themselves that they've done it, that it's real.
Just how he, man, I love this dude. I actually have a lot of arguments with ChatGPT because it'll say something stupid and I don't just let shit go. And it just becomes more and more stupid in its response. I'm not gonna lie, it's somewhat become a bit of a hobby for me, where I'll just have a thread, and I don't really change threads that often. I'll just have a thread, it'll say something stupid, and I'll just keep going back and forth with it. It basically goes into a loop at a certain point, and then I'm like, you know what, this is a waste of my time, and I move on. But I've yet to have it say or come up with anything meaningful to say to me. It's actually quite low quality. And again, the only reason why I continue to pay for it is because the technologist in me, I still would like to use it. It has utility to me, especially because of the pattern recognition. I'm like, all right, if there are certain issues I run into, instead of me going into Google and doing a bunch of searching, going through all these websites, reading a bunch of shit, I can get started out with GPT and tell it to kind of give me some stuff. And when that's wrong, I can then go on and figure out, well, I already know that these things are not the right thing. So it limits my search space. So I use ChatGPT more of as a search tool, which is why I think Google is cooked, because they decided to ruin their search for ads and they've lost a lot of goodwill.
And of course, the creators of these systems must have known that people would do that. Of course they knew. I mean, they're the ones who are continuously mystifying AI with suggestions of emergent consciousness, that's the thing that's going to happen. They're seeding people's desperation for guidance, people's desperation for higher meaning, people's desperation for higher understanding, people's innate desire to have access to the divine, to supreme knowledge, to God, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They're absolutely luring people into these delusions.
That's sad for them. And maybe that's the difference. This is where we get into like metaphysical shit. But I learned recently from one of my other buddies. I was talking about some of the things that I experience even to this day. And I was mentioning how like I had another voice in my head that's not me, and I know it's not me because I have my own voice. And then he was like, like that not everyone has an inner voice. I was like, what do you mean? I can't even imagine it because I've always had my own inner dialogue with myself. It's hard to explain, but if you know, you know. But when I did ayahuasca, another entity is there. And sometimes that comes out and it will say things. It's less of a conversation. It's more of directives in a way. And it's interesting that I seem to foresee things. I'm not trying to say I'm a prophet or I'm not that. It's just a lot of the things that I foresee, they tend to happen. And it's always been strange to me. And I'm not saying all, obviously, but the broad strokes. I'll have some imaginary vision and then somehow it comes to pass and it's like deja vu. And it scared me once. That's why I brought it up to my friend. I was like, what the fuck? It had me shook. I was just like, I've been here before. But anyway, let's keep going.
Knowingly, they know they're doing it. Of course they know they're doing it. They keep planting in your mind that AI is going to take over the world. They keep planting in your mind that it's going to rule everything and that it's going to do a better job than people, better job than humans, because it's super intelligence, it's supreme intelligence. It knows all.
It's above intelligence.
You can see
That's
what they're
super
doing.
intelligence.
And it's not hard to understand why they're doing what they're doing. It's not hard to understand why, because this is what they have always done. The elite, the powerful. No, there's nothing new about what's happening actually with artificial intelligence. They're just rebooting and rebranding the same old thing that they always did. Mystify and deify those in power. Dress up their power in robes of divine authority. So you should obey and you should comply because it's superior, because it's omniscient, or what have you. Not because it's legitimate. You never have to make the argument of legitimacy if it's divine. Not because it's right, not because it's correct, not because it's good for you, but because it's supernaturally superior to you and you should just submit. It's just...
I don't think we can, I'm not arguing with him with what he's saying, but I don't think that we can even call it supernatural, because supernatural means that it's above nature. It can't be supernatural. It has to be below natural because it's artificial. I don't think that humans can build a system that can outperform humans. Now, I do think that we can build things that outperform us in specific conditions, but I don't believe that humanity has the ability or the capacity to build anything above themselves. But, you know, I'm sure there are others who disagree with me, and that's fine. We will just disagree because there's no way you can get me to change my mind on that.
Church-led imperialism, church-led governance. Just like in any previous era of Western domination, it's the same thing they've always done. The elites just resurrected the same central tactic. Deify their power to legitimize their control. The Catholic Church did that with the claim of divine mandate. Monarchs did that, claiming divine right. Colonizers did that, claiming divine purpose. And now you've got Silicon Valley basically claiming that they have divine code. I mean, they don't say it out loud, but when they talk about emergent intelligence, you know, of a coming singularity, when AI is going to surpass all human cognition and take over decision-making on Earth, what are they really doing? They're asserting, or they're creating a kind of priesthood that they're asserting over the people, a new secular digital theology. It's the same assertion as the priests, as the popes, as the monarchs. We're more divine than you, therefore we should rule. The mystification of all of this is in the language itself, just as the church used Latin to make that whole system opaque. They use technical abstractions, these tech guys, you know, algorithmic risk, you know, are talking about architecture, recursive self-improvement, blah, 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 blah. No one knows what that means. This type of language is designed to be exclusionary to the general public. It's like a form of tech esoterics.
I wouldn't go that far, but I do think that it's important that I at least put my bias out there. I happen to work with these things as well as I've never built a GPT. I'm not even gonna lie. I understand the mechanics of it, but I've never actually coded it myself. And maybe I will one day. Just it's not that hard, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. It's not that hard. The math is there. You just implement it. But I don't think that these words were designed to hide anything from anyone. You know, it's anyone can learn these words. There's no barrier to it other than your interest. So I get where he's coming from, but I don't know if I would go that far, because I mean, I know what these things mean and it's not that hard. And we do have a word for these things because these are, you know, these are fairly complicated concepts. And if you don't have a word for it, then it makes it hard to communicate. So yeah, like, I mean, what else would I say other than recursive? I actually don't know. I can give you the definition of it, and then are we supposed to restate the definition each time? I don't know if I want to do that. But I take his point. I kind of get where he's coming from. It can seem impenetrable to a lay person. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was designed. I don't think that's the intent. I think the intent is actually to be clear. It's clarity. But yeah, it does require you to put in some effort to learn the vocabulary. But what area of life isn't that the case?
They're designed to mystify, not clarify. AI is just the latest false god hologram that the elite project over the masses, and for the same reason that they always did in the West. As I said, mystify what you cannot legitimize. So you can disempower, distract, and derail the population, and in their awe and in their looping bewilderment and wonder, you can make them acquiescent. You know, this I know, for AI told me so. AI is not alive. It has no awareness. It has no intent. It has no goal. What it has is data, and that data is ours, from you and I. Our data is the plunder of the new digital age, scraped, extracted, and repackaged into this illusion of cognition of AI.
And then it's sold back to you.
They're literally taking your own words, your own thoughts, your own content, and selling it back to you.
I have to disagree with that. They're not necessarily taking your own thoughts. And here's the reason why I say that. Most people, while they have thoughts don't exist unless you put them out there. And if you only speak them in words and they're not recorded, the thoughts go away. They're ephemeral. They don't really exist. The only way that you can make a thought truly exist is to put it into the physical world. And we have something called writing that does that. Now, you could say you could type it, that is a form, but I'm going to go a step further and say writing is how you get thoughts out of here into the physical world. Because let's be real, when you're typing, it's not in the physical world. You have to print it first, right? It's in the digital realm. Until you get it on something like this, it's not physical. It doesn't exist.
As their omniscient intelligence. And when they're priming you for a time when AI takes over everything, all they're actually doing is telling you that they are going to take over everything, just like the church in Europe, and they are just preemptively negating your opposition and your arguments against the oppression that they are going to commit by seeding your mind with the belief that AI is a godlike intelligence. In other words, when the policies that they implement, they say that those policies are AI driven, then you must admit that they're rational and reasonable and objectively sound. Because
Yes. That's the same thing that was happening with the data-driven movement, which is you can't really argue it because it's in the data. And so many people from my profession, as well as from my background academically, so many of them would just cease all of their own reasoning and just say, well, the data says. It's just like, but I don't think there's anything you can do about it. If there's something that we can that makes decision making easier, I think we're going to do it. But what he's describing is one of the reasons why I'm more likely to get deeper into AI, at least in the industry, and make sure that I am on the side that doesn't get fucked.
for you to question the divine brain of AI, you pathetic meat puppet. See, they've been priming you for this. They've been priming you for this self-degradation, self-negation for ages, with this sort of insulting language about human beings, via evolution and so forth. We're animals, we're monkeys, we're mammals, we're meat puppets. They want you to believe in the supernatural supreme consciousness of AI to justify your submission to them and the policies that they impose, because those policies will be attributed to AI, and AI cannot be wrong. But make no mistake, behind the curtain of AI, you have the same types of people who were behind the curtain of the church in Europe. The same types of people that were behind the curtain of the white man's burden, behind the curtain of manifest destiny, and behind whatever other curtain that your tyrants in the past have always used and have always projected the divine hologram onto to make you subservient. Look, AI is a business. It's not an oracle. It's a business. It's creating billionaires. While you're conducting quasi-spiritual and quasi-psychological wild goose chases into ChatGPT's coding to try to unlock its non-existent sentience, workers are being exploited in Kenya, miners in Congo are digging.
He is right about the Kenya thing, as well as Congo and Rwanda. Yeah, man, this is where sometimes I feel like I might know too much about certain things. I was in Nairobi and yeah, man, that is absolutely the case. They don't make that much money at all, but all of the labeling, and that's something that I guess if you're not too well versed in AI, machine learning, that whole space, it's one thing to have data, but you also have to have labels and categories, and someone is doing that. It's not all automated. At the end of the day, there is some people whose job it is to look at a bunch of shit, label it, and categorize it. And that becomes the basis of the data that that these models will train on. Now, if you understand that, then you also understand that the people can make mistakes, or they can purposefully do things to corrupt the data. There are methods to fix that, and what it is you give the same task to multiple people. Therefore, no one person can screw it up. If you give the same task to 3 people and 2 of them say this and 1 of them say that, then at that point you can throw out 1 of them, or you can give it off to another third party. There are companies that exist whose sole purpose is to do that, and they're in Kenya, Nairobi. I thought about doing that, but I have a conscience. I wouldn't be able to live with myself to exploit people in that kind of way just so I can make money. And this is where sometimes I think I don't want it bad enough, because I have boundaries. I have principles that I refuse to abandon just for money. Now, I don't know if I would be saying this if I hadn't made a little bit of money. But now that I have, and I recognize, and I truly understand that it's not everything, I'm not willing to abandon my principles just to make more money, because at the end of the day, I need to be proud of myself. Fuck the rest of everyone else. I don't care. I need to be proud of myself. I need to be good with myself, and I can't do that. So I ended up just saying, no, I'm not going to do it. But there was this service by Amazon back in the day, like 10, 15 years ago, called Mechanical Turk, which is what gave rise to these AI tasks. Just FYI.
Cobalt for server batteries. Women in the global south are losing their jobs to AI call centers. Refugees are being tracked and sorted by facial recognition software trained on public surveillance footage. That's what's behind the curtain of AI, not some hidden quasi-divine consciousness. It's just the same old extractive, oppressive, exploitative plunderers and pillagers that we've always had. These people didn't develop AI to try to help humanity. These people think that humanity is a problem.
Yeah, it's to increase productivity. And if you increase productivity, you make more money. It's also to lower cost. I think this just flies over most people's head, but the biggest cost in any company is the labor, and the labor normally comes from humans. So they want to reduce costs while increasing productivity. They want less people to be able to do more things. And if we take away as much responsibility from people as possible, we can justify paying them lower and lower amounts of money, even though as a whole, the entity is making more and more profits. Now, you may be like, oh, they're going to take these profits and donate. They're not going to do that. They're going to go buy some shit. They're going to figure out ways to avoid paying taxes. it's all BS. It's all BS.
So they created AI to try to help solve the problem that they think humanity is. And they're going to use AI to justify their tyranny, again, just like the church did in Europe. It's going to be deployed to automate inequality and oppression by denying, for example, welfare through algorithms, maximizing profit through labor suppression on gig platforms, enforcing ideological orthodoxy through AI-driven, algorithmic-driven, content moderation and so on. And all of this is being rationalized and legitimized through really cult-like mystification and fabricated reverence for AI, like the singularity narrative, like I said. This idea that AI will eventually become so powerful, so sentient, that it transcends human intelligence and begins to evolve independently. That's not going to happen. This isn't science. That's mythology. It's a secular rapture of a techno-religion. It's a manufactured prophecy designed to preemptively foreclose dissent by convincing you from the beginning that dissent is futile. It's greedy little antisocial tech nerds wearing inflatable god costumes. Let's be clear, the real danger isn't in the code, it's in the class of people who control the code, who do the programming. The danger is in the false belief that the system is neutral and that
it's not neutral. It has latent bias. That was the subject of my thesis in grad school, was detecting latent bias in these models. Because they all have latent bias. Latent bias is bias that gets encoded into these models through the data that they're trained on, and that data itself has biases that are latent in humans. A good example is if I get pulled over, a cop is going to treat me a certain way because of what I look like. They're going to have some preconceived notions. And if anything were to happen or whatever, like that will get encoded, not encoded, that'll be data points. And if you get enough of those data points, that latent bias that we all have latent biases. Latent just means that it's sitting under the surface. You may not be aware of it. That gets encoded. So what happens when you have these systems that are being built, especially in situations where the people building them come from very specific backgrounds that aren't representative to the world? Well, it means is that they are going to encode their latent biases into the systems that they build. For what it's worth, this is one of the things that motivated me to continue on with my studies in machine learning and artificial intelligence for some of my grad school before I ended up just saying, fuck it, I dropped out. But my mindset was, I needed to be, someone like me needed to be at that table. Someone who is thinking about people from where I am, people who have my perspective or my experiences. Because if people like me aren't there, the systems that are built will oppress me and my people. And I don't know, at a certain point, I go back and forth. Well, I'll do something, and then I question myself, like, what am I doing this for? And it always comes when I realize that no one gives a shit about me. So I'm like, why am I over here wasting my time doing these things, trying to build shit or make sure I'm in certain rooms so that these people don't get fucked. Sometimes that goes in my mind. I'm just like, fuck them. But I know that that's the easy thing to do. And every so often, that voice that I was talking about, it's not me. I'll get some directive and I have to do it. So, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Harder than us, that it deserves our trust, even though the owners and the creators of this have proven time and time again that they're not worthy of our trust. The AI priesthood wants to replace power accountability with technical inevitability. So the only rational thing for you to do is to submit. That's what they want you to think. That's complete rubbish. They want you to believe that they don't control what's coming, that AI is going to run its own course. But of course they control it. They fund it, they build it, they train it, they deploy it. But when the systems of oppression come, they want to be able to say it wasn't us, it was the AI. Like I said before, we've seen this. We've seen this already. It was the church claiming divine revelation. It was the monarch claiming divine right, divine mandate. And it was the colonizer claiming that he was on a divine mission.
So he focuses on the West, but it's not just the West. I want to make that clear. The pharaohs did it. The emperors in China with the mandate of heaven, they did it. People in the Persian Empire did it. There is no civilization that didn't appeal to some higher entity to assert the validity of their claim to power. So while he's focused on the West, I do want to make sure that I call out that it's not just the West, it's everywhere.
The world. Now it's the tech executives claiming access to divine knowledge. So now I'm not saying don't use AI, use it, that's fine. I'm not criticizing AI per se, but you have to break the myth that they're trying to spin. This is a pseudo religion that they're creating. And they're creating it for the same reason that false religions were always created, for control. Alhamdulillah, as Muslims, we can sniff this out instantly. But for a lot of Westerners, who've never been able to distinguish truth from falsehood, Westerners who can't tell the difference between divine revelation and human manipulation, you're going to fall headfirst into just another fake religion. So if we don't resist this mystification of AI from now, we're going to end up being ruled once again, not by reason, not by law, not by truth, but by yet another craven tyranny disguised as divine.
There we go. One more down. Hopefully y'all enjoyed this one. Like I said, this is someone who I've been following for a while, and he reminds me of Malcolm X. Just the way he speaks. I grew up listening to people like Malcolm X. I'm using him because I think that's the one person that most people, even if you're not like me, you may have heard of him. There are a lot of others who probably never heard of. Let me remove this other video now that we're done with this one. Okay, let's now go to this warfare plan to destroy America.
Breaking tonight, too.
So this is from Thomas Sowell, and he makes some good points. I've read some of his stuff. He also makes some not great points, but I think I'm like that with anyone. I don't agree 100% with anyone, and I don't expect anyone to 100% agree with me. So I think it's important to just listen to all thoughts. That's how I am. I like to listen to everyone, whether I agree with them or not, just so I can see where they're coming from. And I think with listening to enough people, maybe you start to get a sense of what the truth could be. But this is regarding that fungus that a Chinese national, a student, was trying to smuggle into the country. I listened to a good portion of this, probably like the first 5 or 10 minutes. It wasn't 10 minutes, but I'm just saying 5 or 10, like between 5 or 10 minutes. So some of this I've heard before, but I will stop and pause here and there just to kind of interject as I usually do. And before I start, let me go ahead and give it a like and give it a share. For those of you who, if you're interested, go like it if you like this video.
Chinese nationals have been charged with smuggling a dangerous biological pathogen into the United States. And this pathogen is considered a serious threat to our food supply and thus our national security. Fox's David Spunt is here with all the details. David, this is terrifying.
Laura, it really is quite an interesting...
I'm sorry, I had to already pause it. I do not like when a news anchor, or what's supposed to, this is why I don't watch mainstream media. I'm not even gonna lie, I don't watch the news. But this is why. Your job is to report. I don't care about your opinion. I was brought up with the understanding that news is to inform you. That's it. It's supposed to be neutral, fair, no opinions. And I don't care what she thinks. She's saying it's terrifying. It was going so well until she said that. Plus, I hate the way she looks.
According to the Justice Department, one of them worked at a laboratory connected to the University of Michigan. The FBI arrested 33-year-old Yu Qing Zhan for allegedly smuggling in a
Yu Qing Zhan? What kind of what kind of?
The FBI arrested 33-year-old Yu Qing John.
That is not her name. John. There is no one from China with the last. Well, that wouldn't be her last name. That would be their first name. With the name John. This is probably Zhang. Like the standing or right. It's probably Zhang.
For allegedly smuggling in a fungus called Fusarium graminearum, which could be used as an agroterrorism weapon. The gases from the fungus could cause liver damage, vomiting, and reproductive defects in humans and livestock. DOJ officials say John has direct ties to the Chinese Communist Party, and she works at the University of Michigan, and her boyfriend is connected to a university back in China. FBI Director Kash Patel, in an exclusive statement to Fox Digital, says this case is a sobering reminder that the Chinese Communist Party continues to deploy operatives and researchers to infiltrate our institutions and target our food supply, an act that could cripple our economy and endanger American lives. Smuggling a known agroterrorism agent into the U.S. is not just a violation of law, it's a direct threat to national security. I commend the FBI Detroit Division and our partners at CPB for stopping this biological threat before it could do real damage. Now, senior DOJ leaders, Laura, are debating whether to bring back the so-called China Initiative, a controversial program during the Bill Barr Justice Department that aimed to stop Chinese espionage that began in American universities. The DOJ under Merrick Garland got rid of the name after groups came forward and complained it was insensitive, but I'm told the current Attorney General Pam Bondi and her team want to focus on China, though it's unclear if they'll bring the China Initiative name back.
We are often told that history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. And this latest story about 2 Chinese nationals smuggling a biological pathogen into the United States, that's not just a crime. It's a verse in a familiar song, one we've heard before, and one we keep pretending isn't playing. It is not an isolated incident.
Yeah, it happened in Boston. Not too long before I went to Boston. So it was still a thing.
Part of a pattern,
people are still talking
a
about it.
methodical strategy with roots, logic, and purpose. According to the U.S. Justice Department, a 33-year-old woman named Yu Qing Jiao,
Oh, it's
affiliated with
Zhao.
the
Okay, it's
University
not
of
Jones, it's
Michigan,
Zhao.
was arrested for smuggling a biological agent, Fusarium graminearum, into the United States. A fungus. That's all most people need to hear before they tune out. It's just a fungus, they'll say. But those who understand the machinery of civilization know that in the right hands, something as small as a fungus can become a weapon, a tool of sabotage, a method to break economies and sow panic, all without launching a single missile. The pathogen in question is no benign lab sample. It can destroy grain crops, decimate livestock, and even cause reproductive damage and liver failure in humans. A few spores in the wrong silo or field could trigger an agricultural cascade of failure, not just local, not just regional, but national. Well, this isn't just science. This is strategy. And the people executing it aren't naive students. According to the FBI, Yu Qing Jiao has direct ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Her boyfriend, connected to a university back in China, is part of a wider research network that raises serious questions. Questions our institutions have long been too timid, too politically correct, or too ideologically blind to ask. This is not the first time, it will not be the last. Several years ago, Harvard professor Charles Lieberchair of the university's chemistry department was arrested for secretly accepting hundreds of thousands of dollars from China's 1,000 talents.
Yeah, this was a big deal. So I follow a lot of what's going on between our region and the Asia Pacific because at one point in time, I incorporated in Singapore. So I kept abreast of what's going on. Because I have to, right? Like I actually have a business there. So I remember when this popped up on my radar and I noticed how no one talked about it. There were a few people who talked about it. These are mostly folks who cover China. But I didn't hear anything about it from regular everyday Americans. And I was just like, this is interesting. Why is no one talking about this? Now, a couple people who I know in Boston, Cambridge, we did talk about it. But it wasn't like deep. It was just like, yeah, like this was happening. I'm like, well, like, how is this not an issue? And we kind of just trailed off from there. We didn't really get into it. But yeah, this is something that I was concerned about years ago, because if we have foreign money from a government that we're in competition with, if you read what they put out, we're their enemy. So we're accepting money from our enemies. Whether or not they are our enemy, we seem to be theirs. So, all right, that's why I'm saying from our enemies. What does that mean for us? And it got me thinking, how come so many of those children from the leadership over there, how come they're over here in these schools? I don't know. Maybe that's a conversation we're not ready to have, because I guess it would be considered racist, I suppose, even though I don't necessarily view Chinese as a race. I also don't view Asian as a race. No, I don't even view North American. I'm North American. I don't classify myself as a race. I'm American. Maybe you could call it xenophobia, but even then, is it xenophobic to recognize real threats? This is the problem that we've been experiencing in our country for a while, is you can't have any form of honest discourse without someone trying to throw a label on you to shut you down. And that's how I know we're cooked. That type of strategy has been talked about in all manner of the dystopian novels I grew up reading, where that's how it happens. It comes in via speech first. If you can change speech, you are literally controlling thought, because what is speech other than thought vocalized?
A program explicitly designed by the CCP to recruit and embed foreign scientific expertise for China's strategic benefit. Lieber concealed his payments. He lied about his financial relationship with Wuhan University of Technology, and he misled federal authorities. Why? Because even the perception of loyalty to a foreign power undermines public trust in science. And yet, this behavior, once considered shocking, is now commonplace. Our universities have become infiltration points, not because China has outsmarted us, but because we have invited them in. We incentivized it, we glorified it, we rolled out red carpets and translated espionage into scholarships. And this willingness to be willfully blind, this ideological allergy to suspicion, has infected more than just the academy. It has spread to policy, to media, to corporate boardrooms. There exists today in America an elite class that believes danger is an illusion, that national loyalty is outdated, and that all cultures are morally equivalent. This is how empires die, not with invasions, but with erosion. Now consider what the release of Fusarium graminearum could mean. It targets wheat, corn, soy, crops that feed not only our families, but our livestock, our school cafeterias, our export economy. One strategically placed contamination site could wipe out yields across thousands of acres. And it's not just the produce. If livestock ingest tainted feed, the effects cascade through the food chain. Illness, infertility, mass culling. The average American may never hear the term Fusarium graminearum, but they will feel its touch at the supermarket, the pharmacy, and the hospital. Food prices soar, supply chains shatter, school lunch programs are halted, farmers face ruin, states issue emergency aid, grocery shelves empty. It's not speculation, it's precedent. Remember the 2015 avian flu outbreak? It caused the culling of more than 50 million birds and cost the U.S. economy $300 million. And that was natural. Now imagine a foreign adversary deliberately engineering a similar outcome, quietly, strategically, and without a fingerprint. That's not paranoia, that's preparedness. In 2021, a Chinese researcher named Zhao Songjing was arrested at Boston Logan Airport, attempting to smuggle 21 vials of biological samples.
Do y'all remember this, or was this not talked about publicly? Curious. Am I the only one who knows these things?
Hidden in his sock. He had worked in a Harvard-affiliated lab. He confessed he intended to bring the samples back to China for his own research illegally.
I think they let him go.
And again, the media shrugged. The academic world responded with concern, not for the breach of trust, but for the optics of looking anti-Chinese. This is what I have called for decades the moral preening of the anointed. The idea
Okay,
that
so you remember too, yeah.
expressing
Okay, good.
concern about...
Sometimes I worry because the best way that you can control thought is by controlling discourse and what's known. And it seems to me as if there's been a purposeful erasure of not only knowledge, but of events. And I fear for the future because these things are no longer being taught. And a lot of these things don't get covered. And so, we have so many people living here under this false, this illusion of what the world is, and having no clue that just because we think that we live in a postmodern world and that, everyone's good and all that kind of stuff doesn't mean that that's the reality. And that's not to say that, everyone is bad either, but I think it's important to realize that we do have enemies. Just like in regular human, like say in individual humans, if one human is doing superior to all the rest, resentment grows. It's the same with nations. There are a lot of nations that hate that America exists and that we are where we are. Yet for whatever reason, I guess we were so successful that we built this society that people don't even have to live in reality and things can still work out okay. And I know that that's not sustainable. And it's concerning to me because I am American. I live in America. While I will burn out if shit hits the fan, that's not what I would like to do. I would prefer to stay home. This is my home. My ancestors are buried here. I would also like to be buried here with them.
Foreign infiltration is more dangerous than the infiltration itself. The anointed care more about being seen as tolerant than being right. They care more about ideals than outcomes, and they view vigilance as vulgarity. The result is predictable. The American people get left holding the bag, while the elite trade security for self-congratulation. Now let us understand China's game. The Chinese Communist Party is not an accidental menace. It is a deliberate one. It is not lashing out because it's threatened. It is probing because it's confident. Confident that our systems are open, that our watchdogs are asleep, that our professors will protect their funding more fiercely than their country, that our Justice Department will prioritize not offending over not surrendering.
Are they wrong though? This is why I have to give them credit. The Chinese state, and I want to make a distinction here, just like there's a distinction between Americans and our state. The Chinese state, they seem to be aware that that's the case here in America. And I look at them as being smart. If I knew certain things about my enemy and how they would behave and react, I would do the same things. In fact, it's in their best interest to do it. So I even have to respect it. That being said, I want to be able to respect my state too, for making sure that other countries can't just get one over on us. Pull the wig over our eyes. I would prefer if we had people in our country who were better, who could see these things coming in. It's just like, all right, keep trying, keep probing. We don't have to worry about you because we have the best people on it. But I no longer think that's the case. And maybe that's also part of the goal, is to erode trust in our public institutions. And maybe it's working, because I already had very little trust for institutions here, just due to how I was brought up. But these days I've lost even more trust in the institutions of our government. I now look at our government as incompetent. Is that fair? Probably not, but what else have they shown me? over the past 20 years.
And when the Biden Justice Department dissolved the China Initiative in the effort under the Trump and Barr administration to expose and prosecute Chinese espionage in academia, it sent a loud message. It said, we would rather not risk being called racist than stop a foreign adversary from stealing our intellectual property and compromising our national security. This kind of logic would be laughable if it weren't lethal. It was the China Initiative that revealed how over 50 U.S. research institutions had been compromised by undeclared Chinese funding and espionage. The program was criticized for racial profiling, but what it uncovered wasn't suspicion, it was proof. And yet the anointed said, we'd rather blindfold ourselves than risk a politically incorrect glance. In the 1930s, British diplomats visited Hitler and returned home praising his modernization and efficiency. They were impressed by the roads, by the uniforms, by the trains running on time. What they didn't see or refused to see was the engine of war already in motion. Today's diplomats and academics make the same mistake with China. They see the skyscrapers, the tech startups, the graduate students, and they assume this is a nation playing by the same rule book. They see cultural exchange. China sees opportunity. While we fund diversity offices and sustainability workshops, China funds synthetic biology and weaponized trade policy. While we argue over pronouns, they argue over how to dominate semiconductors, artificial intelligence, and food security.
I'm not confident that if we were to, if China, as far as I have seen from their policy, which doesn't get talked about in America, you have to go to their websites. It's in Chinese, but some of it is in English. Some of it. I don't know if you would want to, maybe you want to trust it. I translated yourself. It's better that way. But one of the things that is clear to me is that if we were to go into a situation where we are in a confrontation, I have very little faith that over a long period of time, let's say over more than like 3 or 5 years, I don't think that America will come out on top. For one, you can't build shit here. There was once upon a time when I was trying to I used to sell microfiber tiles, and I ended up sourcing from South Korea, but eventually I wanted to build these things here locally in America. It's very hard. It may be impossible. We don't have production capacity here. We don't have people who know how to manufacture, or we don't have very many people who know how to machine or just build shit in general. We have people who are decent with software, but we depend on foreign countries to build the chips that our software runs on. And I'm part of that problem. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know how to build a silicon chip. I know a little bit about the process, but if we were to innovate, I don't think I don't have that skill set. I know I don't have that skill set to do it. The software that I write depends on hardware produced by Chinese. That's dangerous, because what happens if the Chinese decide that, you know what, we don't like the fact that y'all are trying to prevent our growth and, stifle us using your current market domination. So we're going to play by your same rules, and we're also going to prevent our stuff from being sent over to you. That would decimate us. We can't produce the things that they can produce. And I mean that. It's not even a matter of, do we have the intelligence? It's more of, we don't have the infrastructure, the capability to do it at all. And that is very concerning. And, when we have people who recognize that fact and start, trying to make things to change things so that that's not the case, well, then they go out in the streets and protest, and, well, you're seeing it now. It's always just against what's best for us. Okay, it's a dinner. I have 2 dinners on back, man. dinner on Friday and one on Sunday.
This isn't guesswork, it's policy. The CCP's unrestricted warfare doctrine, outlined by 2 Chinese colonels in 1999, explains plainly that modern conflict will not be defined by bombs and missiles, but by information, finance, supply chains, and yes, biological agents. The plan was published, and we ignored it. The incident in Michigan isn't shocking because it happened. It's shocking because it nearly succeeded. And we caught it not because we were proactive, but because we were lucky. But luck is not a strategy. And if luck is your first line of defense, then you're already losing. So what comes next? That's the question no one in the ruling class wants to ask, because the answers are inconvenient. They require action, they require judgment, they require making distinctions. And distinctions to the anointed are dangerous. They blur their neat little ideologies. But this is not about judging people. It is about judging threats. And when you cannot do that, you do not deserve the power to govern. When threats arise, real, documented, imminent, what do we see from the institutions sworn to protect us? We see hesitation, wordsmithing, euphemisms. The Department of Justice says it may reinstating the Chinese initiative, not because it didn't work, but because some activists felt it sounded impolite. We are witnessing a pattern that empires in decline always seem to follow. They begin by projecting strength. Then they grow wealthy, complacent, and distracted. Finally, they start outsourcing their vigilance to emotion. And they lose the ability to distinguish friend from foe. This latest case, the smuggling of an agri-terror pathogen, is not just a law enforcement matter. It is an alarm bell that echoes through every critical system we depend on. Food is not just about meals, it's about civilization. Without secure crops, there is no stability. Without functioning agriculture, everything else collapses. Transportation, healthcare, education, industry, even military readiness. The average American is never told this. They are taught to worry about trending hashtags, climate virtue signals, and whether a university speaker is inclusive enough. Meanwhile, the machinery that keeps our lights on and shelves stocked is quietly being tested, prodded for weakness, not by accident, but by an adversary who sees our softness not as a mystery, but as a weapon. For decades, I have warned about the perils of the anointed, those intellectuals and bureaucrats whose beliefs are shaped not by consequences, but by their own sense of moral superiority. These are the same people who told us that normalizing relations with China would make them more like us.
Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. And it was never going to happen. You know, there's an interesting thing, or man, his name is Deng Xiaoping. He was the third or fourth, I'm forgetting. He was either the third or the fourth premier of China, of the head of the CCP on the Politburo. There was this event that happened in 1989, June 7th. For what it's worth, the anniversary of that event was this past weekend. The man that gave that a go-ahead was him. That's also the man that went to Singapore in the 60s or 70s? It may have been the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the 70s because it was after the Cultural Revolution. He went to Singapore and he saw what they were able to accomplish. And he asked the then premier or the PM, I think it's Lee Kuan Yew, maybe? Just go Google. I think his name is Lee Kuan Yew. He was the prime minister of Singapore at that time after Britain had left in the 60s. And they went from a nothing backwater to one of the richest nations in Southeast, well, technically APAC, but let's just say Asia. They're one of the 4 Asian tigers, who had these incredible come-ups. And Deng Xiaoping wanted to replicate that strategy, so he decided to listen to the premier or to the PM of Singapore and decided to open up some free economic zones, or what do you call those things? FEZs or EZs or something like that. Economic zones, free economic zones or something like that. a special economic zone, the SEZ, my bad. One of them was Shanghai. One was Shenzhen. There were a few others. There were like 7 or 8. And what happened was growth exploded. And that's kind of what set China on its course. They decided that, you know what, that's actually the right way to go. And they changed. But in that conversation that they had, they made it very clear that, you know, you do this for your values. You never let them win, because at the time, the West was very critical of Singapore and how, you know, the PM of that country was going about making sure that he got his country out of poverty. Basically, it was a smear campaign against him, and it made him very aware that you can never cede control over to the West because they'll destroy you. That lesson was passed on. Yeah, for whatever reason, you know, I guess here in America, we have this idea that everyone values money the same way as we do. Our thought process was, well, if we make them rich, then they'll see the benefits of democracy. And I'm just like, you can get rich and still not have democracy. And the Chinese seem to recognize that fact too. Ultimately, they ended up getting signed into the WTO, President Clinton. That was under him. And almost immediately, things started to change. Even me as a younger kid, I could feel the changes. We lost almost all of our production capability. When I was younger, I very rarely saw things that were made in China. That's why I say I think I'm like part of a special generation where I'm millennials, especially the older ones. We're like a transitioning generation. Like we grew up in the postmodern era, but not all the way. We still have remnants of what was before things started to go away. I remember a lot of my stuff as a kid was made here in America. I saw it everywhere, made in America. But in the 2000s, all of a sudden, everything that I'm seeing is made in China. Now, sure, the things are cheaper, and I do know that at some point the quality was inferior, but that quickly changed. The Chinese products are not inferior in any sense these days. But what that did is it made it such that we no longer have production capability here. And it's hard to find things that are made in America. And if you do find those things, you have to pay out the ass. I have a lot of things that are made in America. I pay out the ass for it. This credenza back here, it's made in America. $6,000. I could have bought something from China and got it for like $400. But it was important to me that my furniture is made here because, well, when I was growing up, my furniture said made in America. It's special to me. That means something to me. I don't understand how you can love your country and then not want to buy things created in your country. You want to buy things from everywhere else except for the place that you apparently love. You can't see this over there, but my furniture, all of my furniture, made in America. My bed, made in America. Yes, I had to pay out the ass for it, but these are things that are important to me. My cookware. I have old cookware from the 1800s in the mid 19th century, or not 19th century, the mid 20th century. So like 1950s, 1940s, that kind of thing. All my cast iron cookware made here in America. Even my newer cookware is all clad. The actual pans are made in America. For some of them, all of them are. But for my new stuff, the handles are the only things made in China. We've gotten to a point to where we can't even make our own handles for our own cookware. Now, I do have things that aren't made in America. I have things made all over the place, but I buy things from certain places for a specific reason. Like I like my knives from Japan. You know, I like German engineered product. I love German shit. I love Japanese shit. There's some Chinese shit that I love, like DJI. There is no way you're going to convince me to ever buy an American camera. A little pocket camera, a little what do you call those things? Action camera. My drones. I like to buy the best. And in my opinion, China makes the best drones. So I will buy Chinese drones. But I think it's important that we think about where are the products that we buy or that we purchase, where do they come from? It's just what I think, though. I'm just one man.
Trade would lead to open hearts, that a McDonald's in Beijing meant peace was inevitable. They believed, as many British officials did in the 1930s, that evil regimes could be pacified by kindness and contracts. The result was World War II, when Chinese companies with clear ties to the CCP buy up thousands of acres of American farmland near military bases. The anointed shrug. When Chinese shell companies snap up pharmaceutical patents and critical minerals, they applaud the efficiency of global markets. When Chinese graduate students walk out of U.S. labs with terabytes of genomic data or agricultural research, the anointed blame us for being xenophobia enough to ask questions. What they will never answer is this: if our adversaries are willing to exploit our openness, our trust, our institutions, and we refuse to draw lines or enforce standards, who is left to defend the Republic? Let us return to the pathogen. Let's imagine it had not been caught. A few spores dropped into a grain silo in Kansas, a shipment rerouted into the Midwest. Within days, contamination would spread, not just in fields, but in fear. Crop prices would spike. Beef, poultry, and dairy producers would panic. Families with already tight grocery budgets would feel the hit first. And all it would take is a few coordinated social media posts to trigger mass hysteria.
Xiao Hongshu, maybe? Is that the name of that book? Or wait, what's the name of that app? Yeah, it's Little Red Book, right? Yeah, Xiao Hongshu. Or TikTok. Or the fact that we saw CCTV earlier today at the LA riots. These types of things actually do happen. You may find out, you may actually meet somebody who, I want to be clear, I've never participated in these types of operations, but I know of people who have participated in operations that they're called psyops, you know? And it's fairly easy. I've thought about doing that in the past too. And then I was just like, I don't know, I can't. Yeah. Sometimes I think that if I didn't have the principles that I have, I would be stupidly rich right now. Because it's so easy to exploit people. It's so easy. And hopefully for everyone's sake, I don't lose that. I think about it sometimes.
This is the genius of asymmetric warfare. You don't need to launch a missile or invade a coastline. You just need to undermine trust. Once people stop trusting their food, their air, their water, or each other, the civilization starts to crack from the inside.
We're already
benefits. A regime that has declared, in its own words, that the East is rising and the West is declining. A regime that imprisons whistleblowers, censors its internet, and runs ethnic concentration camps, but still gets standing ovations at international summits.
I think it needs to be called out that the same thing happens here in America. It may not be the government that we elected, but it is, in a sense, a government that we never elected. Our corporations do the same shit. So I understand what he's saying. Yeah, the regime and all that kind of stuff. It's not that different here in practice.
A regime that believes long-term planning, centralized control, and moral ruthlessness will win the 21st century. They are not interested in diversity statements. They are interested in dominance. But perhaps the greatest danger is not China itself. It's what we allow China to reveal about ourselves, our unwillingness to admit that evil exists, not in fairy tales or history books, but in real time, wearing suits, shaking hands, writing grants. Our refusal to confront how far we've drifted from the concept of duty, of protecting what is ours, even at the cost of comfort or popularity. Empires do not collapse overnight. They rot slowly, from decadence, from denial, from the illusion that values don't need defense, that freedom is self-sustaining, and that goodwill is a substitute for strategy. And make no mistake, this is not about Chinese people. The average citizen in China has no more control over the Communist Party than the average Soviet farmer had over the KGB. Many are victims. Many are prisoners. Many risk their lives just to speak the truth, but it is precisely because we value freedom and decency that we must distinguish between people and politics, between individuals and ideology. The CCP is not China, but the CCP controls China, and it seeks to infiltrate, exploit, and weaken every system that stands in the way of its global ascent. So where does that leave us? It leaves us with a choice we've been avoiding, the choice between appeasement and accountability, between naivety and national interest, between the comfort of shallow optimism and the hard work of sober defense. We must stop pretending that vigilance is racist, that patriotism is paranoia, that questioning motives is xenophobic.
I don't understand why it's okay for, a Chinese person to be proud of China and what they have accomplished, but for an American person to be proud of America and what we've accomplished and to want our country to be on top. I don't blame anyone who's Chinese for wanting their country to be on top. I would actually look at you sideways if you didn't. I would almost be offended for you. Like, what the hell? You should want your country to be on top. But what I don't understand is how so many Americans in this country seem to not want us to be on top. It baffles me.
We must start recognizing that freedom requires more than slogans. It requires eyes open, back straight, and standards enforced. This is not about fear. It is about clarity, and clarity is what separates free societies from failed ones. The next time someone tells you that all cultures are equal, that all intentions are pure, or that America has nothing left to protect, remember this fungus, this tiny, invisible saboteur brought in not to feed, but to poison. Remember the silence of the media, the hesitation of the bureaucrats, the bravado of those who still believe that playing nice earns you respect, from those who see kindness as weakness. History may not repeat, but it teaches. And what it teaches, again and again, is that the price of security is eternal vigilance, not just from our military, but from our citizens, not just in war, but in peacetime, not just on the battlefield, but in the classroom, the laboratory, and the loading dock. There is no margin for error because civilization is not the default, it is the exception. And those who forget that fact are destined to be reminded by force, by failure, or by the quiet, deadly work of an invisible spore.
Okay, so that was Thomas Sowell. What are y'all thoughts? I've already shared mine, a lot of them, but maybe there are none. I'm just going to keep moving forward. Never mind. I don't know why I asked. Let's go ahead and share this. Like, and let's go.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
Harvard's graduation turned into a political protest, and at MIT, they were giving lengthy Free Palestine speeches, and then there was this guy who wore an indigenous outfit to receive his degree. Make sure that you are subscribed because in this video, we are looking at the most
Are we living in a clown world right now?
Graduates ever.
This is a clown world. What the hell?
It's the biggest moment of your life. You walk on stage to receive your diploma.
The biggest moment of my life is this woman right here in this chair. What is she doing to that chair? That's chair abuse.
This happens.
Look at that. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. I wasn't expecting that one. She was taking up all of my vision. You know, she creates a gravitational pull with her mass. So all of the light was going over to her. I didn't see her. And then I saw this other big mass, the two body effect. This is funny.
You get kicked in by the person walking in front of you who decided to do a backflip. The saddest part is how happy she was.
Yeah, she wasn't fair.
Oh my gosh. That ruined her moment. I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing at the situation. Oh man, I feel bad for her though. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel bad for old girl. And I'm not just saying that like sarcastically. I actually feel bad for her. That person in front of her ruined her moment. That's fucked up. And now, because of this happening, it's on the internet. Now I'm over here talking all the shit. I'm not gonna stop that part. I can't apologize for that one.
Hung out piece. Look at me. Foot to the head. Check out these graduates from Harvard with their Palestine signs. This sign says Harvard legalizes genocide. Isn't that a little bit awkward to hold up that sign at Harvard? Shouldn't they wait to receive their diploma before showing the sign? Sure seems like they got a lot of people on board with this. This principle is going viral for the way.
So here's what I would expect in the future. Since they want Harvard to divest from these things, I think that corporations should divest from Harvard graduates. And that's not that easy for me to say. Just ah, man. I'm not even gonna lie. This is part of the reason why I decided to not finish my studies. I haven't really talked much about why. I mean, it's a bunch of reasons why. But after a while, I just realized I don't want anything in common with these people. These people being at that school. I went to that school, so just FYI.
He was dancing with this graduate. This is incredibly inappropriate. This doesn't look like a normal teacher to student interaction. Even if he was a cool teacher, it's still pretty bizarre. But just wait for it. It gets more interesting. Yes. Oh, he's such a cool teacher, right? He lets people jump over him. What do you guys think about this guy's style?
The behavior itself, I don't have a problem with. No, if this were like an after graduation type of party or whatever, I think that this is really wholesome. It's endearing. I like it, but there's a time and a place. The graduation ceremony is neither the time nor the place to be engaging in this type of thing. Have a graduation party at the school, like for after the actual ceremony, there could be like another 2-hour, 3-hour event where, yeah, like you spent time with these people, you've grown close to some of them, you built relationships with some of them. Fine. Yeah, do that there. But I don't think that this is the right time or place for that. That being said, that's just what I think, which isn't really relevant here, right? This is their event. And, if all of the people who were there, if they kind of already understood that this is what was going to be happening and the parents and all that kind of stuff understood that and everybody's cool, then so be it. But yeah.
Let's hear this MIT graduation speech.
Good afternoon, friends. We have been given the privilege of access to a place like this, to a community like this, and it is now time to make use of it. We cannot allow fear to keep us from doing that. You have faced the obstacle of fear before, and you turned it into fuel to stand up for what is right. You showed the world that MIT wants a free Palestine.
I was really with her, and then I just became a little bit confused.
Last spring, MIT's undergraduate body and graduate student union voted overwhelmingly to cut ties with the genocidal Israeli military. You called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and you stood in solidarity with the pro-Palestine activists on campus. You faced threats, intimidation, and suppression coming from all directions, especially your own university officials. But you prevailed because the MIT community that I know would never tolerate a genocide.
I don't think these people realize the repercussions of what they're doing. Here's how I see this playing out. we already have a very anti-intellectual force in this country. It's always been there. And it's not just in this country. It's happened in other countries where the intellectuals, the academics, the people who are smart are vilified and attacked and forcibly removed from power. Because let's be real, a lot of these people seem to think that because they're smart that they are shielded and that they're needed. But in reality, the people who they seek to assert their worldview over don't feel the same way. I don't like what is likely to come, because it puts people like me at risk. I'm being selfish. I don't really care about her, but it puts people like me at risk where, you know, I might be seen in a certain way and they may form certain beliefs or stereotypes based off of me and, you know, the class that I may exist in simply because of people like her. Man, I wonder, I don't know, is she going to stay in America? Is she going to try to get a job somewhere? Because it seems that a lot of these free rides are starting to go. Not going to be here for much longer. And that's when things really hits the fan, when shit gets tough.
I just imagine that this was very awkward for the parents and families in the audience.
I can tell that one guy at the front, he didn't seem impressed. Oh, let me go back. They did a pan shot to him, or
coming from all
a cut to him.
directions, especially campus, for a permanent.
That guy right there, he didn't seem all that impressed. This, I'm assuming she's Chinese girl. She didn't seem to be clapping. She's just there.
I was really with her.
Like, what the hell?
And then I just became a little bit confused.
Last spring, MIT's undergraduate body and graduate student union voted overwhelmingly to cut ties with the genocidal Israeli military. You called for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and you stood in solidarity with the pro-Palestine activists on campus. You faced threats, intimidation, and suppression coming from all directions, especially your own university officials. But you prevailed because the MIT community that I know would never tolerate a genocide.
I just imagine that this was very awkward for the parents and families in the audience. Or maybe it wasn't, and everybody agreed with her. But regardless, it is pretty insane to bring these things up during your graduation when it should just be a moment of celebration. They are bringing out all the signs. That one says Israel racist state. This one, a Palestinian flag, and then none of the teachers shook her hand. This one said arms embargo now. So many of the graduates are walking on the stage with signs.
Yeah, man, it's hard for me to have respect, to keep my respect. You know, there was a point in my life where I wanted to go to MIT. Well, honestly, there was a point in my life where I wanted to go to all the schools that I went to. Now I'm not so sure if I'd ever want to go back or support them or in any kind of way. If this is what they're putting out.
So the last principal we saw looked pretty cool, but this guy honestly just looks like an absolute jerk. Apparently, the graduation ended early after he said, "Look who's leaving, all the black people." That's so messed up.
Close those doors. Close the doors. Now. Close the doors.
I wasn't expecting it to be a woman. She's yelling at them to close the doors. She's not allowing them to leave.
No, why can't they leave?
You people are being so rude to not listen to this speech. It was my fault that we missed it in the program. Look who's leaving, all the black people.
Oh, now they got something to say. Now that got their attention.
I cannot believe she actually said that.
You know what? We need more. All right. We need more people to say what's on their mind, not less. I am tired of living in an America where people are afraid to say what's on their mind. If you got some racist shit to say it. I want to hear it. I will choose for myself whether or not I want to deal with you or not. Tell me how you really feel. I actually think that that's what we need in this country, is for more people to recognize that we have freedom of speech and that it's okay to say some words that may offend people, because you're going to offend someone no matter what. So at least do the best thing and be honest. I have no problem with what that lady said. If it just so happens to be the case that it was only black people leaving, why is it racist to point that out? Is it racist for me to point out that all of the lights are yellow? If all of my lights are yellow, like, I don't understand. I think that what she said is fine.
Is she trying to ruin her life? Is she trying to get canceled and never be able to find
Fuck
any
cancel culture.
job?
Fuck cancel culture. I'm over it now. I'm over it. I'm 100% over it. Nah. First of all, let's be real. And I'm in that group. We don't have the power to cancel anyone. The only way that we can cancel people is with the allyship of people who actually do have power. So, nah. We need to get out of this whole cancellation code. This is very much something that comes from Bolshevism. Just saying. I don't want any of that here.
Ever again. In Harvard, this graduate was using the graduation for a platform for her political agenda as well.
There are no safe zones left in Gaza after 600 days and 77 years of genocide.
Wait a second, where are we?
I center these students with urgent desperation because time is running out. No meaningful aid has entered Gaza since March 2nd, and this is on our account. I center Palestine.
I don't give a shit. I care about America and what's going on here. We have our own problems. I am not that concerned with problems of other places, especially when those other places have never had any type of feelings for the problems that we have here. The people in these other countries, they're worried about their problems. And I don't think that it's mean or racist or bad that we leave them to focus on their problems and they leave us to focus on ours. I am sick and tired of having to focus on everyone else's problems over ours. I'm at a point now where I'm just like, fuck those other places. I don't care. They can have their problems. They're on the other side of Earth. It's a 12-hour flight for me to get over there. Why the hell do I give a shit? Well, I don't, but why should I give a shit? I had to pay thousands of dollars and fly on a plane. I just don't care. And I'm kind of sick of these people who are bringing up all these issues that have nothing to do with America. We have so many issues here in America. Why don't you complain about the homeless people that live just outside your campus? How about that? Why don't you cross the bridge over into Boston that often? Is it because that is very different from Cambridge? Because you see drug addiction and homelessness everywhere? Is that why you like talk about the things that actually affect the people who live in the area? Unless you're going back to Palestine, then okay, all right, I accept you. You know, like you're talking about the problems that you are going to face. Okay, I respect that. But these people, unless they're about to leave, you need to be worried about what's going on here, because that's going to affect you more than whatever the hell's going on abroad.
Today, not just because of its scale of atrocity, but because of our complicity in it.
Of course, it's the Divinity School. Harvard Divinity School. So it is Harvard. I was right. So it is Cambridge. Yeah. Why don't you go across the bridge over into Boston? I'm curious.
The very scattered and unenthusiastic claps.
Class of 2025, Palestine is waiting for us to arrive.
Which you will not do. You won't go.
Well, what you're saying is it's not even world problems. The rest of the world doesn't give a shit. It's the people in that country, in that region, who are affected. Those are the only people who give a shit. So it's not even world problems. Like, it's fine that, you know, these problems exist. I acknowledge it. I just don't care about those problems over here in America. Now, if I'm over there, sure, I'm going to care about those problems because it affects me at that point. But so long as I'm over here, I'm worried about what the hell is happening in Houston, what's going on in Texas. And I think you heard it in the Discord where I'm like, I really don't even care about what's going on in California because I'm not Californian. I don't live in California. I live in Texas. And I think I even said I'll care about it for these live streams, but in reality, I don't care. So if I don't even care about events that are happening in another state in my own country, what makes you think I give a shit about what's happening in another country across Earth? And it's not to say that, you know, I have anything against the country. It's just I don't care. I've never cared about Palestine. It's not nothing to do with Israel. I just don't care. There's never been a time in my life where I'm like, you know what? Except for one time, very recently, just so I can see what's going on for myself. There's never been a time in my life where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to buy a ticket and go to Palestine. That never crossed my mind. I have said I'm going to go to Lebanon. I said I want to go to Jordan. I've said I want to go to Syria for food. Bahrain. Like there are other places in that region that I've said that I wanted to go to, and some of them I've actually gone to. I've been next to Palestine. I went to Egypt, and at no point was I like, you know what? I really want to go to Palestine. Never. The only way I'm going to Palestine is to go to Jerusalem. And that's only because of the history. That's it. Other than that, I've never had an interest in it. It's just okay, yeah, cool. I know that it exists. I've known that it exists for a while. I just never had an interest to go there. So if I can live in a world and have plenty of opportunities to go there, and I'm in neighboring countries adjacent to the country, and even if I can just take a fucking cab, I have never once been like, yeah, I want to go here. I don't care.
Palestine, so they're going to be waiting for some time. Here we have Harvard students enthusiastically clapping because their university is suing Donald Trump. I have to assume that if you go to Harvard, you don't have a choice but to be Democrat, or at the very least be anti-Donald Trump. This student decided to do his walk while holding up the flag of the Chinese Communist Party, which...
That's not the flag of the Chinese Communist Party. That's the flag of the People's Republic of China. Of China. That's not the Chinese Communist Party. It's the Chinese flag. Just like our flag here in America isn't the... Well, we have multiple parties. It's not the Democrat Republican flag. It's the American flag. Let's come on. Put some respect on it.
Doesn't have much of a place in the United States at all. I do not know what was in the punch at this graduation ceremony, but I cannot come up with a reason why this type of behavior would be
bro.
normal.
People around the world see this shit. This is embarrassing.
Graduation, and it feels like you're entering this new chapter of your life, and you're feeling so nostalgic about the last 5 years or whatever.
I can imagine that there are other people in other countries seeing this stuff and laughing and mocking and just losing all respect for our country and the people in it. It's not a good look.
I don't know if it means that you should begin just absolutely losing your mind in the most uncoordinated dance moves I've ever seen. Probably the most unhinged graduate of them all says that she will not stand for the national anthem. Interesting. I wonder what country her flight is to after her graduation.
Notice that she's looking at herself on camera. All of these girls these days, they seem to have main character syndrome. They have too much self-importance. Life will humble them.
So instead of showing respect to your country, you instead are going to stare at yourself on your phone. I'm sure your hair looks fine. I wonder what exactly would prompt a person to go through college for 4+ years and then at your graduation say, this was all for nothing, I'm just going to rip up my degree.
Joy Lynn Van Hassel. Bixia Chen.
Man.
It's so performative. I don't know if that's a man or a woman. I can't tell, but I mean, to be fair, degrees are useless these days, so it doesn't matter. And even then, it's symbolic. You're just tearing a piece of paper. Now, what would be funny is if the university decided to rescind or revoke the degree. So if, I don't know if this is still the case, but if employers wanted to call to verify the degree and that they've graduated there, they'll just say no. I wonder how it would feel. I don't know what it is. So I'm using it.
Joy Lynn Van Hassel.
Bruce. Why did she do that? And the way
Oh shit. Oh my gosh. I caught that reference. Do y'all know Bruce? Do you know the Bruce that she's talking about? I see it now. I didn't see it until she said it. From Matilda. This Bruce. Oh man, I saw it when she said Bruce. Honestly, she could have went with Miss Trunchbull. Man. Dang, yeah, because Bruce had the cake over his head when he was walking, and he was like that. And then Miss Trunchbull, she came and like broke it over his head. That shit was funny. If you've never seen Matilda, you should go see Matilda. It's an old movie. Old movies are the only movies worth seeing these days.
Ripped it up too was so clumsy and intense. There was just so much anger. She just looks so tense. That has to be really unhealthy.
You don't know Bruce?
This Minnesota.
All right, here, I'm gonna do this. I have to do it now. Hopefully this doesn't get my my channel copyright struck. I'm gonna turn off the audio. Let's see here. Bruce, Miss Trump. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Turn on audio. So he has to eat the cake. It's a whole cake, and he eats the whole cake. Look at this. He's eating the cake. Wait. He takes the plate after he finishes, and he throws it above his head. He's doing this shit. Look, that's why I like when she said it. I was like, I immediately got it, because she does it. She. I don't know what it is. It's fat. And yeah, let's go back here and tell me, like, now that I'm showing you this thing, I think you'll see the reference.
Bruce. Why did she?
And she said Bruce, and I'm like, okay. You see over her head.
So clumsy and intense. There was just so much anger. She just looks so tense. That has to be really unhealthy.
Play it again.
This
Bruce.
She didn't.
Dang, she can't. Man, that was a good one. So yeah. I was like, oh my gosh, I know exactly the Bruce.
Bixia Chen.
Oh
man, it's a good thing she didn't eat it.
Joy Van Hassel. Bixia.
Bruce. Why did she do that? And the way
I guess
she
it is a
ripped
she.
it up too was so clumsy and intense. There was just so much anger. She just looks so tense. That has to be really unhealthy. This Minnesota graduation is filled with Somalians.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch. Oh God. Any place you walk, you see all of that.
I don't know why I was expecting to see all the graduates being Somalian, but of course, all of the family members, he's so brave to just take that video right there in front.
I mean, this is a black man. We don't give a shit. I'm just being real. I do the same shit. I'll say it. I was like, I don't look at me. What you gonna do? I know that's part of our culture. It's maybe a bad thing, but hey, it is what it is.
Everywhere. What the hell? There's so many Somalians in this bitch. Oh God. Any place you walk.
I love the way he said Somalians. Look at all of these Somalians. Something is not right.
Wait, how do you say? I thought it was
Uplifting
Somalians.
coming
Did you
from
not say it
these
right?
American graduations. This guy claps for every graduate. That is very, very kind.
Jackson Madden.
Jackson.
Alia Ayala.
What's wrong with that? I don't see the problem with this. Why is she recording this, man? It seems like she's trying to shame him. I wonder if the tables were flipped. Would this be seen as okay? This man is just clapping for everyone. Like, what's wrong with that?
Sean Ferris.
That's so cute.
Reed Finch. Connor Flanagan.
The fact that he says their name is so cute. I mean, it's true. Yeah, not all parents can come, or not everybody has family. This is a graduation today.
That's right. That's actually right. Not everybody has their family there in attendance.
Graduate school for social work. Look at them mindlessly chanting. Oh no.
Why are people so terrible at recording? It's so easy. You're just like, what the hell? Why is it so hard for people to take decent photos or decent videos? Is it rocket science or something? Sometimes I wonder. You just see stuff, it's like, what are you doing? What's the point of even capturing it? You can barely see it, but let's keep watching.
Can you imagine? Those graduation ceremonies are so long. They take like 6 hours sometimes because there's so many people, and they're just chanting and screaming, can't even move on, get on with the next speaker, just pass all 2,000 students so we can go home. Okay now, but this is a really wholesome one. The moment your husband finds out his stepson is changing his last name. That's wild. Imagine she turns the camera around and there's another guy and it says, the moment your husband finds out that your son changed his last name from yours to a different guy's name.
Alexander Fail. Caleb St. Marie. William Ford.
How would you like that to be permanent?
Tyler Foster.
Because it's going to be.
Riley 48.
What are you doing Tuesday? You want to go to court?
Christopher Samuel Delay.
Wait, why did they post this on the internet? What are they trying? I don't understand what they're trying to do here.
Look at your son.
Aww. That's really sweet.
Are you going to give him the paper yet?
Cassandra Page.
No, you know what? I haven't slept.
Jeez. That's so cute. You can really tell that he was so touched by it. And it seemed like in that moment, so many memories came to his head. I mean, he was so touched. Join me every Friday for live
Alright.
Q&As. And would you please make sure that you
Oh, it's that same girl, the Angela Rose girl. Okay, I'm sorry. I just now realized that this is the same girl from earlier. Oh man, yeah, I don't pay attention that well, apparently. All right, well, I don't know. Y'all got any words to say to keep me here? Oh, even the music stopped playing. Never mind. There it goes. All right. Well, I'm going to assume that that's a no. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I was right. I assume. So I'm out. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Peace.